What's going on, everybody? Yes, that's right. Change my audio settings for no reason. Thank you, Windows. All right.
Come on. There you go.
Zero. Wish you were here at my solo demo tonight. I got harassed AF. I'd be down to be your bodyguard if you're doing activism. This is not some of the greatest lifting I've ever seen.
If I'm in a calorie deficit and I maxed out my total calories for the day, but burn off 500 calories just for being active, can I keep eating so long as still under my total calories that I burnt off? Like 2 Oreos for example, that are only 140 calories.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Are you saying if you burnt an extra 500 calories than you would normally? Then yeah, that would mean you have an additional 500 calories that you could either make up the difference by eating more, or you could just choose not to eat more and be in a bigger deficit. I think that answers your question. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Do you think Brian Tyler Cohen is based on everything? Probably not everything. I think he is one of these anti-gun cucks. Sure, if I debated him on veganism, I'd hear some stupid shit. He actually has pretty good pull-up strength. One donated $2. Let me see.
Harry tells me you're quite the science whiz. You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
I binged all your nano stuff. That shit is bussing. No cap.
What?
VG, it's me, Classic Ick. Here's the deal. If you don't do one Earl activism video in the next 3 months, I'm gonna stage a coup. Do you know what that means? Gig benched 411 pounds, that's one more than you. Draw a pic of VG and Gig doing something gay and VG saying this isn't gay.
Alright, you got a deal, Gig. Just give me a minute and I will do that picture for you. Just want to react to these vids first. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You're changing. I know. I went through exactly the same thing at your age.
Okay, Boomer.
Just be careful who you change into.
Hell, no way I'm turning into some low-key criminal. Stop sweating me, okay? My vibes are different, but I got this. Lexi stuff is so last year. Cringe.
Right.
You're an amazing creature, Skybitty man. You and I are not so different.
What the bro is yapping about? I'm Sigma. You look hella Ohio.
Do you have brain rot or something?
Why, Peter, you're bleeding.
Oh, yeah. I literally walked off the curb and got yeeted by a bike messenger because I forgot how sidewalks work.
Well, let me see. Oh, my goodness.
How did you say that happened?
Bike messenger. Yeeted me.
You'll excuse me, I've got to be going.
The truth is, I love you.
Yeah, you're trying to skibidi riz me up. You look like Freddy Fazbear.
Those Spider-Man memes are good. Oh no, poor kitty. Oh, poor kitty. Got pushed by the vacuum. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Alright, well thanks for the donation, one.
Check this out, VG lol.
Let me take a look. RNC's vegan barbecue proves a surprising hit with PETA welcoming Republicans into the fold. Huh. Reese Gorman, RNC is going woke. Well, you wouldn't have figured. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Michael donated, or sorry, come donate $2. Hello, VG. Congrats on the lift. 410 is insane. I think your next goal should be 480, 500. You have great genetics, also experience and knowledge. Know you can do it. I think in a year or two, something like that, I might try to start training for like a 500. So I think I can do it. I think I could. Thanks for the donation, Kem.
Has your average stream viewership dropped? I swear it used to be 200 to 300 per stream, now it's less than 200. BTW, my dad and friends are planning a massive harassment campaign against you, including inundating your stream with nonsense, in the coming days.
Okay, well thanks for the warning. I've just been streaming earlier, and when I do the streams earlier, there's less viewers for whatever reason. That's why when I start at like around 8-ish, it's usually above 200. Thanks for the donation, Michael. Skeletor donated $2. This sounds nihilistic. Let me see.
You are a ghost driving a meat-coated skeleton made from stardust, riding a rock, hurtling through space. Until...
That wasn't good. Thanks for the donation, Skeletor.
Do you think Cenk is a narcissist? Watching the debate between him and Alan Lichtman, he seems like such a pompous asshole. Also check this out, self-hating Republicans.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. I don't think Cenk is a narcissist. I think he's a fucking moron, and he massively overcalculates his own knowledge and skills.
Breaking news, the Republican National Convention may have caused the gay dating app Grindr to crash due to the influx of users all concentrated in one place at one time. This article reads, Grindr dating app crashes in Milwaukee during RNC. Everything we know. And I want to run you through the timeline from start to finish, but first I just want to say, we don't care if you're gay. We never have. That is not the point of the video. The point is to highlight the hypocrisy of Republicans who are gay or lesbian, but go to a convention where one of the primary goals is to strip rights away from LGBTQ people, or C, broke Grindr. Grindr outage and reported problems map. Grindr is a geosocial network that focuses on gay, same-sex contacts, and of course links you up with people based on your location. Your example supporting the theory that this is the Republicans' Super Bowl. We then had this video go viral with 256,000 likes. By the way, these have all gone absolutely viral. This first tweet has 51.9 million views and over 100,000 likes. This one has 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect? They're all clearly fucking closeted, and the first opportunity they get to have gay sex, cheat on their spouse, they're gonna take it. Thanks for the donation though, Cody. All right. Yeah. All right, Gig. There is your drawing request. That is you and me doing something that's gay and me saying this isn't gay. Hope you enjoyed that one. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
How are you and your wife doing? Been worried about you too. How's your mental and physical health?
Mental health is fantastic. Physical health is pretty goddamn good too. Oh my god, is that a kitty? Oh. Oh, he wants whipped cream.
Minion! Hello? Hello?
Those are some nice kitties. Yeah, physical health's great. I just benched
So, you read the
410 pounds. So, the only thing that's, like, bothering me from a physical standpoint is just the inflammation in my pectoral tendons. But I'm gonna take at least a week off of training, maybe even 2 weeks, and then I'm just gonna lower the working weights that I'm using, and that should fix the problem. But doing great, and Jasmine's doing good too. Thanks for the donation, Dr. N-word.
Joined the stream late, so sorry if you've already talked about this, but did you see Trump's speech star RNC? Completely retarded. Also, he said he's going to get an Iron Dome system for the US even though Israel spends $500 million per month and it's the size of Re.
Yeah, I haven't seen the full speech. I've seen a few clips, and from what I've seen, it's absolutely fucktarded. The Iron Dome thing makes absolutely no sense. For one thing, what would you use it for? Like, the US already has a missile defense system. It's primarily used against nuclear attacks. But I don't know what country we have to be worried about where they're going to lob rockets at the US. It would also be monumentally, ridiculously expensive to set up an Iron Dome system to cover the entire United States. That makes no fucking sense. It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Cody. Wizardly Rhino donated $2. Funny shit, Paul's ego on DFF currently is roasting Vosh for not being able to talk to people with different opinions of his own, and I just got a flash of y'all's debate in my mind. Open-minded Paul. Yeah, really.
They were supporting President Trump's election rigging claims.
He literally started crying and just fucked off and rage quit as soon as I said something that he didn't agree with. He's just a massive hypocrite. Thanks for the donation, Wizardly Rhino.
Hi VG, not trying to be a victim, but I went to a basketball court today where I was the only white person since I played in high school, and I got called names like white boy, Slav, and felt overall unwelcome. How should I deal with this? Should I accept it?
Well, maybe don't play basketball with racists. I think that would be a good idea. Thanks for the donation, Uninon.
Probably been this guy, I think, is who's being...
Young Turks just uploaded something massively fucking stupid.
You have this...
So, this was an hour ago. By the way, Joe Biden's chief of staff just communicated with Alan Lichtman, where he confirmed Biden is not going to drop out of the race. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah.
Big breaking news. I just corresponded with Ron Klain, President Joe Biden's former chief of staff, and he assured me about President Biden, and I quote, "He's staying in. Here's to the 13 keys which don't turn on fickle polling," unquote. Big.
So when was that uploaded?
Big breaking news.
3 hours ago. And then the Young Turks upload something an hour ago saying Biden might drop out of the race. Like, they're just fucking retarded. Mangus donated $2. Holy mother of potatoes. Oh my god. That is a big chunky potato.
Are we getting a treat for having our nails cut? He's so big.
Oh my god.
You two have to wait. This is Wilbur's moment. Apparently not.
Wow.
BC! Bear! I don't have anything!
Oh, the little Mangus is one snack.
You're bad. Look.
Oh my god, look at Wilbur. That's a good goddamn groundhog. Oh my god. Dude, I need fucking groundhogs in my life.
Not feeling well. Oh my gosh. Look at the Daisy Boots Cooper with Snuggle Daddy.
Oh my god. Dude, why are groundhogs so fucking adorable? Oh my god. Whoa. That little cow's having a nap. Oh my god. That's a good fucking cow. Oh my god. Oh, so pretty. Oh my god. I love sheep. They're so nice and fluffy. Oh my god, he's munching. That's a good sheep. When life problems cook you so hard, you gotta hit this pose. I know the feel. Thanks for the donation, Mangus.
Looking more into peptide and considering I'm getting my hands on some. What's your opinion on them? Are they different than steroids? Or are they safe? About to have my blood work soon to see if I'm good and then ask my doctor about them. I'd much.
So, peptides are not steroids. They're completely molecularly different. Peptides are just proteins that code for certain, like chemical signals in the body. They work completely differently than steroids. There's a lot of peptides that show beneficial effects in humans. They may have life extension benefits, some of them. The two issues with peptides is that there's limited human research and also where you're sourcing them from, because it's not exactly a regulated market, so you kind of have to be a little wary with who you're sourcing them from. If you're gonna just talk to a GP about it, they're going to tell you bullshit. They're either not going to know anything about them and then tell you not to take them, or they're just going to tell you not to take them because they're not a medication that they can prescribe. Your best bet is to go to a TRT clinic that specializes in treating people with peptides. So I would go to a TRT or HRT clinic that offers peptide treatment and get their advice. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. I've taken TB500 before, and I've gotten good results with TB500. I was using it to recover from a shoulder injury, and I did recover pretty quickly, and it was faster than... I recovered much faster than, what I could do naturally. Thanks for the donation, though, Cody. Or not Cody, Grey Knight.
I follow Alan Lichtman but did not hear about this until now. Even thought it's possible Biden drops out. This is a monumentally relief to hear that he's going to stay in. Trump cannot win.
Hell yeah, dude. He only just uploaded that video an hour ago. But, like, it was always a possibility that Biden would drop out, but, I thought it was unlikely because Biden knows he's competent. So even though he's getting pressured, it would surprise me that somebody who knows he's competent would drop out just purely due to peer pressure. So it's not surprising that he's staying in. Thanks for the donation, Cody. Aaron P. donated $2. Would it be vegan to eat this meat? Oh my god. Well, that's India for you. No, it would not be vegan to eat that meat, but hopefully give somebody salmonella or something. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Trump's fat pedophile supporters want liberals to apologize for a Republican killing another Republican in a Republican rally using a gun that Democrats want to ban. I'm just surprised there was still a sane Republican left that hasn't been brainwashed.
Yeah, it's pretty ironic. It is pretty ironic. They're irredeemable. They're just irretrievably stupid, and they're all fucking brainwashed idiots. Thanks for the donation, retard. Are you going to set a squat or deadlift goal next? Yes. I'm going to focus on building up my quads, and depending on how my knees feel, I might go for a 500-pound squat. If my knees aren't feeling great lifting heavier weights, I might just go for like a rep PR. So I'll try to do like 405 for a set of 10 or something like that.
growing list of Democratic lawmakers publicly calling for him to step aside. You have donations to the Biden campaign dropping off, and now we're told from sources close to the campaign, some of the people closest to the president, that they are privately admitting there is no clear path to victory with him at the top of the ticket.
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, again, if you're going to make a statement like this, qualify it with evidence. They can't. All they can do is refer to some stupid polling data that has no predictive capability.
A person close to the president telling NBC News, quote, "We're close to the end." Someone close to the campaign saying they're finally realizing it. It's a when, not if.
Joe Biden is facing a new wave of calls for him to drop out of the race, and some reporting indicates that he's finally coming to terms with the fact that he may have to step aside.
Nope. His former chief of staff says that he's staying in the race, so great reporting. Young Turks has become, like, actually fucking retarded. They can't do any sort of objective, sensible-based reporting. They are so highly, highly biased when it comes to these topics that they'll just, they'll release these news stories with no objective facts backing them because they just want it to be true.
But at the same time, his campaign is sending a totally different message.
When did Alan talk to Biden? It was reported widely yesterday Biden will make big announcement before the end of the weekend. Schumer, Jeffries, Pelosi, Biden, all coming out against Biden. Speaker, former Speaker, Senate leader, former president. Yikes.
It was literally just like an hour ago. Alan Lichtman said he had just talked to Biden's former chief of staff, and he says he's staying in the race. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And remains defiant in public. Before we get to that, let's talk about the many additional lawmakers who have asked Joe Biden to step aside.
Yeah, Young Turks is retarded. What do you expect,
So early since Donald Trump's RNC speech finished around midnight Eastern time last night, that it's going to take a little while, certainly a few days, and this may all be changed very quickly depending on what sort of decision Joe Biden makes over the next few days. But we have a little bit of an early signal about how some undecided voters received Donald Trump's speech last night, and the answer is not great. CNN had a focus group in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. At one point I said Waukesha, and that's very much wrong. I believe that it is Waukesha.
Of course they do, they're a bunch of SJWs. What do you expect?
Yep. I don't know what I should be expecting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Don't email me about it. If I haven't gotten it right by now, I may be unable constitutionally to get it right. Undecided Wisconsin voters. Wisconsin certainly has the potential to be a critical state in November. Not reacting particularly well to the speech. Here is one voter saying, Trump's rhetoric hasn't changed since 2020. I'm very concerned.
His rhetoric hasn't changed about the election, 2020 election, and I'm really concerned that we're going to have another issue depending on who wins.
If Trump loses, which he's pretty much guaranteed to lose, even though it's going to be a close race, he's going to try to do another insurrection. Guaranteed. He's going to say it's a fake election, it was stolen, he's going to try to prevent the certification of the vote.
Oh, that's good. I think Biden should stay in, but it's fucked how the media is trying to push him off the chair. I meant Obama in the last Dono lol. Crazy how he's pushing everyone to kick Biden out too. What the fuck, bro? Lol.
Yeah, Democrats just do not stand by any of their candidates. The Democratic Party in particular has such an issue with infighting. Like, look what happened with Bernie Sanders and Hillary. They basically just said, well, fuck the voters, we're just going to put Hillary in. And it was just like weird internal, politicking that made them run Hillary rather than Bernie. So they really don't have much loyalty within their party. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
So, I'm just really praying that if Trump wins, the guardrails of democracy.
Why not join the Parliament of Canada? I don't think I could possibly end up doing that.
Democracy will hold.
It's kind of weird. It's interesting to hear from her. It's weird at this point to say, I'm praying that if Trump wins, democracy will hold. If you feel the need to pray to God that the framework of democracy that the country was built on holds if one of the two candidates wins, there's not much to be undecided about, is there? And that's why I continue to be perplexed by these supposedly undecided voters. The gentleman sitting to the right on the screen, or to this woman's left, also weighed in and said it was the same stupid, I'm editorializing, the same stupid rally speech we've been hearing for a long time.
So I gave his speech a D. It started out great, but then he went into mistruths and grievances and attacks, and it just totally contradicted itself in terms of what he wanted to achieve with unity.
So there we go. At least.
How much would it cost for you to react to a 1 hour long shitty Christian film, Lamau?
If you give me $100, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, JP.
That undecided voter recognizing.
And I can't react to it on stream if it's like copyrighted. If I don't know what you mean by hour-long Christian film. If it's some like documentary, that might be an issue. Sometimes they have weird copyright protection with stuff like that, where I can't react to it on stream. But yeah, the only way I'm doing that is if you give me like at least $100.
Supposedly, it was going to be unity and turning down the temperature and reuniting and all of these different things. It wasn't any of it. It was the same grievances. It was the same nonsense. How anyone can be undecided. The reason, if I'm honest, can I be honest? Can I be frank? Maybe is a better way to say it, because I'm always honest with you. The reason I struggle with these supposedly undecided voter panels and sort of taking them seriously is, how could you possibly be undecided right now unless you completely lack a moral compass and are extraordinarily confused about what's going on in the world around you? I'm not trying to insult these individuals as people, but how could you possibly be undecided given what is going on and given the circumstances with Donald Trump, even despite the challenges that are facing Joe Biden? So what I want to do now, and people are furious, you can't even imagine how furious people are with me right now about what I'm saying regarding Joe Biden. We are going to take a break. We'll let emotions simmer for a moment. And we have breaking news that President Biden is recognizing he's going to have to drop out. I am only the messenger. I am a mere pawn in this entire thing.
I'd be very surprised after hearing from Alan Lichtman that he's staying in the race, and that's coming from his former chief of staff. I'd be very, very fucking surprised, and it would make no sense.
Recently went on this dude Chris Williamson's podcast. I'm not super familiar with the guy, but he's been having a lot of bodybuilders come on and talk about their top 10 exercises to build muscle. So Sally recently came on the podcast and talked about her top 10 exercises to build muscle. So I figured I'd watch this video and give you guys my take on her exercises.
I've asked this question to a bunch of different people. If you only had 10 exercises for the rest of your life to hold on to as much muscle or build as much muscle as you could, which ones would you choose and why?
10 exercises?
10 exercises. It can be anything you want, but you've only got 10.
Okay, let's start off. Leg press.
Sally, we're not off to a very good start. Let's be honest here, the leg press is just a trash version of a normal squat. While both the squat and the leg press build the knee extensors and hip extensors, the squat transfers outside the gym far better than a leg press. First of all, the leg press.
The specific question was, what exercise would you use?
Is a moron, but she's based in this vid for calling out the Dems trying to push Biden out. It's long AF and don't expect you to watch it, but thought I'd share for your own time.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I might watch that on my own time, or we'll, like, skip through it later. 55 minutes. Why? Why did this video have to be that fucking long? Yeah, AOC's a moron, but if she supports Biden, then that is a base take. Thanks for the donation, Cody. Yeah, so remember, the specific question that was asked was, what exercises would you choose if you could choose 10? Would you prefer for holding on to as much muscle mass as possible? So this isn't about strength. This isn't about transferability to sports. This is about just holding on to as much muscle mass as you can.
Is an open chain leg exercise. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with open chain leg exercises, most activities in real life are closed chain, particularly lower extremity movements.
Who cares?
This is why I always crap on the leg curl and the leg extension, because they're both open chain leg exercises that are not very realistic. I mean, just think about it. When in real life or in sports are you going to be sitting on your ass generating force? The leg press also doesn't have any balance, stability, or weight bearing considerations, so it doesn't
Who cares?
transfer outside the gym, as well as ground-based free weight squat variations.
You know, you can do different variations in it. You can hit like different parts depending on how you put your legs.
Bodybuilders act like it's so crazy they can adjust their stance width and foot position on leg machines, even though you can do it on a squat too. With a narrow stance,
You can't really do it on a squat. Especially if you have certain body proportions, you can't really modify a squat like you can modify a leg press. There are people where if they use a narrow stance, they end up getting bone-to-bone contact in their hips. I have this problem where if I squat too wide, it puts way too much strain on my adductors, and I actually tore my adductor because I was squatting with a wide... It wasn't a very wide stance, but it was with a wider stance and in a low bar position, which made it worse. So you don't have as much freedom to modify things like stance width on a squat. On top of that, there's not really any benefit to modifying stance width on a squat. You're pretty much going to train the same muscles. There might be a little bit more of an emphasis on your glutes with a narrow stance, a bit more of an emphasis on your adductors with a wider stance, but it's essentially the same exercise.
Squat emphasizing the quads more, and a sumo squat emphasizing more of the hip muscles. But either way, I'm not a big fan of these extreme foot positions and stance widths on...
Yeah, it's the opposite. A narrower stance squat actually emphasizes your glutes more than a wide stance squat.
Leg exercises. And this is because pretty much all daily activities and sports skills have your legs underneath your hips. This is why I think a sumo squat's for ego lifting losers.
What are you gaming later? I'm going to play the Black Ops Cold War campaign. We got to get through the Black Ops Cold War campaign so we're, you know, like on the lead up to the new Black Ops game coming out in October.
I'm a much bigger advocate of changing your squat variations to target specific muscle. For example, having a more anterior loaded squat like a Zerker squat or front squat will have more of a quad emphasis. And doing something like a low bar squat will have more of a hamstring and glute emphasis. My good old friend...
Low bar squats do not emphasize your hamstrings. It emphasizes more of your posterior chain, but it does not emphasize your hamstrings. Hamstrings are not used in the squat at all.
Leota Machida acted like it was so stupid that I said a low bar squat will target the hip extensors, the glutes, and the hamstrings more.
Especially without actually offering any decent advice on how to prevent it. And in your case, all you recommended was to avoid these machines entirely and do low bar squats for your glutes and hamstrings, which I'm just gonna let speak for itself.
Squats do not train your hamstrings. I don't know where people are getting that idea.
But since this kid doesn't believe me, I'll read what it says in my strength and conditioning textbook. In the back squat, for example, a more forward inclination of the trunk brings the weight horizontally closer to the knees, thus reducing the resistive torque about the knees that the quadriceps must counteract. At the same time, the weight is horizontally farther from the hip, increasing the resistive torque about the hip that the gluteus and hamstring muscles must counteract.
Hamstrings are not activated in the squat.
This resistive torque pattern is most often present when the barbell is positioned as low as possible on the upper back, often termed a low bar squat. So yeah, that's clearly a...
Your hamstrings are completely antagonistic in a squat. So they are not activated during a squat.
10-8 round to me. Also, if you're looking for an athletic bodybuilding program that helps you build aesthetic muscle that transfers outside the gym, be sure to check out my Ultimate Athletic Bodybuilding Academy. This is a private community where you get monthly athletic bodybuilding workouts, so you're changing your routine frequently so you avoid plateaus, and also have a new fun workout to do every month. But you also get access to weekly Q&As with me and my brother Mario, and so much more. If you're interested, I'll leave a link in the description.
RDLs.
Barbell, dumbbells, single leg.
Barbell. RDLs.
RDLs, this is a great exercise selection from Sally. First of all, this dude Chris keeps pissing me off. He pissed me off a little bit in the C-bump video, so if you haven't watched that, watch it after you watch this video. Chris asked her to specify what RDL she means, barbell, dumbbell, single leg. This is a stupid question, but he's low-key an NPC bodybuilder, so I'm not surprised. There's this weird thing in the bodybuilding community where they're saying that dumbbells are better than barbells. And this is such a stupid comparison that I don't know why bodybuilders keep making it. This is kind of like saying what's a better martial art, striking or wrestling? It's like they both have their pros and cons, and they both have their place. Instead of thinking,
Why doesn't he have the same sort of attitude when it comes to machines? Okay.
dumbbells or barbells, how about you think both and focus on choosing a variety of barbell and dumbbell exercises in your lifting routine. But enough of the Chris rant, I'll get back to the RDL. The RDL is a great foundational movement to hit the hip extensors, primarily the hamstring. And it's way better than a stupid leg curl. Shane Almadurk recently made a stupid
It's not better than a leg curl. They both have their own advantages. I think a lying or seated leg curl might actually cause more overall hypertrophy of the hamstrings compared to an RDL.
video acting like the leg curl is an amazing exercise. And while it is important to train the knee flexor movement, in terms of hitting the hamstrings in a functional way, a hinge movement is far better than a knee flexion movement. Because the last time
It's not better. It targets different heads of the hamstring.
check, knee flexion isn't one of the basic human movement patterns. And as I mentioned earlier, open chain leg exercises like the leg curl are not very realistic. And if you are going to train knee
Who cares? We're talking about hypertrophy.
Okay. Military press. With the barbell. Military press.
Seated?
Shoulder press. No, standing. So you can brace your core. I mean, you only get 10 exercises here.
Okay, right, yeah. So you've made an ab exercise out of a shoulder exercise.
Right.
Sally is wifey here. You know a girl ain't for the streets if she says she likes standing exercises. And also, what's Chris doing here? He tries to peer pressure Sally into saying seated military press. But luckily, Sally's a strong, independent woman and didn't let the peer pressure get to her. Whenever you have the option, do a standing variation over a seated variation every time. Although you may not be able to do as much weight, this exercise will transfer outside the gym far better than a seated exercise. Because last time I checked, anytime in real life, you're not generating force from a seated position. The typical bodybuilding argument is, we don't want the core to be a limiting factor. This limiting factor crap has to be the most annoying thing I've ever heard. This is kind of like Ben Simmons saying, my three-pointer is a limiting factor, and then never working on his three-point.
This is an interesting thing about Trump's VP pick. Apparently, his wife is Indian and vegetarian. She convinced him to follow a vegetarian diet that she follows.
That's pretty funny. There were a lot of racist-ass Republicans that didn't like J.D. Vance as the VP pick for that specific reason, that he has an Indian wife, because they're racist, and they have this, like, weird great replacement theory thing.
Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
He's a meat and potatoes kind of guy. He adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Pretty weird. Yeah, Rob Ford, Ontario's MP, he's also vegetarian. He actually went vegetarian after he worked at a slaughterhouse. I think he only was working there for one day, and then he quit, and then he couldn't eat meat after that. It's pretty weird. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Why does cummies taste so good in my tummies? Welky nut dust, please rail me.
I don't know, man. I guess we all have our preferences. Thanks for the donation, Weston.
It's just straight coat for being weak. But back to the overhead press is a great compound exercise for the shoulder and a
Standing dumbbell overhead presses are fucking stupid.
vertical pressing motion is a foundational movement that everybody should master. And she mentioned our barbell overhead press, and as I mentioned earlier, dumbbell and barbell variation should be included in your routine.
Incline dumbbells.
Every single person has said incline dumbbell press.
Yeah.
Chest press?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incline dumbbell bench press, another great choice from Sally. For bodybuilding purposes, because the upper chest is harder to develop, this is a great choice. But for an athlete, I would have recommended a flat bench. This is because she already chose an overhead press, and an incline dumbbell bench press is pretty much in between a military.
That's fair enough. Here's the trailer, it's only 2 minutes lol.
Let me see, JP.
Hello?
You should have accepted my offer, James.
Execution scheduled for 11 p.m. But he's trying to convince us he's gone insane.
And therefore incapable of being executed.
I need you to prove he's faking it.
Edward? I'm gonna ask you some questions.
I'm not Edward. I'm a demon.
Demons aren't really a thing. What happened to Edward?
We own him.
We?
He's a master manipulator. You have your head so twisted around you think you're the killer, not him.
Then give me something to make me believe you. Prove to me you're a demon.
It's probably just a coincidence.
Wow, this movie looks remarkably gay. They're clearly copying The Exorcist 3, because this was a plot point in The Exorcist 3 where the guy who was possessed by a demon was in an institution. So this is like a shittier version of Exorcist 3.
This channel is much better than Mr. Rios for athletic training advice. Maybe you could check it out.
Well, the point of reacting to Rios is to basically, you know, just get some gaffes. Might react to some of his stuff. This is a lot of just track and field stuff. Not really much weight training shit. But might give that a quick look. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
I want to talk to the real Edward.
Makes me do that. I can't stop him.
I need you to see something. You got a fan. Did the same thing with all his victims.
Help me!
I'm trying to, Edward, but you have to answer my questions. You have to tell me the truth.
It won't let me!
It can go away. It can go away. Yes?
No. It's starting to happen. Can you feel it, James? Can you feel it? I think it's time we tell you exactly what it is that we'd like you to do.
Yeah, so I can't react to this on stream because it's a movie. My stream will get taken down, but that looks like garbage.
Have you seen the stuff on JD Vance? He might actually be worse than Trump.
I haven't looked into JD Vance too much. What I do know is that he hates Trump. He was a never Trumper. criticized Trump and literally called him America's Hitler. And then suddenly he became a pro-Trumper. And I think he did that as a completely cynical choice just so he could advance his political career. I don't know if he actually believes any of the bullshit he's saying about like great replacement theory and crap like that. Who the fuck knows? But thanks for the donation, Cody.
I also learned about this fact. Did you know that Trump and his family are buddy-buddy with the Humane Society US, and they were responsible to California Prop 12, which required more space and humane treatment of pigs inside the farms. For that farmers hate Trump lol.
I didn't know that. That's pretty weird. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Yeah, that is very weird.
Press and a dumbbell bench press, so I would have just done overhead press and a dumbbell bench press. But with the upper chest creating a fuller looking chest, this is a great choice for an aesthetic purpose. And she did that nonsense again where she chose dumbbells over barbells. Like I said, both are great options.
Gosh. Okay, is it decline or incline? I always confuse myself. When you lean back a little bit and you do the curls.
I think that's technically incline, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yes, because I always mess it.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Those curls with dumbbells.
Incline dumbbell curl for Sally. I think that's an okay choice. If you're limited to 10 exercises, I think this option sucks, but for hypertrophy, the biceps is a good option. I really like this exercise because you get an amazing stretch on the biceps. Even though you're sitting down, because you're changing the angle of your body that you wouldn't be able to do if you're standing.
Yeah, so I don't know if between just alternating dumbbell curls standing and incline curls, if incline curls are actually more hypertrophic, because you can use so much more weight with a standing curl, so the net effect might be like no difference. They're definitely a good variation that you should include in your routine, but I don't know if they're necessarily actually more hypertrophic. So if I had to choose between standing dumbbell curls and incline curls, I'd probably choose standing because I've built pretty big biceps, never doing this exercise up until recently. And you would definitely get a better strength adaptation from doing alternating dumbbell curls just because you can do more weight. So I would probably preferentially just choose standing alternating dumbbell curls over this, even though it is a very good exercise.
Up, I'm okay with it. When it comes to bicep training, it's important to hit the biceps from a variety of angles. Include exercise with the shoulders extended like this one. Include exercise with the shoulders in a neutral position like a standard bicep curl. Or do an exercise with the shoulders flexed like in a chin-up or a preacher curl.
Okay, so halfway through.
Halfway through.
Smoked. Legs are okay. Chest's okay. Shoulders are okay. Biceps. Right.
Weighted pull-ups for back.
Okay.
That's, I think, maybe one of the only...
JD Vance is crazy in love with Russia and Putin and keeps repeating Russian propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just the Republican thing right now. It's hard to say if JD Vance is worse than Trump because Trump is also clearly pro-Russia. And we know JD Vance probably still to this day hates Trump, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Mola.
Only back exercises I need.
Overhand, underhand, neutral.
I'm not a pussy. Come on.
Weighted pull-ups, that's a base.
Even more interesting is that California Prop 12 was challenged up to the U.S. Supreme Court from the National Pork Producers Council, and they ruled against the council LMFAO.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, animal welfare is one of those things where even when you have like really right-wing figures, it's just hard to argue against animal welfare. That's pretty funny though. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
choice from Sally. It's also really impressive that she can do weighted pull-ups because a lot of girls can't do them. I promise I'm not sexist, my huge female audience can vouch for me, but because women have larger lower bodies and smaller upper bodies than men, it's harder for them to do pull-ups. Also, if you're wondering why she says I'm not a pussy for doing overhand pull-ups, it's because neutral grip pull-ups and chin-ups are far easier than overhand pull-ups. So like I said, that's very impressive that she can do weighted pull-ups.
Chris Bumstead said neutral.
Oh, fuck. I mean, neutral.
Right, that's 6.
Here goes Chris pissing me off again. Sally made a great choice, and then he brings up C-Bum, acting like he's the gold standard of exercise selection. It's like, bro, you're not even the gold standard of aesthetics. I mentioned this in my C-Bum.
Chris Bumstead is not the gold standard of aesthetics. The guy who won Classic Physique Mr. Olympia 5 times. Like, bro, this guy is pretty aesthetic. I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure, like, most dudes would want to look like this. Like, if you were going to try to be super jacked, like, this is the kind of body you'd want to have. Like, obviously, most dudes, even on steroids, wouldn't be able to get that big, but if you could have the same overall body proportions, he seems to have a pretty ideal physique, in my opinion. How does he not look aesthetic? Like, what? I could understand somebody saying that about an open bodybuilder, but he's in the classic division. Is this guy, like, fucking retarded?
Video, but a neutral grip pull-up for bodybuilding purposes is not a great choice. It's kind of like...
So, neutral grip pull-ups activate your lats just as much as an overhand pull-up. And on top of that, you can lift with more weight. You also get more of the... like forearm flexors and biceps involved, so it's kind of a win-win.
You couldn't choose between focusing on back or biceps, so you got kind of scared and chose in between.
Gosh, this is hard. Hammer curls to hit the other head of the bicep.
Right, okay, yeah.
Standing hammer curls.
Uh-huh.
I'm really starting to like Sally. She took an extra second to say standing hammer curls. This just shows she ain't for the streets. This is a good choice. Hammer curls are essential for building aesthetic arms. Because you're using a neutral wrist position, the biceps are less involved, and there's more emphasis on the brachioradialis and the brachialis. In my opinion, the brachialis has to be the most overrated muscle, but bodybuilders like to include it to try and act smart. In PT school, we refer to the brachialis as the powerhouse of elbow flexion because it's heavily involved in pretty much every elbow flexion movement. So in my opinion, it's stupid to target it specifically because any elbow flexion exercise will hit it well. But the brachioradialis is very important to target in terms of aesthetics because it's the biggest muscle in the forearm. Targeting the brachioradialis is a great time-efficient way to build big aesthetic forearms to where you don't have to sit down every workout and spam dorky wrist curls.
Yeah, we're good with biceps.
You're not going to get big forearms in all likelihood unless you do wrist curls. In all likelihood. And this is coming from a guy who pretty much never uses straps, and I'm able to use, like, pretty heavy weights. Like, I never do deadlifts with straps. I've worked up to a 500-pound deadlift. I've done bent over rows with 315, and again, no straps. The only time I ever use straps is with shoulder shrugs. That's it. And that's not enough to build your forearms. You're going to need to do some form of wrist curl.
No.
Yeah, no more
I think I'm going to have to do lateral raises for shoulders.
Yep.
Lateral raises is a pretty basic choice from Sally, but there's nothing wrong with a basic girl. Lateral raises are an incredibly important muscle to isolate. Not only because they build broad shoulders that give you a nice V-taper, but because it's not heavily involved in compound movements. The anterior delts are heavily involved in pressing movements such as a bench press or an overhead press, and the rear delts are heavily involved in horizontal pulling exercises such as a barbell row.
Oh my god, I didn't hit any triceps. Do I have one more exercise?
You've got 2 left, I think.
2 left?
Yeah.
Skull crushers.
Skull crushers are a pretty good choice from Sally. In my opinion, she was freaking out a little bit too much that she didn't include triceps. The triceps will be involved in the pushing movement she selected, so the overhead press and the incline bench press. And when you're limited to 10 exercises to build muscle, compound exercises are the best way to get the most bang for your buck. But the skull crusher is still a great way to hit your tricep. As I mentioned with the bicep, hitting it from different angles is very important. The same thing applies to the tricep. The skull crusher is a great exercise because it allows you to hit the long head of the tricep in a stretch position because the long head of the tricep is the only head of the tricep that's involved in shoulder extension.
Yeah, okay. Skull crushes. So you got one left from all of that.
And then I think I'm going to have to do hanging leg raises.
Perhaps?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hanging leg raises, not bad, but because of all her base standing exercises, an oblique exercise would have been far better. It's good that she's emphasizing the low abs, but because all her standing exercises don't hit trunk rotation or the obliques very well, it would have been better if she included an oblique exercise. Doing some sort of rotation exercise instead would have ensured balanced development of the abs. So those are Sally's top 10 exercises, and now I'll go over what I think she should have included. First thing is a horizontal pull exercise. It's great that she included the pull-up.
Son Goku donated $2. What an asshole dog owner. Aw, it's a sweet little dog.
有些事本来跟你没有关系，但是黑锅就倒到你身上。比如，
I've seen this guy's videos before. I want his Instagram to get deleted. It's fucking annoying. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. He's just stressing his dog out. Alan donated $2. What the fuck? Major Democratic donor tells Biden to choose vanity or virtue. So Michael Mortiz joined calls President Biden to drop out. He can either condemn the country to dark and cruel times or heed the voice of Father Time. Yeah, sure, dude. That guy is just a fucking idiot. The Democrats are just fucking morons. They're completely fucking retarded. There's no reason why Biden should drop out of the race. There is no benefit. No benefit whatsoever for Biden to drop out of the race. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Peter Thiel is a huge backer of Vance's political career and Peter is a huge Kremlin shill. Interestingly, he's also a co-founder of PayPal, like Elon, who is later to the game in propagating Russian-influenced social media narratives. I think something's up.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking weird. Ugh. I just do not understand it. You know, it really shows that Republicans are not, like, they don't believe in the free speech values they're espousing. You know, they always say, oh, we got to protect free speech. Democrats are after your rights. And then they're supporting a fucking dictator who assassinates his political rivals and has taken away free speech from Russia. There's no free speech in Russia. There's nothing in the Russian constitution allowing free speech. They've made protesting illegal. So they don't care about free speech. What they want is totalitarian rule, and they want a dictator who agrees with their personal values. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Which is a great vertical pulling exercise, but a horizontal pulling exercise like a barbell row is a foundational human movement that needs to be included in her routine. The second issue, she didn't have a lunge variation. The majority of sports skills and activities of daily living are unilateral leg movements, so it would have been great if she included a lunge variation that would have transferred well to these activities. She also should have added a rotation exercise instead of the hanging leg raise. As I mentioned earlier, rotation is not hit well in compound lifts, so it would have been great if she included a rotation exercise instead of the hanging leg raise because the abs are hit very well in compound lifts. It also would have led to her exercises hitting the abs in the two most practical ways, which is stability and rotation. Another issue, she didn't include a carry exercise. The carry has to be the most underrated exercise that
Carries are not a good hypertrophic exercise.
no bodybuilder ever hits. The carry does a great job working on grip strength and the core, and in particular posture.
Carries don't really improve grip strength. They're more for endurance.
stability and deep stabilizer muscles. And the last issue I have with her exercises is too much arm focus. If I only had 10 exercises, I would have just focused on compound movements, as the triceps are hit in pushing movements and the biceps are hit in pulling movements. This definitely isn't a big mistake, but if you're looking to get the most out of 10 exercises, compound movements would have been a better choice. Overall, if I had to rate her top 10 exercises, I would give it a solid 7 out of 10, which is actually higher than I would have given CBOB. This mainly comes down to the heavy elbow flexion bias for some reason, her selecting a leg press, which was an awful selection, and then her not including any horizontal.
All right. What's some of this shit?
I'm going to give you a simple progression that's going to make you go from being a slow athlete to a fast athlete. I've used this progression on some of my best athletes who run 10.3 in the 100 meter, and even my 10 plus athletes who run sub 11 in the 100 meter currently. So with this step-by-step progression, you're also going to get reps, sets, and how to do every single exercise so you can get the most gains possible for your sprint speed. When it comes to sprinting, people consistently mess up this one concept. You'll hear coaches say that when it comes to sprinting, you need to sprint as straight as possible so you waste as little energy as possible. But this is a huge mistake. When you look at Usain Bolt sprinting, you'll actually see that he has a lot of lateral rotation in the torso, and he's also...
This seems like the real reason they are pushing Biden out. I hope he stays strong and doesn't give in to those pos. What do you think will happen?
Well, again, according to Alan Lichtman, he just talked to Joe Biden's former chief of staff, and he said he's not dropping out. So, looks like in all likelihood, Biden's not dropping out.
I'm Christopher Titus, and this is the Armageddon Update. Assassination!
Many men wish death on me.
For the first time since Reagan, a president had an assassin try to end his candidacy.
America missed me.
A 20-year-old registered Republican and Second Amendment supporter took a ragged-ass shot.
That's pretty funny.
I'm trying my best to not sound pro-Trump. But did you know that Greyhound racing's banned in Florida thanks to him?
I didn't know that. That's pretty funny. Well, that's one good thing you could say about Trump. I did not know that, though. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
At Sweet Potato Hitler this last weekend, and the bullet winged his ear. And then once Trump heard the Secret Service say, shoot her down, Cheddar.
How does Mr. Beast have so many subscribers? Please look at his channel and current subscriber count.
Well, most people who watch his channel are like fucking stupid kids under the age of 15 who just watch degenerate horseshit, so that's basically why. 304 mil subscribe. Dude, what the fuck? 155 million, 99 million, 172 million, 166. He's getting like 3 times. He's getting literally 3 to 5.
How is your counter Ben Shapiro's response on abortion? Only 2 minutes long. Can you react?
I can react to that in just a second. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman. He's getting 3 to 4 times as many views on each video as the population of Canada. Like he's basically getting like the entire population of Canada to watch his videos 3 to 5 times over in each video. That's just nuts. Shit, dude. I literally can't imagine how much money that guy's making. He's got to be like close. He's got to be like close, if not already a billionaire by now. That is nuts. Let me see.
So my question was about abortion, and I just wanted to know, why exactly do you think a first trimester fetus has moral value?
Okay, so a first trimester fetus has moral value because whether you consider it a potential human life or a full-on human life, it has more value than just a cluster of cells. If left to its natural processes, it will grow into a baby. So the real question is, where do you draw the line? So you're going to draw the line at the heartbeat, because it's very hard to draw the line at the heartbeat. There are people who are adults who are alive because of a pacemaker. They need some sort of outside force generating their heartbeat. Okay, are you going to do it based on brain function? Okay, well, what about people who are in a coma? Should we just kill them?
People who are in a coma still have brain function, and they're still sentient. He's using two different definitions of consciousness here. One definition of consciousness is just being able to have a subjective experience. That could be anything. When you're in a dream, you are having a conscious experience. Most people who are in comas, even for extremely prolonged periods of time, so you're talking about decades, they will tell you that they were basically in a dreamlike state, and oftentimes they can actually hear what's going on around them. So if somebody comes and visits them, they'll hear them talk, and then their talking will be interpreted in like a weird dreamlike state. So most people who are in comas, they are conscious. He's just using a different definition of consciousness.
Right? The problem is anytime you draw any line other than the inception of the child, you end up drawing a false line that can also be applied to people who are adults. So
no, that's not true. Show me an adult that has no sentient experience. The only adults that don't have any sentient experience are adults that are completely and utterly brain dead, and in which case we pull the plug, like we allow them to die.
either human life has intrinsic value or it doesn't. I think we both agree that adult human life has intrinsic value.
Human life has no intrinsic value. It only has a value that you place upon it.
Can we start from that premise?
I believe that sentience is what gives something moral value, not necessarily being a human alone.
Okay, because, when you're asleep, can I stab you?
He's sentient when he's asleep. He didn't even listen to his argument.
I'm still considered sentient when I'm asleep.
Okay, if you are in a coma from which you may awake, can I stab you?
You're still sentient if you're in a coma.
Well then, no, I guess not. I mean,
I'm glad you answered that because I have no interest in actually murdering you.
You're still sentient when you're in a coma. Even if we're assuming you're in some sort of coma where you're not sentient, the idea would be that if you are going to become sentient, and in a prior state when you were sentient, we know you would have preferred to be awakened from a coma and continue living. That's why we would have this kind of standard where, you know, we wouldn't kill you. I guess the best analogy would be if we had like some sort of future technology where we could put somebody in some sort of cryo freezing state for like long distance space travel. You're definitely not sentient in that state, but you were sentient beforehand. You had prior wishes to awake from your, stasis. And then, like that's why we have that standard. But in the case of a fetus, there is a period of time, probably somewhere in the range of 0 to roughly 14 weeks, where you are not sentient.
But that's still potential sentience, and it's still a potential.
I agree. It is potential sentience. You know what else is potential sentience? Being a fetus.
Yeah.
So if he's going to say potential sentience is what grants somebody value, he would have to have a position where you have to have as many children as possible, because every single sperm or egg inside you has the potential to become a human life.
The issue I have with that, though, is that if I'm in a coma and I'm not like doing anything to anyone, I'm not causing any issues amongst the world, whereas an unwanted
This guy's a very bad debater.
child may or may not be a burden to people.
Okay, well, there are lots
whether
of
it be
people who are
financially or
unwanted, right? I mean, there are
psychologically.
lots of people's parents who are unwanted, right? We're a bunch of college students. You know, the problem is that now you're shifting the argument, right? Before you were making the argument based on the intrinsic value of a life based on sentience, and now you're talking about the level of burden that somebody presents as a separate moral argument. Okay, I don't believe that you being a burden on somebody is justification for them killing you, as a general rule.
I'll leave it at that, but I appreciate you and...
Yeah, so Ben's position is just fucking stupid.
So my nigga Teflon Don just dodged a bullet literally and is still standing. Meanwhile Sleepy Joe catches COVID and can't even stand. Shows you who the real leader is. Trump 2024 said we about to take back the White House and we gonna gas all you niggers.
Well, that's probably not going to happen because the Alan Lichtman's 13 Keys model has the greatest predictability. And based on his model, it looks like Joe Biden's going to win the presidency. So, thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Dodo donated $2. Can you get all the necessary nutrients from just steak and eggs? I'm looking to quit my vegan diet. No, you're going to be deficient in a number of things, particularly vitamin C and folate. So, no. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
For the love of God, people fetus are not living beings. End of story. Bye bye. See you later.
Well, the question isn't whether or not they're living. The question is whether or not they have moral value. And I would say a fetus that is not sentient has no moral value. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Mussolini took the time to pop his head back up into the line of fire. You know, like a genius. And I want you to know we are all happy the former president wasn't killed. Look, guys, whatever you think about this podcast, I don't want him dead. I just want him gone. The damage to Trump's ear was so severe, he needed a Lipton tea bag to heal it. Here's what a dink this guy actually is. The day after he was shot, he went golfing with no bandage. But he shows up the RNC with a small carry-on bag stuck to his head. Trump is fine. And if you think an inch from dying would change this man,
I didn't know that. Did he actually go golfing without a bandage? It was a tiny little nick. Like, the bullet barely hit his ear. So, like, that's the type of injury where after, like, a day, you wouldn't need a bandage.
then you're more gullible than his supporters.
He didn't lose.
Do you believe the election was stolen?
Yes.
There are aspects of the 2020 election that were unfair.
Come on, this is the same guy who buried his ex-wife on his golf course to cheat taxes. He stole money from a kids' cancer charity and now, by law, can't ever have another charity. He's the same guy. I always wonder why people think God saved him. If you believe in God, you got to believe in his nemesis. I'm pretty sure Satan got involved this weekend. Now, let's talk about the real assassination attempt that is ongoing. These people are trying to kill democracy. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Jerry Nadler, and the we're gonna lose crew. You know, after Biden's debate with Trump, let's you and me fight. Some Democrats and left-wing media got behind Joe Biden so they could plunge 8-inch daggers into his back. In the most Shakespearean move since Taylor Swift took down Jake Gyllenhaal. Democrats are killing their own candidate. Do you get that?
Should I avoid polyester and other things that shed microplastics? I can't say it would be a bad idea. Every kind of decision you make is going to have a risk-benefit analysis. I can't tell you what the risks are with wearing polyester clothing. I would imagine it's pretty minor, and the inconvenience of having to buy natural fibers like cotton, hemp, shit like that, it may outweigh the benefit for you personally of avoiding microplastics with that specific avenue of exposure. So I don't know. I can't say it's a bad thing. It's probably has benefits, but I don't know if that benefit is worth it enough to go through the inconvenience of having to, only purchase natural fibers and the, specific kind of maintenance also required with like cold washing, not being able to use a dryer in some circumstances, having to use like certain detergents. So I don't know.
Hell yeah, Trump is the Antichrist, case closed.
I mean, I would be more willing to believe that than believe God saved him. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. LMFAO Cope Harder. We're gonna win in a fucking landslide. Probably win 45 states. So again, these polls have no predictive capability. So we'll see, Kid Boo. We'll see. Thanks for the donation, man.
Destiny was shot to death recently by his son Nathan. Awesome day.
Bro, is that Nathan? Oh my god!
Pac-Man with much love, Mr. XXQCL.
Oh, Jesus fuck! What the fuck is Nathan? Yeah, is that Nathan, chat? What the fuck is he doing?
That's pretty funny.
Jeez.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
I would like to point out that the Democrats aren't killing Biden. They are killing democracy. The polls also show that Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, or any other Democrat they put against Trump polls the same or worse than Joe. And Kamala is already on the ticket. You're going to split that up. Look, guys, if Biden can't finish his term.
Yeah, it's stupid. Why wouldn't you just run Biden, and then if he can't finish his term for whatever reason, if he just has health issues or if he dies or something like that, then Kamala Harris takes the presidency. So why would you have her run when she's polling as good or worse than Biden? It makes no fucking sense.
She gets to be president. Yeah, and we can do that without dragging her high school boyfriend out to talk smack during the campaign. So why? Why after the best record since FDR are these turncoat Democrats going after pop? Money. Biden's going to make millionaires and billionaires pay. Biden wants a 25% tax on those with more than 100 million.
Gee, I wonder if that's actually part of it. Because he is planning on increasing taxes for the extremely wealthy. That might be why his donors want him out. Because they figure they could pressure other Democrats not to raise taxes on them. That is actually a plausible angle. That one faggot in VG's chat donated $2.
The Secret Service agent who took out the person attempting to assassinate Trump has now lost his job. Not only that, he had the person in his line of sight for over 3 minutes but was given direct orders not to take the shot, which makes you think the person in charge of the Secret Service should be the one losing their job, not the person who was ordered not to take the shot. What's even crazier is that over 100 people
I would have just taken the shot anyway. Like the guy was clearly gonna shoot at Trump. Who cares about your orders?
saw the assassinator on the roof before he even took the shot. Take a look.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there.
We have people that just not here. On the roof.
What doesn't make sense is how this person got on the roof in the first place when Trump is supposed to be one of the most protected people on the planet. Also, if you look at the top of the roof, you can see that it's completely white and the person on top of the roof sticks out like a sore thumb. So to sit there for 3 minutes having this person in your line of sight but be ordered not to take the shot makes you question why the person who's in charge of the Secret Service is not being held responsible. The FBI is currently investigating all of this, so
yeah, it is pretty weird. I've heard I've heard some things. I don't know how true it is, but apparently there was a Secret Service agent posted on that roof at one point. They might have been ordered not to take the shot because there's some confusion over who that was on the roof. Who the fuck knows, though?
Tyson invented his own push-up for maximum knockout power. Let's check it out. The Mike Tyson push-up is an advanced push-up Tyson believed increased punching power. It targets virtually every major muscle in the body, compared to standard push-ups that recruit primarily the chest, shoulders, and triceps. The Mike Tyson push-up also raises your heart rate faster and burns more calories. Just make sure to keep your feet flat against the wall behind you and get a full range of motion in both the knees and the arms. I used Mike Tyson's training methods behind bars, and then I use them to build a strength program for people who don't connect with modern fitness and prefer to train in the gritty.
Interesting. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, that one faggot.
Billion. You know, the owners, as this guy said.
They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies.
It would raise $500 billion over 10 years for childcare and paid parental leave, like other countries. And that would also lift the average tax rate for America's.
Really, the woman was fired for trying to stop the former president from getting shot at. How dumb. Look, I hate Trump, but this woman was just doing her job. She does not deserve to be fired for it.
Yeah, if she's in charge of protecting Trump, I'd want her to keep her job for sure. Thanks for that donation, Dota.
1,000 billionaires from 8.2% and bringing in line with the same 25% paid by you and me. And the owners don't want that. Biden is also breaking up monopolies because monopolies do monopoly shit, like price gouge, bust unions, buy competition, and then they charge more for shittier made stuff. Every financial analyst says corporate profits are driving more than half of the current inflation increases. The prices we are paying for everything are actually outpacing the cost of making everything. Yet inflation is dropping because of Biden.
Not a joke. Fact.
So because the Dems aren't getting their political checks to fill their political action committees, the Democrats are turning on the one guy who actually did what they've been telling us they were going to do. Because like every politician, the Democrats were lying. Look, it's no joke. Joe's 81. He's not corrupt. He doesn't need money. He truly cares about you and I, the American people. He cares about democracy and soft food and a good dump.
Not a joke.
Because he's old. Does that surprise you? Did you think he was going to get younger in 4 years? This guy is also 81. Yeah. And even he doesn't poll as good as Biden. Oh, I'm Christopher Titus, and this is the Armageddon Update. God.
Base take.
Hey, what's up? There are three things out.
Then again, Trump is a worthless piece of shit.
He is indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Taking on lateral forces in the ankle when he's sprinting because he's actually stepping out versus stepping forward. This is because in acceleration you have to produce torque and lateral force to make sure you're accelerating at your full potential. If you limit rotation and lateral forces, you're going to end up becoming stiff and you're not going to be able to sprint at your max speed. See, the ankle needs to be a store and releasing machine when it comes to sprinting. And building strength with isolation movements in the lower limb complex is only going to take you so far. Unless you're a beginner, then you might see some gains. You have to understand that no amount of tib and calf raises are going to improve your ankle complex if the ankle has poor limb timing, co-contractions, storage and release of elastic energy, and overall spring tolerance that you need to be athletic. So if you want strength and elasticity in the ankle, you need to be able to build stiffness and spring in inversion and eversion of the ankle. So let's go through this simple progression to develop the ankle complex the right way for sprinting. But first, if your goal is to sprint faster and you want done for you progressive workouts to improve your sprint speed every single month, then click the link below and join the Speed Academy to improve your sprint speed with hundreds of other athletes. Level 1 of this progression is extensive lateral pogos. This isn't the greatest exercise since it's 2 foot. You're not really challenging eversion and inversion correctly, but this exercise is still a great way to add elastic context to the lower limb complex in a lateral fashion. Now level 2 is lateral pogos, where you're trying to pop off the ground for speed, but now you're going distance. So you have a hurdle and you're trying to pop over the hurdle and actually cover some distance off 2 feet. Level 3 is a single leg extensive pogo, where we're barely hopping off the ground, but we're just staying in place and popping off the ground for extensive periods of time. Level 4 is an extensive single leg pogo, but now we're jumping laterally. So we're trying to, you can even add a little tape measure. So it's kind of like those foot drills where you're just popping off the ground, trying to be elastic off the ground. The next level is going to be slant board single leg pogos, where we're popping onto the slant board and popping off to.
This guy is a respected lib pollster. Reignited calls to replace Biden with his new model, suggesting Trump would mock Biden last month. It's now being reported he works for a company ran by Peter Thiel.
Oh, wow. That's funny. He's staying in. Here's the 13 keys which don't turn on fickle polling. Another 13 keys is that the president isn't able to reliably complete a sentence. Yeah, that's just... It's funny he says that when Trump slurs all the fucking time. Let me see if
The appearance.
I think I had the
Wouldn't
video
you?
up. Where is it? I might have closed it. Let me see.
Meanwhile, here at the White House, there was a moment at the end of the president's speech yesterday on Jerusalem.
Let us rethink old assumptions and open our hearts and minds to possible and possibilities. And
Does he have like something in his mouth? Is he chewing on tobacco or?
finally, I ask the leaders of the region, political and religious, Israeli and Palestinian, Jewish and Christian and Muslim, to join us in the noble quest for lasting peace. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, that's there's way worse ones. Let me see.
We have to be honest with ourselves. He's declining, and there is $8 a gallon gas right now.
At $8 a gallon, now $5, $6, $7, and even $8 a gallon. By contrast, under the Trump leadership, my leadership, inflation was non-existent, and we had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon. Doesn't that sound beautiful? Beautiful.
Now, let me be extraordinarily honest with you. Gas prices are publicly available. Gas prices are down 40% to an average of $3.05 a gallon. Then look at the other things Trump tries. Trump says, name one thing that's gotten better under Biden. And the crowd is silent because we all know what word he says here. He says something about Christmas. He says, we're going to have a blank something by Christmas. I think he calls it a U-ish economy by Christmas. I don't know what that means. I think it's what he's saying. Take a listen to it.
With your vote by Christmas, and we're going to have it by Christmas 2024, that's just shortly after the election, because of the momentum of our victory, we will have a Eunice economy roaring.
We will have a Eunice. What is that word?
He slurs constantly in practically every speech. So, like, this guy Nate Silver is a fucking idiot. He does what every critic of Alan Lichtman does. They can't actually criticize his model, so they'll just try to say, oh, well, the model doesn't, account for this or account for this. Again, you could argue that, but what model do you have that has greater predictability? So, fuck yourself.
Can you find me brand of vegan serious scalp shampoo?
I would tell you to just Google it. I have no idea. I don't know of any vegan psoriasis scalp shampoo. Just Google it. That's the only advice I can give you. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen. Alan donated $2. Biden's talking about setting term limits for the Supreme Courts and putting a cap on how much landlords can raise rent each year to 5% or have penalties. They have to do more for rent control. We're getting to a point where, like, this idea of trying to maximize profits on property and treating property as some sort of asset that you can profit off of, it's just becoming stupid. The cost of living due to rent and housing is just ballooning out of fucking control. And I don't think it's a good start. It's something, So, I'm not going to fault him for it, but like, that's just not enough. But yeah, there absolutely should be term limits for Supreme Court justices. Like when you have people like Alito and Clarence Thomas that could stay in there like practically indefinitely, it's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Alan. Mike donated $2. Do you know any escort service sites that are legit? I do not. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to give you any advice there. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
To the slant board, if you want acceleration focus, do this variation. If you want max velocity focus, then do this variation. The goal with plyometrics like these is to build spring tolerance in the tendon. There's no strength work in the world that will bring the tendon spring.
Is someone at great health risk from a deep bite in their finger from a dog with all their shots? No. You're actually less likely to get an infection from a dog bite than from a human bite. So something like staph is much less likely to occur from a dog bite versus a human bite. But I would still just go to a hospital and maybe see if they'd recommend antibiotics. And I just keep a close eye on that finger. If you see unusual redness and swelling, then it's probably infected and you should go on antibiotics.
Spring loads. All you're doing is adding compressive forces to the tendon, but in sport, we actually need to be able to resist ground reaction forces and then redirect those forces to the direction that we want to go. So the number one tip in this video is to make sure you train the tendon at the right speeds that you're going to be playing at. And this also goes for the ankles, the feet, the knees, whatever you're trying to train. Most of the time, you just need to be training at the speed that you're going to be playing at, and you're probably always going to see results. It's never going to be inconsistent. It's never going to be a what if. There is no what if. If you're training strength,
is one of the best athletes in the entire world. It's not all about vertical jump or speed, but today we're going to break down his oval based off reaction. So once you see a light, you go. It's really good for reactions, good for some proprioception benefits. And then we're also doing a lateral hurdle hop, which is for when you're playing that actual signal is really important. So yeah, it's overall pretty good. And it seems like they're also, a lot of reps here, but that's okay. It's kind of more of an extensive drill. Say like jumping high or running fast. Up tight hips look like 20 on the 2 feet to 1. That's because the intensity on the actual ankle is so much higher, because this is much more of a athleticism exercise, a little bit more muscle dominant, but it's really going to improve your elasticity, change direction, athletes especially. Okay, anti-extension. So anti-core extension with band resistance. So we're teaching the body how to do, we're teaching the body how to do hip extension with this lower. So this band, it's called a Palloff press, right? Palloff.
How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
I am feeling just fine, James. Still feeling good about that 410 bench. And let me see if there's any new Frank vids. He has 2 new shorts, but that's it. No new videos. Let me see.
What's up? How are you guys? We got a lot of restock.
What the fuck is going on with his eyes?
Stocks down here at Frankie's.
Yeah, his right eye is like
stocks down here.
More fucked up all of a sudden, and it's more cross-eyed. What the fuck happened?
At Frankie's range.
Or no, I think this is his right eye. I think this is his left eye. It's just that his camera's flipped. This is more cross-eyed than it was before.
Meet this week, so let me show you around.
On organ supplements, we finally have the thyroid powder back in stock.
Are probiotics good after taking antibiotics? I would say no. I haven't seen any research supporting the idea that taking a probiotic after an antibiotic helps with anything. I don't know too many doctors that recommend a probiotic after an antibiotic treatment. I haven't seen any research on probiotics really doing anything, honestly. So I would say no. Unless you talk to a gastroenterologist and they recommend something, I'd just say no.
As well as plenty of the male virility beef testicles for testosterone at the most affordable price on.
Ethan Hawke is nothing compared to his big, veiny brother, Mike Hawke. Mike Hawke is thick. Mike Hawke is hairy. Mike Hawke drips when he's happy. Mike Hawke throbs on a hot summer day. Would you play with Mike Hawke? Maybe let Mike Hawke make you breakfast?
No, I don't think I'd do any of that. Thanks for the donation, though, large bloody anal fissure.
Online. On.
Yes, so eating testicles does not do anything to increase your testosterone.
Frankie's Naturals, we've restocked our cavity cure concentrate with hydroxyapatite. And the natural clay shampoo is finally back after a few month hiatus. And on Frankie's Free Range Meat, we are restocking all of our glandulars. Here is some beef pancreas.
Just why? Who the fuck eats this?
As well as the beef prostate. We're also...
Why in the fuck would you eat a prostate? What does he think you're getting out of a prostate gland?
Packaging up plenty of fresh thyroid glands.
Ew. Dude, this looks unsanitary as fuck.
As well as the beef ovary glands.
Dude, that looks unsanitary as fuck, bro.
And the bed canopies just came in on Wi-Fi shielding. A lot of you guys have been asking me for the queen and king canopies, so Frankie's Strange Meat, organ supplements, Wi-Fi shielding, a lot of restocks for you guys. Check them all out.
That is gross.
A lot of you guys have been emailing me about our macronutrient enzymes on organ supplements because we are sold out. Unfortunately, I can't really afford to restock them because, you know, you have to get a pretty large amount at once, and that takes me 2 or 3 years to sell. But we do have pre-orders open for...
Yeah, he's still very cross-eyed. It actually looks like this eye is pointing up, and this one's pointing more level, but it still looks like it's kind of inward.
For this supplement, and the reason I'm doing this is because it's by far the most effective and affordable digestive enzyme on the market. It will literally dissolve your food, and it's like half the price of anything else available.
Yeah, that's a lie.
These are the natural enzymes that occur in the human pancreas, the small intestine, as well as the enzymes that are produced by the liver. So especially when you're having digestive issues, this really works, and it's the only effective supplement that a lot...
Well, that's also something that might get him problems with the FDA. If you're making claims like this, that would fall under like medical advice.
A lot of people have tried. We do have our probiotic now, but it can really help to have this additionally. So if we get like 100 pre-orders on organsupplements.com, I'll get it back in stock for you guys, but it might be a month or two.
Well, that's Frank. He's still retarded, but it's nothing new.
Is Frank into zoophilia? All these animals being sexually molested?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. He is kind of a disgusting freak. Thanks for the donation, James.
The state of most commentary channels.
Let's see what's new on YouTube today. This documentary looks interesting. I'll just go watch that.
This person is infamously known for his crimes against humanity. His name is Mr. Balls.
Oh my god. What did he do?
He started off as a Roblox YouTuber, but things took a dark turn when he posted this tweet. It says, "My favourite colour is white." This shows how he is a white supremacist and is also very racist.
That doesn't even make sense.
He also allegedly doxed an 11-year-old boy.
Wow, that's so scary.
This is why you should use NordVPN, the sponsor of today's...
Yeah, that's basically commentary channels. Thanks for the donation, Nig R. Alan Wiltsius donated $2. Imagine if Trump was killed, he'd become a martyr and make MAGA a full-blown cult. God saved him to save us all, lol. I don't think so. I think that would it would just be better if he was Minecrafted. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Press, I'm sorry. So it's a lot of tension at the top, ability in the knee, in the ankle, and in the core all at once while pressing it away from the body to make it more difficult. And then, yeah, it's just really good for like post defense, being strong on off. This right here, this is for abduction, adduction. So he's doing a, was it like a copagen or cophagen? People make fun of me for how I say it. My English is terrible, I'm sorry. Where you turn on the adductor, and then you also are doing some core stabilization here. Thousands of things, but overall it's a great exercise. Eccentric, you know, like 100% best exercise. Hopefully this is a pretty heavy band. Oh, and you're not really feeling like your chest activate with strength on the core. So having to stay out of intensity.
Okay.
I see athletes get wrong all the time when training their athleticism and explosiveness that limit their progress or make them feel like they're not meant to be good athletes. All three are super common, but number three, nobody seems to talk about. So the first one up is how we lift. There's so many benefits to strength training, but one of the main benefits that athletes get is force production. Your ability to apply force into the ground is one of the most important things for running faster and jumping higher. Simply put, in order for you to get off the ground, you have to apply force into the ground to propel yourself up into the sky or forward while sprinting. The most important part that everyone needs to focus on when lifting is the up portion, so the concentric of any lift.
Untitled donated $2. Any Shreve cringe? Oh yeah, we haven't looked at Johnny Shreve in a while.
A lot of guys.
Let's see. How to grow bigger traps. Menno Henselman's worst advice ever. I know for sure that's going to be stupid. This chest workout mistake will injure you. Fix the gap in your chest with this complete workout. There's nothing specifically you can do to build up the gap in your chest aside from just getting a bigger chest. I used to have a much more pronounced gap in my chest, and just gaining more muscle fixed that. Like there are some people with I can't remember what it's called, but their chest literally just doesn't attach. It's like just highly separated. There's nothing you can do about it. It's some kind of chest wall deformity. All right, we'll watch some of those.
Lift where you're shortening the muscles and contracting the specific muscle groups that you're trying to focus on. So for an example, we're going to use the squat. The eccentric portion is lowering the bar closer to the ground, and the concentric portion is going to be lowering the bar away from the ground. Now, in order for athletes to develop optimal power, you have to move the bar from the bottom position of a squat to the top position of a squat. So from the bottom of the ground to the top of the ground in 0.6 seconds. So the first most common mistake is athletes not driving the bar up as fast as possible in all their compound lifts to develop the most amount of power and force production capable. This can usually happen when athletes lift too heavy, or let's just say 80% of your 1 rep max or above. When they get to this threshold, usually the velocity of the bar is so slow that it takes them about 2 to 3 seconds for them to even finish the lift on the concentric portion. Or it comes from the athletes just simply not
0.6 seconds. I wonder how fast my 405 went up. 0.6 seconds. That's probably more than 0.6. Do I have my phone? That was a pretty fast 1 rep. Like for, that was sub-maximal, technically. That was pretty quick. Let me see. Okay, I think that was 1.53 roughly.
Not focusing on driving the bar as hard as possible through triple extension. For most people whose goal is to focus on becoming more explosive or powerful, you're going to want to drive the bar up as fast as possible from a half squat or a quarter squat position, because in the research it shows that the most benefits in your vertical jump and speed gains come from joint angle specificity, which is simply put, if you could produce a lot of force with load on your back, let's say, from joint angles that you would use while playing basketball or sprinting or jumping, you would improve the potential of the force production being done when you actually sprint or jump. And this is because you're loading up the actual angles that you produce force in while sprinting or jumping. If you want to become a great sprinter, I have a free workout from you from my new program that's coming out in the middle of April. It's called Just Sprint Pro. It's a 12-month program. If you want a free workout, click right here. All you gotta do is put in your email. It's completely free, and then I'll send you the workout in your email, and then you can get a full high quality speed workout that kind of applies. Next up is something you're probably very familiar with, and that is just simply doing form drills or jogging for your warm-up. Athletes will usually start their warm-ups with stretching or a lot of jogging for hours that is very fatiguing on the body, or they'll just do form drills that will improve their technique after hours of drilling the form, 10,000 hours some people might say. The longer you warm up, the harder it is to have quality speed and vertical jump training during your main workout. Think about timing your 40-yard dash right now. And then on top of that, they'll add form drills to continuously work on their technique right before they do their explosive training. 100% fresh, not 99%, 110% fresh to actually get the gains from. So yes, the second biggest mistake is not doing coordinative work as your warm-up. Most people will do their conditioning as their warm-up first and then do the slow form drills, and now they're beat up and tired for their explosive work. We're just gonna start off with the form drills or the high coordinative work that will challenge your nervous system to turn it on. So like you've seen in the thumbnail, doing regular A-skips probably is not gonna do a lot of great stimulus to your brain to actually leave a long-lasting trash. What you see all the time is an athlete will do a sprint racing someone or by themselves and then wait 10 seconds just to do another sprint again, and then just repeat that 10 to 20 times until somebody throws up. That is your average high school workout. Someone misses a free throw and then all of a sudden they have 10 laps and you wonder why your athletes are super unathletic. I will say I do not recommend this for any type of athlete. I don't see the benefits in mental toughness. It doesn't improve your conditioning, and all it will do is hurt your athleticism. And aerobic slow twitch conditioning workouts is not going to help anybody develop power or fast twitch muscle fibers. And because these workouts are so low in rest, it ends up being low in force output, which increases slow twitch fibers. And this athlete, but a freak on the court. So the question is, what should you do instead? For every high intensity sprint that is under 50 meters, you should wait 2 minutes for every 10 meters that you travel. So if you do a 20-meter sprint, you should be sitting and resting for 4 minutes. This also applies for max effort jumps. If you do a set of repeat jumps or a max effort.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel.
That sounds like a good coach. All right, how to grow bigger traps.
Today, guys, we're going to talk about the trap muscles. Where they're located, what do they do, and how to train them properly so you can maximize your muscle growth. Let's get into it. All right, guys, to help me out with anatomy, Eric, you're up. Let's talk about the traps and where they're located. The traps are one complete muscle and they do a few different things. Number one, the trap's basically going to attach to right underneath your skull. From here, and then it goes all the way down to the side of your shoulders, connects there, connects all of these things together, it comes down the shoulder.
Dude, you know what gives you a sick fucking trap pump? If you do shoulder shrugs and then you do some neck training with a harness where you're like lifting your head up, that gives you a sick trap pump.
Shoulder blades and connects right down to about here. Now, what does it do? There's 3 different parts. You got this part, one part, mid part, and lower part. They do a couple things. Number one, they're gonna actually help tilt the head left and right. It's gonna actually help you look even up. Good. It also
You gotta see that this I cannot be live, this is even a real movie, it's laughable, get ready to see some effing so stupid it will make your brain rot twice.
My wife started collecting old Bibles. I didn't get it at first, and then the government edited versions came. It's like she knew it was coming.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So you're not gonna help him?
It's just gonna end badly.
Okay, well maybe I'll go then.
Dear God, this is actually fucktarded. There's a weird, this is actually a fairly common belief among United States Christians. They think the government is trying to, like, come after the Bible and, like, make Christianity illegal. They're not. And what's funny is religious advocates, like Christian nationalists, they're the ones that are actually trying to put restrictions on religious freedoms. Not like secular progressives. Secondly, it's protected in the United States Constitution, so unless you, like, fundamentally change the U.S. Constitution, it would be impossible to ban any religious texts, especially the Christian Bible. And secondly, we live in the age of the internet. It would be impossible to ban the Bible because you could just readily get it off the internet. It's just retarded.
Honey, is this even possible?
It's a risk we have to take.
You're gonna need a really good team to pull this off.
Guys, this job is unlike anything we've ever done before. There are 7 underground churches spread throughout Ohio, Kentucky, and Illinois. Each church has designated one of its members to come out of hiding. Our job is to deliver a single copy of the scriptures to that person.
All while flying under the radar of Homeland Security.
So if you want out, now's the time.
I just don't think you've thought through the risks.
Are you questioning everyone else like this?
Everyone else is not my daughter. I'd warn you not to do it.
Come on, Jim, I need you.
Then you take it to them. Just leave us out of it.
Maybe we should rethink this whole thing.
No one does what we do.
I didn't think it was gonna be like this. What'd you think it was gonna be like?
Not this.
People need the Bible, and I'm gonna get it to them.
If not us, I have no word of God.
Well, that is a stupid, dumb, boring, lame-ass movie.
Does shoulder elevation. It's gonna pull the scapulas up, your shoulder blades up, and your shoulders. It's gonna pull it right up. There you go. And then your lower traps actually pull them down. So that muscle is from here all the way down to here and all across. It's a lot of muscle. And there's overlap too of where the lats are. So you can see where some things can have a little bit of crossover. And then it also does scapular retraction. Now, because the traps are basically doing 3 movements, if I say do scapular retraction but do the middle trap, you're going to have something like a little bit of elevation and scapular retraction. Your shoulder blades will pinch together on a direction this way. Now, if I say do the same thing but do it with your lower traps, if you pull them together, it keeps the shoulders depressed while pulling the shoulder blades together. Now we know how that works. And all those movements are positive or concentric movements. So we want to load those movements. So here's how you load those movements properly.
Hey guys, before we continue with this video, I gotta make sure you guys are hydrated. You hydrated yet? Probably not. Check it out, I got errands for you. Guys, use my code Johnny10 for 10% your next order of Amino Fast right now.
I just want to talk about training our chops on our neck. We're still going to have a little bit of that incorporated. So, a couple things. We want to be able to load the muscles in the best way. If I want to load...
It's synthetas now, just to make matters even worse. What is sin maturing into?
What fucking theaters would that even be playing at? Yeah, like, dude, theaters are losing money playing fucking Marvel movies. How in the fuck are they making any movies off these like shitty independent Christian films? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
The traps in the orientation of Johnny, I want bigger traps. I want the traps that when you do this, you see them. I want the traps that when I'm wearing a t-shirt, you see them from the front. I want those kind of traps. What are those kind of traps? Well, those kind of traps is when you load the muscle from low to pull your shoulder blades up and your collarbone and your shoulders in general. It just does this. That's the best way to do it. We could do it with a dumbbell. I mean, a heavy dumbbell, but regardless, doing with a dumbbell like this will challenge that part of my traps. I want the traps everyone sees from the front. I'm loading it anyway like this. What's the best way to get the nice traps in the back that are coming out of your back, right? When you look at the back, when you're wearing a t-shirt, you don't want to see the big lumps by the neck, you want the lumps by the back too. The back thickness, the mid trap and the lower traps. How do we load that? Simple. So if I want to load the traps mid to high, I can just load it this way with a cable or anything that I'm pinching the shoulder blades but pulling up at the same time. I want to load it this way. If I just want to do some good traps like this.
They have a really good trap training exercise at Westside Barbell. Westside Barbell Wheelbarrow. Let me see.
What's your opinion on weighted carries?
That's not it. Yeah, it's a wheelbarrow thing. What you can do is you can push it out and then pull it in as you're also shrugging up. It's a really cool exercise. I don't know who the fuck sells these things. I'd actually get one.
Great. I'm still getting the scapular retraction and the shoulder elevation. But if I want more of the shape of the elevation, I want to get a little closer and let it pull me from lower. But either way, you're still going to get the same stimulus whether you pull from here or directly on top like this. Now, if you want to get the mid trap, the only way to really do that is actually shoulder depression, but also scap retraction. And the best way to load it that way is vertically. So if I'm going to be this way, I want to challenge my shoulder blades to be open, protraction. Again, actively, that's when the lats help out. Having the scapulas open like this and completely close is going to challenge that part of the traps. You get to work it horizontally this way and horizontally and vertically. And
I think that's a complete waste of time. If you're going to be working that area of your trap when you're doing any kind of horizontal rowing. So this is a waste of time.
then to really load it, we have to bring the lats into it to do the full row, because at that point we can actually load that muscle even more. We get a longer duration of the set that if I do a heavy row from here, if I just do this with a lot of weight, or do this and then have to keep it under tension the entire back and loading, I have a better chance at creating more muscle recruitment. So if you want to just build the traps, you can build the traps doing your back exercises by making sure we get a good amount of scapula being open or protraction. We can load it.
Dog, I tried sounding for the first time. Holy shit, I have such mixed emotions afterwards. It was kind of fucking crazy. Anyway, how do I treat the shoulder pain I'm feeling when I lat raise? It's coming from the top center of my shoulder.
Well, Well, for one thing, you don't have to lift the lateral raise completely parallel or beyond parallel. Usually where people experience pain in the lateral raise is when they get around parallel or above parallel. So just stop short of parallel. It's totally fine. There's pretty much no hypertrophic benefit anyway when you go to parallel or beyond parallel. Most of the hypertrophy benefit you're going to get is like in the lower stretched position. You might also want to work on external rotation strength. So doing things like face pulls, that cable exercise where you externally rotate, things like that. You can also lie down on a bench and externally rotate with a dumbbell. That might also help prevent shoulder pain. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification. Hope that helps.
What is up? It's your boy Johnny Shreve. I have BB Pro, Mr. Telling it is. Welcome back to the channel, guys. We got to clear the air. I already saw this other clip. He's talking about Menno Henselman, and he put a video out a little bit ago. This is how many years steroids cut off your life. So here's some clips here of what he's saying.
Steroids, or to be precise, anabolic androgenic steroids, are bad for you. Nobody disputes that. However, how bad are they exactly? Are we talking one steroid cycle is going to cut your life short by 10 years?
This video is basically talking about how many years will you actually lose if you take steroids. Now, there's a problem with this video. My job is to do my best to make sure I provide as much valuable information for you guys to be able to train better, eat more optimal, just live a healthier life based on my knowledge, my experience, the mistakes I've made to help you guys not make the same mistakes and hopefully live a longer life and avoid some of the things that I've done. Doc Mike, Greg Doucette, Mike Van Wig, Jeff Nippert, Will Tennyson, you come and follow us because you see us, how we look, you like however we resonate to you, and you believe that we know something that you can use to help better your life or get you closer to your goals. Here's a saying I heard. All someone has to do is know 5% more than you, and you think they know everything. But in this case, Henselman knows way more than 5% of a lot of things, and especially in this space, him being a researcher, he knows way more. Way more. So when someone like him says,
it would seem that yes, there is an increased risk while you're using the steroids, but afterwards in life, the presumably healthier lifestyle of these athletes was enough to offset these negative effects in the long term and even make them still live longer than the general population. However, it's worth keeping in mind that even though steroid usage was very popular at this time, the dosages used were not remotely comparable to today's bodybuilders and elite athletes.
In the article, the anti-doping policy jurisdiction, the common jurisdiction of anti-doping.
Oh my God, he can't read. Justification. Justification. And he says jurisdiction. How do you see justification and read that as jurisdiction? That doesn't even make any sense.
Policies in the belief that performance-enhancing drugs, PEDs, harm athletes' health. Basically saying, in general, PEDs do more harm than good in athletes that don't even need it. That makes sense, right? Basically, I'm not going to give
That's not what it said.
you something if you don't need it. If I go to the doctor, hey doc man, I need to get on TRT, then they'll be like, all right, cool, let me see your blood work. Get your blood work done. Your blood work's fine. You don't need TRT. Sorry about that. See you later. So if you don't need steroids, those people who do not need steroids, who are elite athletes, it does more harm than good. Training for elite performance itself is not a healthy activity and has inherent health risks. Training elite athletes, when I talk about elite athletes, and here's the thing, the verbiage used, language, means that them saying elite athletes is not the same as saying a bodybuilder. A bodybuilder is not an elite athlete. Understand that. When they're doing studies, this entire study is done on
I don't know how he's defining athlete. Pro bodybuilders are elite athletes in their sport of bodybuilding. So I don't know how he's defining athlete. Is it anybody but a bodybuilder? Dodo donated $2. You know, between this movie, Sound of Freedom, and the all four soon to be 5 of the Gods Not Dead movies, what is with all these Christian nutjob movies recently, and why the fuck are they being released in theaters when they are clearly low budget as hell? I don't know, dude. They're managing to get distribution somehow. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Riley, the logical vegan, donated $2. Let's see.
What's up, baby? What's going on? Chicken, chicken, chicken. Yes.
Wow, that's a good parrot. Ooh, cockatiels. Wow, they like rubs. That's amazing. I like how cockatiels beatbox. Those are some good parrots. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
What is up? Welcome back. Elite performing athletes. So that would be me back in the day playing football, baseball, basketball, Olympic athletes, your sprinters, gymnastics, all those things, all those actual sports do have some kind of health risk to them. Every single one do. Boxers, MMA fighters. Those are what they're talking about when it comes to elite athletes. That athlete is 100% gonna outlive Joe Schmo sitting on the couch doesn't train whatsoever. So if I do an article on the elite athlete who's used steroids or in the past has used will actually live longer than Couch Potato. What? Of course, because Couch Potato isn't healthy. The guy that's doing steroids, and even in this, is that Henselman says the healthy lifestyle of the elite athlete is offsetting the damage of steroid use. We're talking about elite performing athletes. Health risks. Sudden cardiac death is a leading cause of death among young athletes, but it's not linked to banned PED use. Some elite athletes have trained so hard that they got rhabdo and died of cardiac arrest.
Sudden cardiac death in young elite athletes is due to maladaptive cardiomyopathy, not rhabdo. So that's what it's from. It's not from rhabdo.
Despite negative health impacts of training or training for elite performance, these effects are generally reversible. You think that LeBron James is eating
What am I eating? I'm eating broccoli and baby carrots.
Sam Sulek's diet? They're eating healthy. So it means that when they stop doing steroids or something happens to them in that time, in the process of training for their elite training, means that their bodies will recover because they are 99th percentile genetically gifted freaks. Let's go in further into this. All right, morbidity and mortality in elite athletes. The use of banned substances among elite athletes is high, yet morbidity and mortality rates are not higher than your general population. Let me read that again. Morbidity and mortality in elite athletes. Elite. I'm saying this again so you guys understand. Elite. The use of banned substances among elite athletes is high, yet their morbidity and mortality rates are not higher than the general population, meaning they're still healthier than the general population. Let's break down what elite athlete is and general population. An elite athlete individual who competes at the highest level of their chosen sport. These athletes typically exhibit exceptional physical abilities, dedication, and skills, and often participate in national and international competitions.
Well, I know why this video only got 6K views in 7 days. Holy fuck, he likes to repeat himself over and over and over again.
competitions. Here's some key characteristics of elite athletes. High level of skill. Obviously, that's right. Physical fitness. They're just
Horse pop for Richard, donated $2. Let's have a change of pace. Please watch at least 1 minute, though. I will also donate to make you sing it.
Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick. Have a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns back again when you tug on its wing kick. Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too. You find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Shut up, woman, get on my horse. Look at my horse is amazing. He's over there grazing, have a feel of his hoof. You'll find that road bulletproof, and if that's not enough, then take a look at his ball sack. Custom stylings, a ball sack looks fresh with a two-tone paint job. Don't you know? Now try this lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too. You find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Shut up, woman, get on my horse.
That was good. Thanks for the donation, horse pop for Richard. Riley, donated $2. Have you heard of this plant-based meat company before? If you came, or if you can, you should try and buy it. Their plant-based sweet chili chicken tenders are fucking delicious. Let me see. No. Never seen it. I'll be on the lookout, but I've never seen it. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Return the milk, donated $2. Return the milk or suffer the curse, and I hope you enjoy these throwbacks, Mr. Games.
Return the slab. What? Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
What's your offer?
This night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each worse than the last. Return the slab.
Ha! Nice try, Professor.
I never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog. Cow and Chicken was fucking weird.
Excuse me, cow. All right, cow. We know you're in there. Your evil milking ways are over. Allow me. I thought that tasted suspiciously like pig's milk.
And this pen was used by President Wilson to sign the 19th Amendment.
What's that?
The amendment allowing women to vote. Until then, not a woman here could vote no matter what age. But the 19th Amendment struck down that restrictive rule.
Why'd they go and do that? I didn't think chicks liked to vote.
Yeah!
Uh-oh.
Johnny Bravo was good.
Midnight snack. There are no vegetables. Perhaps the pantry. Nothing. There are no vegetables in the house. Must find a veg
Dexter's lap was good. Thanks for the donation. Return the milk. Dodo donated $2. Richest man in the world. Wow, steak and eggs with coffee in the morning really feels like a
How
power
all
up.
vegan debates go.
He is not the richest man in the world. But that is retarded anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me see.
So, dude, you're vegan now, huh? Yep, that's right. So, can I just ask like a couple questions? Sure, go for it. Don't you like miss meat? There's vegan meat and it's pretty good, so no. Oh, okay. So, do you do it for the animals? Yes, I do. But isn't eating animals natural? Rape and killing are natural. Something being natural does not tell you if it is good. Okay, but we've been eating animals for thousands of years. Rape and killing have also been happening for thousands of years. Got it. Hold on. So we're actually doing this. Doing what? The thing where you ask me infinite questions to find a loophole in veganism to make yourself feel better about... Okay, but what if you were on a stranded island and it was just me and a pig? Was that your question? I mean, yeah, so what would you do? I don't know what I would do, but I'm not in that situation and I have grocery stores. Okay, but don't plants? No, we don't have a good reason to think that plants feel pain as they do not have a central nervous system. Anything else? Are you good? Okay, but protein and B12, how do you get that? All whole plant-based foods have all essential amino acids, and for B12, you can have fortified foods or a supplement. Okay, what about humane farms, like humane
Have you seen Augie and the Cockroaches? Don't think I have.
slaughter? Would you let me kill your dog if I did it humanely? No, but dogs are bred to be pets. Dogs are bred for food in various places around the world. If you found out tomorrow that your dog was bred for food, would you let me humanely slaughter them? Okay, I get your point, but what about the jobs that animal farming provides? What about the jobs that dog farming provides? Should we allow people to commit animal cruelty if the animal cruelty qualifies as a job? Okay, definitely not. Are you done? Okay, but like what if animals overpopulate if we don't eat them? Animals are bred into existence for food. If we stop eating them, they wouldn't be bred into existence. They wouldn't overpopulate. Okay, but what about lions? Lions kill their kids. Is it ethical to kill your kids now? No. So stop using lions as a role model for morality. Okay, but isn't eating animals legal? Legality does not equal morality. Do you think that slavery was moral when it was legal? Got it, but wait, not everybody can go vegan. Can you? Right. Okay, but isn't being vegan expensive? It can be, just like a non-vegan diet can be expensive, but it can also be cheap depending on how you structure it. Okay, maybe I'm fine with farming dogs. No, you're not. You're trying to conveniently change your moral system to feel better about the fact that you're not vegan. Why do we have to give animals rights? They're not humans. Why do humans deserve rights and animals don't? Humans are smarter and can contemplate their existence. So it's fine to farm certain mentally handicapped humans who can't contemplate their existence? Well... what if I said yes? You would be disingenuously changing your position again to feel better about not being vegan. Okay, fine. Let me think. No, dude. You're doing the thing we talk about every week. What thing? Where you cope with the cognitive dissonance that you being vegan and veganism brings me by making up a bunch of random arguments I've never used in any other context ever? Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. But isn't eating animals natural?
Yep. That's how it goes. Thanks for that donation, ABC.
What is up? It's your boy John.
Johnny Shreve is highly, highly boring.
At the peak of their fitness. I'm talking everything in their body, what their body does, eating nutrition is elite. To see if they win. That's an elite athlete. Marker without medical guidance contributes and on my off of my
Well, that was a highly pointless fucking video.
back to the channel. Today, guys, we're going over my tier list of chest exercises. Here's how we're doing this. Hold your chest. I look at that as more like a chest and a tricep exercise. So for me, as good as exercise is, I'm gonna put it down in the, this all they got, still a good exercise. Now,
Why does it say decline dumbbell press, but it's a picture of a guy doing dips?
we got decline dumbbell press. Decline pressing for me, when it comes to dumbbell, you're gonna get a good stretch in the length.
I think he mixed up some of these time codes.
Part of lift, and you're gonna get full range of motion because it's dumbbells. You're gonna be able to get all the way down and all the way up. Great. The problem with it is setting it up. You gotta get inside. Damn near impossible. Some people make something. Setting it up.
I can't watch Shreve. He is just too boring, dude.
Johnny Shreve, I have BB Promos to tell like it is. Today we're
Prayer, which is really, really good. Either way, we're gonna keep going to this. Just different, emotional and behavioral skills that I can use to help with my
warming myself up. There's no stretch. There's a full range of motion. It's a good full range of motion, but there's no pause at the bottom. It's just a 1, 2. If you're going to warm up, you want to warm up.
Just try to just always
think about the movement more than the weight. And the weight.
If you're negative, even though reps, 9,
around like 12 or
10,
20 or
2, following week doing my first pro.
that side a little bit.
All right.
But
so we're
His videos are like actually shit. They're bad.
Are you having trouble building that middle part of your chest? Check it out. I put together 2 exercises in this chest workout that's gonna help fill that gap. Let's get into it. First things first, understanding the anatomy of the chest and why the middle part of your chest is. What does that look like? Our quarter full rep looks like this. Starting from the bottom, we're gonna press all the way to the top. We're gonna control all the way down. We're gonna stretch to the bottom. Punch all the way up. Half.
How is that going to fill the middle of your chest more than just doing a normal press?
You can't get a full rep. You're coming close. Hands are. When I press the D hand, when most can see in your pressing movements, even though we're doing a fly, we're still pressing the weight. So I want you to.
How is a fly going to increase the mass in the center of your chest? His videos are just bad. That was really bad.
Guys, welcome back to our channel. Now at 59, his physique so easily to drop down to this level. I mean, would easily to...
Jeez. He has some old man knees.
Drop down to this level. I mean, we're talking about 8-time Mr. Olympia.
Dude, he has the craziest ass I've ever seen. Imagine having an ass like this. You could, like, kill somebody if they put their arm in your ass. Like, if you wedged your hand in between his butt cheeks, he could probably squeeze so hard that he could break your hand.
Mr. Olympia, the king, the best genetics humankind ever saw, one of the biggest legs in bodybuilding. Comparing this to other bodybuilders after retirement, who is known for having one of the worst, with all the heart surgeries that he has 6 years old, have slightly better legs than Coleman.
Oh, showing us your legs. That's impressive.
And keep in mind that Arnold is 17 years older than Ronnie Coleman. Arnold at the same age of Ronnie Coleman now used to look something like this.
He looked good for a guy who's like, you know, in his 60s.
How is it possible? I don't know. But Joey has become much cuter. TTT. 77 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Oh my Alright, like I was saying, oh my god, that is amazing. Do you have any new videos of Joey I'd like to see? Joey's a really fucking adorable kitty. Thanks for the donation, even though. Bigo donated 218. Hey VG, hope you're doing well. Congrats on the 410 bench, and I wanted to thank you for your vids. I've been vegan for 8 years now because of you. Well, thank you, Bigo. Appreciate it. And, I'm glad I could convince you to go to the dark side. Thanks again, man.
Marcus Rohr, who was one of the biggest mass monster in Ronnie Coleman's era, you can clearly tell that he is still as huge as a house.
Alawali donated $2. Is this based? Let me see. I've never seen Eternal Quan. Never seen Charlotte. Never seen 91 Days. Yeah, I've never seen any of those. I don't think Death Note had any bad episodes. Like, some were better than others, obviously, especially, like, Season 1 compared to Season 2, but Death Note didn't really have any bad episodes. Psychopaths, I can't remember them, like, that anime having any bad episodes either. Prison School, that didn't have any bad episodes. That was great. Even, like, the Berserk 97 anime, I don't think any of those were bad. What else? I mean, there was an anime of Gantz that strayed really far from the manga, but I don't think any of those were bad. Parasite, I don't think that had a bad episode. Dorohedoro, none of those were bad.
I will assemble a Joey compilation soon. Congrats on 410. What's next?
I'm gonna do a lot of focus on quad training, and I'm also gonna go on a diet soon, so I'm just gonna get shredded. And then later, I might try to go for a 500-pound squat. Probably eventually try to do a 700-pound deadlift. And down the road, I might go for a 500-pound bench. Thanks for the donation, though, even now.
Even Dorian Yates, who said that he stopped training a long time ago, still looks something like this. Well, I know guys that it's not the same, since Ronnie had battled with herniated disc and has faced significant health challenges that have affected his mobility. But again, we are talking about the best genetics humankind ever saw. Like, how is it possible to lose everything? Every muscle. He used to have the biggest and the freakiest legs. Those thighs from 03 to 06 were unbelievably huge. That many criticized that, saying they overdeveloped. Paul Doucette used to call them horse legs.
Like, I find his ass became too big, you know? It just looked like a horse's hind leg in the back there, you know? I didn't really like that. I think we're all guilty of that. But for me, the best Ronnie, and I wish he had stayed there, best Ronnie. 98. 98. All day long. I take nothing away from Ron, man. Ron's just amazing.
Paul Doucette was a fucking freak back in the day. Paul Doucette was just fucking massive, dude. He had a ridiculous physique. I'm surprised he never really placed super high. Like, there are some competitions where he should have probably came in second or third. Like, he was just fucking massive, ridiculously huge. Wonder what it's like being that big.
Amazing, Mr. Olympia, right?
This amount of shredded muscle mass should be humanly impossible.
Can we look at hot women instead? She's kind of cute. Oh.
Got the arms, the back, the you.
Actually, eh. Is she gonna show her butt? See if there's any good muscle mommy content on Insta. Oh my god. That's a good kitty. Not a fan of the horse riding. Dude, those one-piece leotards are so fucking hot. Like, goddamn. Those are some nice cheeks. That's a good bum bum. Butts are just so great. I love butts.
But somehow, Rooney achieved it. Also, I want
Riley, the logical vegan, donated $2. Have you seen this before? What do you think of this famous show? Either watch the whole thing or skip to 11:10.
Surprise!
Mr. Bean was really good.
Have you ever tasted your own cum? Also, the Trump shooter should have used a bomb drone like in the Ukraine war. I bet that would have worked.
Yeah, that probably would have worked better. I have...
Guys completely unhinged. Watch at 2700, also a complete coward. Kamala Harris challenged him to a debate, he accepted and then a day later backtracked and declined.
Alright, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, JD Vance is a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Cody. I have, accidentally tasted my own cum. I jizzed so hard jacking off that it, like, went in my mouth. Yeah, Mr. Bean was good.
All of the people. You know, like, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024. And he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. Because this is, I think, a constitutional level crisis. If we continue to let bureaucrats control the entire country, even when Republicans win elections, then we've lost. We've just permanently lost. We've permanently
He's basically saying turn Trump into an absolute dictator.
Given up. And so that's sort of how I think about this, is that, you know, okay, so you do that, and then what do you do at the Department of Education? Well, you do what Viktor Orban has done in Hungary, which is basically...
Whoa. Oh my god, they're fucking nut jobs. They're basically saying, oh, well, do what other fascist dictators do.
Say, you're not allowed to teach critical race theory anymore. You're not allowed to teach critical gender theory anymore. You're not allowed to teach your doctors that they should experiment on 10-year-old children with hormonal therapy. You're not allowed to...
That is just insane. Well, he's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Cody.
I wanna mention one thing. In this peak, Ronnie Coleman was doing publicity for young LA booty shorts. I just wanna say that I really hate to see Ronnie Coleman doing those weird stuff, like wearing some weird clothes, screaming yeah buddy everywhere he goes. Also those reaction videos he is doing.
Son Goku donated $2, let me see. $225. I did end up reaching 231 pounds at the peak bulk, which I thought was crazy for my height, body type, lol, but This is my starting point to shred. 45 to 50 pounds will be lost, and it will be done in 4 months. That's the goal. It's definitely doable. It's, especially at his height, it's hard. Ben Boy donated $2. I jizzed so hard it went in my mouth. You just know the veganism exposed channel is going to clip that, lol. Also, muscle mommies are overrated. Muscle mommies are not overrated. But thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Yeah, so he bulked up. Yeah, he gets pretty goddamn lean and shredded. It's funny how much, you know, a few pounds can change somebody's physique. When he gets into contest prep, he looks fucking insane. Yeah, he definitely has some big, chunky legs. Surprised he doesn't actually squat more. Yeah, I guess, like, realistically, his normal sort of body weight is probably around 190, so it's not that surprising. He is pretty short. Yeah, that's right. Whore out your pre-workout bullshit. Yeah, he does look pretty goddamn freaky at 180. Yeah, that was him in competition. He looks fucking nuts in competition. 210 versus 165. Shit. That's that's my plan for this next diet that I'm gonna do. I want to get like pretty goddamn lean. Like I'm gonna aim for around like this sort of look. Oh yeah, he has that weird genetic disorder, right? Where there's like not enough calcium or some shit in his muscle cells. Yeah, that looks weird. And no, we're not related, for anybody who's going to ask that.
Lately, just doesn't feel right to me.
Protein farts.
Those kind of stuff doesn't really represent the...
Seeing a bunch of videos of like, you know, fitness influencers with Ronnie Coleman, like sticking mustaches on him and shit. I remember I commented on a video where somebody made a video with Ronnie, and I wrote, "This feels like watching kids play on a war memorial." Obviously the top comment, because that shit was funny. That's like taking a fucking veteran Marine and putting him in a Fortnite video.
What about you guys? What do you think about...
Yeah. Feel the same way. Let's see. There's that, yeah, and Kiri. Fucking hating Kiri. Hi, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Oh My God, I Can't Believe I Have to Explain This. And in today's episode, we're going to be taking a look at Alec and Kiri of Kiri's Elite Fitness, who recently made a post of a client attempting, keyword there, attempting, a 405-pound bench press, and Kiri is trying to pass this failed lift off as a completed lift. As you can see, his client's ass came way off the bench, which would completely disqualify this as a completed bench press. Now, I think it's pretty clear why Alec posted this video and tried to pass it off as a completed lift when it's clearly not. I think the reason Alec did this was because He just wanted to make himself seem like a better coach and say, hey everybody, look how great of a coach I am. I coached somebody up to a 405-pound bench press, which is a very impressive lift. But he wasn't able to do that. He didn't coach somebody up to 405 pounds, so now he's trying to come up with excuses for why this should be considered a completed lift after I called him out. I left a comment on this video he posted stating, "You're lying, your client clearly didn't bench 405 pounds, his ass came way off the bench, the idea that you'd pass this off as a completed lift just shows how much of a joke you are as a coach, not to mention, somehow, even after working with you, he still doesn't even know how to hold a bar properly, and he got injured several times under your coaching." Now, Alec and Kiri responded to this comment I left in a community post, and what you're about to witness is one of the biggest copes I have ever seen in my entire life. Now, Alec begins this post by explaining why his client got injured so many times. This is just sad, honestly. It took a 60-second short where I gave as many details as I could, but couldn't give them all, and then just decided to fabricate your own bullshit context and make a deliberately slanderous video about it. Lou's shoulders were so banged up before he and I started working together that he couldn't do any pressing at all. His bench PR was 365 pounds. In just over a year, we got him to a point where he can do nearly any pressing variation without messing up his shoulders, while also adding 40 pounds to his bench PR. Well, we know that's a lie. He didn't have a 40-pound PR, because if he did, his ass wouldn't have come off the bench, but I guess that's still a topic of contention. He also Larson pressed 365 with ease during this time. There are going to be setbacks along the way. This is part of the game, and you are dealing with these sorts of training weights, trying to push to new heights, and there are pre-existing injuries involved. We rectified as many of these issues as we could and worked around them when required. Okay, so Alec, I know for a fact that this isn't the first online coaching client you've had that you're responsible for injuring, and I know this because your previous coaching client is working with me now, and he gave me all the details of what happened working with you. While working with you, my client was recovering from cancer. He was extremely weak. He couldn't even deadlift 135 pounds for a single rep. Yet in your infinite wisdom, you decided to make him do bent over rows without building up his deadlift strength first. And unsurprisingly, he threw his back out, and you refused to take responsibility for his injury. You just said, "Oh, I guess it's bad luck. Maybe it's because you had cancer." Not because of your bad coaching, not because of you giving him terrible exercise selection and programming. No, just bad luck. You refuse to take any responsibility for his injury. And now I see you posting this video on your YouTube channel with a client who got injured twice under your supervision, where you're trying to build up his bench press to 405 pounds. Because of these two injuries, you decided, well, fuck it. Who cares about accumulating up to a safe point where you can, reliably and safely bench 405 pounds? Let's just do, a little mini peak phase, and then just try to bench 405 pounds. And you didn't even teach him how to do it safely. You didn't have him get two spotters on each side so that if the bar falls down and he has another bad shoulder injury, that he wouldn't get hurt. This is literally all on video.
Lou came to me about a year ago as a 365 bencher with the goal of hitting 405. We made a really good run at it in our first cycle. He responded very well to the training, and we were well on our way. But then an AC joint injury snuck its way into the picture and prevented nearly all pressing work for several months. We did what we could to maintain, and we rehabbed hard. It was tough, but ultimately we navigated it successfully and came out on the other side. Then we were ready for another run. The shoulder was behaving well. We rebuilt even more cautiously this time, and we were on our way again, seemingly unable to be stopped. But a couple months away from finalizing things and being 100% confident that Four Wheels would be there, the shoulder issue started sneaking back in. A double-edged sword, man. His strength gains never slowed down, but his shoulder just couldn't handle the workload. Rather than bash our heads into the wall, we pivoted. We cut the cycle short and created a mini peak to give him the best chance of hitting his goal. He saw 4 plates for the first time, got a little nervous and lost the groove, but then he regrouped and he nailed it.
You should be embarrassed and ashamed, and the fact that you posted this video and you're proud of yourself just shows how bad and dangerous of a coach you are. So this guy got injured. No, and Kiri can't bench 405. I think his personal best was 315. Twice under your supervision. The first time he got injured, it was so bad he couldn't do any pressing for months. And then when those injuries started creeping up with him again, rather than, you know, just going back, maybe doing some more rehab work, making sure his shoulder is okay, and then accumulating again, you just say, nah, fuck it, let's just try 405. You knew he didn't accumulate high enough to bench 405. He just wasn't strong enough to do it. You still encouraged him to bench 405 anyway, which was clearly way too much weight for him. Ridiculous to have somebody try to bench 405 when they can't handle it and they have a shoulder injury. You can see in the video, he was working up to 405. He attempted 385. He still couldn't do it. His ass still came way off the bench. And then you still encouraged him to just go for 405 when he clearly couldn't handle it and he has these shoulder injuries. That is ridiculous enough. But from what I can tell, you didn't even encourage him to at least use proper spotting. So if I had a client who was going to attempt 405, even if they were strong enough, I'd tell them, make sure you have a spotter on each side of the bar, just in case a catastrophic injury happens, so you don't get absolutely crushed. You, on the other hand, you have a client who wasn't able to accumulate high enough where they have the strength to actually reliably bench 405. This guy couldn't even bench 385. You still encouraged him to bench 405. You didn't tell him to use proper spotting. He had a shoulder injury. This guy could have easily had some sort of catastrophic injury happen on this bench where he's lifting too much weight, more weight than he can clearly handle. He has a bad shoulder injury, and you got him to do this anyway without proper spotting. It is insane. So, Alec, where there's smoke, there's fire, okay? You can make up these stupid fucking excuses that, oh, my client had really bad shoulder injuries before I started working with him. Yeah, great. Well, you know what? I've seen you injure other clients with your terrible programming. I'm seeing you do the exact same stupid shit again. So if any of you want to take a risk working with Inkiri, don't say I didn't warn you. And by the way, the first thing Inkiri makes you do before you sign up to his coaching is he makes you sign a liability waiver, waiving away any liability if you get injured, so you can't sue him later. So I think that all speaks volumes. And then Alec then went on to explain why he didn't fix his client. By the way, that's extremely unusual for online coaching. I've actually never heard of anybody doing that before. That's something that you'd expect in maybe a commercial gym, but for online coaching, that's extremely unusual. It's improper grip on the bench press. He says false grip is something used by many high-level lifters. I didn't teach him that. It is his personal preference. Developed.
You can't even. You're not even like disputing the facts. You've already lost. The complaint like seals your case. Is already. You don't even need to go to court. Ugh. I guess this isn't really an education. Maybe he just didn't think that tantrum over text.
Hey, dude.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, just wanted to tell you, I saw that you did another like stream thing with Boogie. He's on TRT and he was trying to like claim it was polycythemia vera. I would say about half of people on TRT end up getting polycythemia. It has to do with frequency in which you're injecting. If you're injecting with a once per week frequency, you're pretty much guaranteed to end up getting polycythemia to some degree. Typically with normal TRT doses between like 180 to 200 milligrams per week, and it's especially common with an enthate, you're going to end up getting increased blood volume and platelet count. So like the fact that he's on TRT with half of people getting polycythemia, even if they're not overweight and everything, it's just fucking.
Yeah, that's what I argue to him. Yeah.
He's clearly full of shit. He doesn't have polycythemia vera.
Yeah, he's pretty. Well, I mean, he could, but he's never been told he's had it. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can put everything together. He's just clearly full of shit. Like, wasn't it offered to him that if he could prove it, somebody would pay him like $50K?
I think it was up to 80K, yeah, if he had evidence of it. So,
yeah, like this guy is gonna like not provide evidence to get 80K. Like if I said I had a purple colored asshole and somebody would pay me 80K to prove it, like, yeah, I'd take the fucking money.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, all right, well, take care, dude.
Oh, be careful, bye.
Yeah. All right. Well, take care, dude.
Oh, let me be careful. Bye.
Over 17 years before he and I started working together. So, Alec, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but a lot of people buy online coaching with the expectation that their coach will fix their bad form or improper technique, but I guess that's not a service that they can expect from you. I don't know why you mentioned that there are high-level lifters that don't hold a bar properly. The fact is, they're not holding a bar properly. And if they were holding a bar properly, they'd probably be able to lift even more weight. And I would imagine your client would have been able to lift more weight if you had taught him how to hold a bar properly. Maybe he would have even been able to bench 385 pounds without lifting his ass off the bench. And then Alec went into full bore, full throttle coat mode, literally lying about video footage that we can all see. His butt popped up a little. That wasn't a little, okay? You could fit Cali Muscle's big 9-inch fucking black cock in between his ass and the bench. There's literally video footage of this. I don't know how the hell you can say that's a little. There's video footage.
A taste of Joey with a side dish of orange.
Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. Maui's so round. Oh my god.
Hi.
Oh, look at Joey. He is so goddamn sentient.
You're like two little sausages covered in fur. Joey, can't you sit still for a minute? All I want
Oh my god. Look at him.
is to love you.
Look at his
That's all
little
I want.
paw.
Oh, Joey, can I get a break?
Oh my god.
Hi.
Wow.
Hi there.
Holy shit.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they're friends. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Footage. There's no debating this. And then he went on to say, wow, I never said it would pass in a powerlifting meet. And his client also made a comment on this post, essentially sharing the same sentiment, saying he doesn't care about powerlifting meet standards. So this is a complete straw man. I never said we had to go by powerlifting meet standards. If I said we had to go by powerlifting meet standards, then I would have critiqued more than just your ass coming off the bench. I would have mentioned the bar didn't come to a complete and full stop. You didn't get an up command. You didn't get a rack command. I'm not basing gym lifts off of powerlifting meet standards. The only standard I have for a completed bench press in a gym. Dodo donate $2. I know you don't like this guy, but funny if you want to watch it, up to you. Also, the guy impersonating me earlier, saying he's quitting veganism for steak is not me. Well, I
This is about
figured.
Joe Rogan, Action Bronson.
Oh, Jesus. You're a fucking asshole. Thanks for that donation, dipshit. Is that your ass doesn't come off the bench. And by the way, Inkiri shares the same standard.
What's up, guys? Alec Ankiri here. Today, I'm going to teach you how to bench press. Only parts of your body touching the bench should be your butt and your upper back. You need to maintain this position for the duration of the set. 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 Only parts of your body touching the bench should be your butt and your upper back. You need to maintain this position for the duration of the set.
So isn't that funny? When you're demonstrating proper bench press technique, you make specific mention of having your ass staying on the bench, but then when your client attempts a 405-pound bench press, you consider that a completed lift even though his ass comes off the bench. I'm seeing a little bit of a double standard here, and by the way, I looked through your whole channel. Every single time you attempted a 1-rep max on the bench, your ass didn't leave the bench, Alec. Why is that? Like, you know, me and you both know that if your ass leaves the bench, you get a lot of extra leverage. It adds at least 20 pounds to your lift. So why didn't your ass leave the bench if you don't care about powerlifting meet standards for just gym lifts? You could have maybe benched 335 as a 1-rep max instead of just 315. Perhaps it's because you understand that we need to standardize these lifts to some extent so that we can have objective strength standards and we can compare ourselves to other lifters. It makes no sense if some people are bench pressing properly and their asses are staying on the bench, and other people are benching improperly, their asses are leaving the bench, making the lift much easier, and we're considering all of these completed lifts. It is fucking ridiculous, and you know it. Let's ask the lifting community at large their opinion on this, Alec. Do you think they're going to side with you or me? What's funny is Alec mentioned Alpha Destiny in the comment section of this post, and he said, oh yeah, Alpha Destiny, Alex, he's a great guy, great lifting advice. Do you think Alex from Alpha Destiny is going to side with you on this topic? That your client attempting 405, ass coming way off the bench, that was a completed lift? Good job? I don't fucking think so. Alex worked his fucking ass off to bench 405, and you'll notice Alpha Destiny's ass didn't come off the fucking bench when he benched 405. Do you honestly think serious lifters like Alpha Destiny are going to consider your client's ass coming off the bench as a completed lift? Ask anybody. Ask Alpha Destiny, ask Greg Doucette, ask Johnny Shreve, ask whoever the fuck you want in the lifting community. Do you honestly think they're going to believe your client benching 405, ass coming way off the fucking bench like that, they're going to consider that a completed lift? Of course not. Get the fuck over yourself. Wake up to reality. Your client did not bench 405. He couldn't even bench 385. His ass came off the bench even attempting 385. No. So get the fuck over yourself. Wake up to reality. You lying charlatan. Your video was pointless. You can nitpick all you want and pretend you're critiquing to benefit the community, but fabricating context because you don't like me is sad. The fact is, I'm out here putting out high quality information week in, week out, as well as actually helping people reach their goals. That is what I will continue to do. Alec, the idea that you are helping the online lifting community right now by passing off your client's bench press as a completed lift is a fucking joke. And again, it just shows how terrible of a coach you are. No one, absolutely no one.
5520. The host of Funka calls out Destiny. 1 minute clip. Later on his personal stream he challenged Destiny to a boxing/debate match for charity. Destiny is not aware.
Let me see. 5520.
Paying attention to what other people are doing. I don't have time to, I don't care to. What keyed me in on this individual, this person, and I think this is very relevant to our discussion about Trump's attempted assassination, were some of his comments related to the political rally goers. More specifically, the father that was killed shielding his family from gunfire. I want to say he called that person a retard and effectively said that they deserve to be killed, something along those lines. I want to show you who Destiny is. He also claims to want to effectively lead the eradication of conservatives from the...
Is that a real photo? It looks photoshopped. Maybe it's because of his beard. Just looks like his head was planted on somebody else's body.
Planet from the United States. One of his most recent comments was, I can't wait for us to rid the United States of all conservatives. Let's move on.
Right, because conservatives never fucking claim we need to rid the world of gay people or trans people or fucking cuck libs. Yeah, they never talk like that.
Not safe for work coming up for you guys here. This one you're going to need to listen to the... Oh, I wanted to take you to the comments section here. It's actually a little bit pertinent.
What a loser. Thanks for the donation. Fuck, I hate chat. Is going to think that your client completed a 405-pound bench press. For fuck's sakes, he couldn't even complete a 385. His ass still came way off the bench. So find anybody in the lifting community, Alec. Alpha Destiny, for instance. You hold him in a high regard. I fucking challenge you to ask Alpha Destiny to make a video in response to this controversy and for him to share his opinion. What the fuck do you think Alpha Destiny is going to say about your client's bench press? Do you honestly think he's going to fucking say, "Oh yeah, that was a completed lift. Good job. Good coaching, Alec"? No. You know that's not going to happen. Ask fucking anybody. Ask Greg Doucette. Ask Johnny Shreve. Any of you watching this video who has a favorite YouTube lifter press was able to comment on this. And absolutely based.
He even made Doucette.
And Kiri's a fucking douchebag. He really doesn't upload much.
Isn't it funny how conservatives love calling people on the left snowflakes? But the second you say something about their king trumpets, oh wow, that's so mean, you're so hateful, divisive, etc. Now who's the real crybaby?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, conservatives have no fucking moral standards, so they can dish it out, but they can't take it. Just soft, hypocritical fucking pussies. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike. I actually fucking hate this guy, Damo.
Today.
He is such a lying douchebag.
Today, I'm doing a bodybuilding show. And I look like this. You might be wondering, why am I doing a bodybuilding show?
Happy if...
And make sure you're cool. You know.
I think his practice is going to be the one that...
to do.
I don't know.
Shadika's done back.
I think this guy just flat out lied about having depression too. I think it was all a load of bullshit so that he could get more views for his stupid 405 thing.
So fucked. What the fuck is that? That's against the women.
Come on. Give it all. Give your all. You gotta hold it, man. Come on. Thank you.
Dude. Last set of the day. This is it.
Drop set.
You made it, shot.
Burn it. Fully burn it. Come on. You're not. Go.
Can you go up? No.
Yeah, he's just an attention-seeking fucking jackass. What you just witnessed was a disgusting combination of failure and complacency, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll catch you all up to speed. There is a guy who goes by the name of Damo on YouTube, and he set a goal for himself to bench 405 pounds. Part of the reason why he set that goal was because he's been battling with depression, and I will let him explain the situation.
What is something so important to you, but nobody understands why? For me, that's benching 405. For the last 2 years, I was depressed. It started when I traded this prestigious college program for my 100 subs on YouTube. But suddenly, I started hitting every goal I dreamed of. It looked beautiful on the outside, but fuck, did it suck on the inside. You know, all I wanted to do in my life was create something I truly truly cared about. I couldn't keep pretending I loved making these videos that I found no purpose, no meaning in. Until one day...
You know what we gotta do? We gotta start like a...
Cool story, bro. Yeah, when I see a guy laughing constantly, spending time with his friends, doing things that aren't, it's not actually real work, and making a ton of money doing it, like, it's just hard for me to buy into this idea. I was depressed the whole time. Even though you're smiling, laughing, looks like you're having a great time, spending all day with your friends, not actually working, and then making a ton of money. Oh, all right.
Series of us trying to get to 405. 6-month-long series. 200-pound body weight.
Because maybe I finally found something that I actually want to make. I actually loved making. I'm making something that I actually was fucking passionate about. That somehow all the shit going on in my head would just go away. And maybe, just maybe, I'd be happy again.
So like he said, this guy Damo started a YouTube channel. It started popping off, making tons of views, lots of money. But then he realized he's doing nothing but useless shit that he doesn't care about, so he figured he'd set his goal on something he does care about, like benching 405. And he did not meet that fucking goal. If you zoom in, you will see that during the concentric portion of the lift, Damo lifts his ass way off the bench. And it's not just by a little bit, it is by a huge, huge amount. You could fit Kelly Muscle's big black cock in between his ass and the bench. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with powerlifting or just lifting weights in general, the reason why your ass cannot lift off the bench during a bench press is because it gives you a ton of extra leverage. You can get at least an extra 20 pounds on your bench if your ass lifts off the bench. I would say in Damo's case, he may have even been getting over 30 pounds of extra leverage just because of how far his ass left off the bench. And what's important to note is that Damo knows this. Damo knows that he did not bench 405. He knows that your ass can't leave the bench during a bench press. He's competed in powerlifting where, again, he abided by the rules where your ass can't leave the bench. Every training session, you'll see this guy in. His ass does not leave the bench. Even when he's practicing heavy singles or attempting 1-rep maxes, his ass does not leave the bench, except when he just one day decided, even though he wasn't prepared for it, to bench 405. I made a video on a very similar topic a while back where another guy tried to bench 405 and he failed because he lifted his ass off the bench and he tried to pass it off as a completed lift. And I know exactly what losers are going to say in the comment section trying to defend this bullshit. They're going to say, it's a gym lift. Why are you using powerlifting meet standards to judge a gym lift? Well, I'm not using powerlifting meet standards. In a powerlifting meet, you have to wear certain clothes, you have to wear this tight, weird leotard or some crap. There's 3 judges, you're going to get a down command, an up command, and a rack command. The bar has to come to a complete stop at the bottom of the lift. There's a bunch of rules that I'm not demanding for a gym lift. The only thing that I'm demanding is that you bring the bar down to your chest, you lift it all the way up, and during that process, your ass stays on the bench. There has to be some kind of standard for which, you know, we judge these lifts. How else are we going to have, you know, objective strength standards? How else are we going to be able to judge each other's strengths if we do these lifts completely differently? Again, if your ass lifts off the bench, you can easily lift an extra 20, 30 pounds. That's unfair. That's stupid. And he knows this. That's why whenever he goes to a powerlifting meet, he keeps his ass. By the way, the comments were fucking... They all mention the stupid fucking argument. Like, you don't even have to scroll down far. Haters gonna hate, he got the weight up, that's what really matters. It's not a competition. Like, oh my god. Just, even after explaining this in the fucking video, just comment after comment, it's not a powerlifting meet.
Ass on the bench. That's why whenever he's training, he keeps his ass on the bench. That's why when he's attempting 1-rep maxes, he keeps his ass on the bench. But when he attempted this 405, he said, fuck it, because he's a complacent failure. I honestly don't think this guy got depressed because he was making YouTube videos that he didn't really care about. At the end of the day, he still has a job where he can do whatever the hell he wants, really. He can still make videos on whatever topic he wants. He still gets to make these videos with friends and have fun. He still is making a lot of money. He is still getting a lot of positive reception from the videos he has, and he has a really, you know, positive, supportive community. I think the reason he got depressed is because he has no moral standards for which to judge himself or others, and he is surrounded by complacent losers who also won't hold him to account. Imagine trying to bench 405 pounds, failing, obviously, completely and utterly failing, knowing you failed, and then when you rack the weight and start to sit up, you think in your head, you know what, I failed, but I really wanted to do it. I really wanted to complete that 405-pound bench. So I'm just going to act like I did it anyway. I'm going to cry, I'm going to act all happy like, oh my god, I actually did it. And my loser friends that I'm surrounded by are going to go along with it because they're complacent, they don't care that I failed, and we're all just going to act like we completed something and accomplished something. That would make me fucking depressed too. And I don't think him doing this made him feel any better. How the fuck would it? This guy could...
Yeah, what did Nietzsche say? It was something along the lines of he feels more depressed around people that make him feel lonely than being alone. Like, just imagine having friends like that, where if you fail, you didn't do something, that you're trying to do, and then they all act and pretend like, oh my god, you actually did it, good job. Like, holy fuck, dude. Surrounding yourself with people like that ensures that you will forever be a fucking loser.
700-pound squat. Why don't you just squat down halfway and have your loser friends cheer you on and act like you actually accomplished something? I have suffered from suicidal depression my entire life. When I was only 6 years old, I nearly took a bath with a toaster. I don't know how many times I nearly decided to jump off a building, off of bridges, slit my wrist open. Just recently, I had to take some more medication because I almost offed myself. But at least, when I set goals and I reach those goals, there's something to be proud of. I'm trying to bench 405 pounds right now. I know what I need to be able to bench 405, and each time I hit a PR in the gym, it's something to be proud of. It makes me a little bit happier, because I know I actually achieved something. You achieved nothing. You failed a 405-pound bench press. Everyone around you saw that you failed a 405-pound bench press, but you're all complacent, you're all fine with failure, and you just pretended as if you did. I think anybody would be depressed in a situation like that, with a mindset like that, and being surrounded by friends like that. At the beginning of his own video, he was complaining about how he was making videos that he didn't care about, that didn't matter to him, and he is literally doing things that don't matter to him. Failing and acting like he won. That would make anybody depressed. And I was looking at his training leading up to this 405 attempt, and he clearly wasn't ready. Now, I don't know everything about his training and what's going on behind the scenes, but in November on his Instagram, he uploaded a video of him performing a heavy single. It's probably a true 1 rep max with 285, and he actually lifted it. It didn't look like his ass came off the bench, but 3 weeks before...
Yeah, dude, he regressed. It's so weird.
For this 405 attempt, he failed 285. His ass came way off the bench.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, it looks like to me, he stopped training or something, or wasn't training as hard or something like that. To regress in that sort of way, where you set like an end date for yourself, and then 3 weeks before you're planning on hitting 405, you fail a lift that you could easily get months beforehand. That just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, he also looks like he's in worse shape.
Forming a heavy...
Like, here he was kind of leaner. Like, he looked like he was leaner here. And then when you look at his shape, like on the day he tried this bench, he was like fatter.
It's probably a true 1 rep max with 285, and he actually lifted it. It didn't look like his ass came off the bench, but 3 weeks before this 405 attempt, he failed 285. His ass came way off the bench, and I only saw him completing heavy singles with 365, when really he should be doing reps with that weight if he wants to bench 405. You really should be able to do sets of 3 with 365.
Would you be okay with a super advanced alien race coming to Earth and fixing all our problems, but we don't have a choice over economy or politics? Probably. Yeah, probably. Sounds like a better circumstance to be in.
If you're going to bench 405. So people were blowing smoke up his ass this entire time, and he really wasn't being honest with himself. I think going into this, even he knew he wasn't going to be able to bench 405. So no wonder you're depressed, dude. Take a reality check. Benching 405 is hard. It takes a while. I had to go on a very long hypertrophy phase to be able to push through a plateau I had where I couldn't bench more than 315 for reps. So it just takes a while, dude. Sometimes you have to take a step back, change your training, not focus on, heavy singles and sets of 3 for a while, do more rep work, and then go back to doing some more heavy stuff, and then, being able to maybe do 405 later. It's just hard. And this guy only weighs like 200 pounds too, I think. I'm 289. That's what I last weighed in at. And I'm not even able to bench 405. So yeah, it's hard, dude. And I think one of the reasons why people are going along with the charade is because they just feel bad for him, that he's sad and depressed. Even Greg Doucette, who's a powerlifter who knows how to bench press properly, left a comment saying, "Oh yeah, great job." It's just horseshit. And people leaving comments like this, I don't think it's going to help him, honestly. I don't think he needs people blowing smoke up his ass, lying to him. I honestly think he just actually needs to be held accountable and, try hard and do something. Like, if he actually wants some kind of meaning in his life and something that he actually cares about, like, he's going to have to actually do it. So people leaving comments like this, I don't think it's helping. Anyway, those are my words of wisdom. Poopy doopy.
As I promised, if I don't bench...
Yeah, what a fucking dickhead. He actually made a video after the 405 bench where he showed a clip of this video I made. So he knows. He's just a attention-seeking dickhead.
Easy! Easy!
This is how you bench 410 pounds like a fucking Chad, dude. Hell yeah. People didn't watch the fucking video. Hope you are not enhanced. I literally fucking said in the video. Not respect for the hard work. That is incredible. More than everyone else. Overall health more important than everything else. They literally do not watch the video. Like, it's even in the title, by the way. Natty Vegan. People don't even read the fucking title. Hour 32 minutes, Jesus.
Judge Dredd.
Hi.
We are finally getting info.
I'm gonna go take another shit. I feel some diarrhea coming. I'll be right back. We'll react to a few more things maybe, and then play some games. But I'll be right back. I just gotta go take a poo-poo. Oh, that was a nice big shit. Yo. Check out how fucking jacked I am, dude. My shoulders are fucking popping. Been doing a fair bit of bicep training, too. $20 Savage, donate $2. This guy has the best chance to beat Trump, according to you. Yeah, sure, I hope he stays in the race so he loses.
And it's about making sure that, look, I mean, for example, look at the heat I'm getting because I named the Secretary of Defense, a black man. I named Ketanji Brown. I mean, because of the people I've named.
Building the broadest and deepest coalition to strengthen and defend the basic rules of the road, to preserve all
Right, okay.
I'm George Conway. This is the most standard being applied here, a huge one. And it's not just that Donald Trump, who's himself 78, is also showing his age. We've all seen videos of Trump slurring words.
Anonymous, really anonymous. And then they announced there was no buys, no. A beautiful criminal United States.
And rambling, nonsensical.
Oh, okay. Right. Biden, he has mental problems.
About sharks and electrocution.
You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Hannibal Lecter.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man.
But Trump has a bigger problem.
Right, yeah, Biden's poor mental health. Right. Thanks, 21st Savage. You're a fucking idiot. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Joe Biden. I'm sick. Is that even a... Apparently that's a real account. Okay. Of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election, and if you agree, pitch in here. That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One of the greatest takedowns I've ever seen. Earlier today on MSNBC, conservative lawyer George Conway called out Donald Trump on live television for being a narcissist and a sociopath. And in addition to this, to prove his point, he brought a couple of lists to the show with him that had the medical definitions of sociopath and narcissist on it.
Look, Biden slips up, the black man is a misfire. Everyone shoots and misses, take it from Thomas Crooks, peace be upon him.
That's a good point. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And he went down the list one by one and talked about how each of them...
Elias donated $2. Based naked Jane Monk. I'm just gonna make sure there's no nudity in this. A Jane Digambar Sadhu was asked whether Janes should consume dairy products given the violence that is inflicted on cows and its impact on the environment. This was his response.
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर ये हो रहा है और दूसरी चीज़ है इतनी हिंसा भी होती है और ये सब लोग एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं यहाँ से तो बोलते हैं एक तो हिंसा हो रही है दूसरा इन्वायरमेंट को इतना ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो ये कह रहे हैं कि ऐसे होने से डेयरी को लेना किसी तरीके से भी जस्टिफाई है क्या नहीं दूध लेना डेयरी लेना जस्टिफाई है क्या जस्टिफाई नहीं है हम अहिंसक हैं पूरे पूर्ण अहिंसक हैं डेयरी मिल्क यूज नहीं करते वीगन
Based. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Dodo donated $2. You should have live reacted to Trump's RNC speech last night. He even talked about Hannibal Lecter again. He switches topic like 5 different times in 3 minutes. Are you going to live react to DNC speech, whether it's Biden or whoever nominee is?
93 executive act.
I don't know if I'll live react to it, but I'll definitely react to it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them.
You know, the whole panic around, immigrants is so fucking weird because, if you've got people coming from, especially areas like China, where we know China's a fucking shithole, there are a lot of political dissidents that don't like China at all. They don't like the Communist Party, and they want to come to the US to have, like, freedom, make money, live a free life. Why the hell would you be particularly concerned about these people coming in? I understand, like, from a national security perspective, from a demographics perspective, like economic perspective, you do have to control immigration and all that, but the way he's fear-mongering about immigration just makes no fucking sense. It's not like these people are all crazy, fucking psychotic rapist, murderer, drug dealer, jihadist terrorists. So it's just so fucking massively overblown, and that's literally how he, like, characterizes the issue. Oh, these are the worst people coming in. They're all drug addicts, rapists, murderers. That's all they are. It's just fucktarded.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. The press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And
he's saying Mexican immigrants are psychotic cannibals. Okay.
Terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime
is going down.
Statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country.
Crime in Canada is going up. Crime in the United States is trending down.
A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a...
Dodo donated $2. Trump is so dishonest in his RNC speech. He mentioned how the murder rate in El Salvador dropped 60% and he said it's because they're sending the murders here, and that's why. That's not what's happening. They're putting them in massive, crazy fucking prisons. But it's because conservative President Bukele is locking up literally everybody. Yeah. Just that is just such a retarded lie. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Bukele even spoke at CPAC. He is a massive conservative. He just threw everyone in prison in El Salvador. That's why murder rate is down. Trump knows it. Yeah, bad time to be a fucking gang member in El Salvador right now.
Todo esto me arruinó mi vida. Gracias a esto, a lo que yo soy, fui en un momento, vine a perder a mi familia.
¿Qué rango tenía dentro de la pandilla?
No, un soldado.
Well, that looks like a really shitty life. Shit, dude. Yeah, crime does not always pay.
Thank you.
Like, by the way, El Salvador's like massive crackdown on gangs proves my point. Like, the only way you're going to really reduce the murder rate or, like, you know, violent crimes involving a firearm is just by locking up criminals. There is no firearms policy that you can enact that is to any significant degree going to reduce firearms violence. Clearly, if El Salvador was able to reduce the murder rate by 60%, they never would have done that by, like, banning firearms. There's no fucking firearms policy on the fucking planet that would ever do that. You just have to lock up criminals.
You're a true leader.
Thank you, thank you. Gracias, muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you, everyone. That in El Salvador, it's already dead. But if you want globalism to die here too, you must be willing to unapologetically fight against everything and everyone that stands for it. Fight for your freedoms. Fight for your rights. The next person...
There's actually been a lot of political discussion in El Salvador that the gang crackdown is an overreach. And you've got an extremely militarized police force that's kind of on a witch hunt. I haven't seen any statistics yet on, like, false imprisonments, but that is a concern. So it's kind of strange that he'd say that, fight for your rights, when there is a realistic possibility that, you know, the response to the gang crackdown might have overreached.
The President of the United States must not only win an election, he must have the vision, the will, and the courage.
The gang crackdown is going to have horrible downstream consequences.
Don't disagree with the premise, but to be fair, the crackdown has had significant negative byproducts.
Let me take a read. So El Salvador's, so the issue that most modern Western countries have had with, like, particularly like drug gangs and, targeting heroin dealers, you know, crystal meth dealers, stuff like that, is that whenever you have these drug crackdowns and you target gang-related crimes, what ends up happening is any gang members that you don't catch, so let's say you go after one cartel when there's, I don't know, 3 or 4 cartels working in a given area. Taking down one cartel strengthens the other cartels. And it also makes them act much more violently and aggressively, because that's the only way that they're going to survive and be able to make money, because now they're going against a much more, like, militarized police force. They're also in greater competition with each other, but they have a greater market share, so now they have more money. That means they have more money to recruit more members, corrupt the police force, politicians, and it's historically resulted in more gang violence, not less. El Salvador's a little unique because they've acted much more aggressively against all gangs, and they're, like, the amount of imprisonments are just fucking insane. I think it's like close to 100,000 at this point. So as far as reducing gang violence, it seems to be effective. The issue is, like, the thing that I'm concerned with is whether or not they've actually falsely incarcerated people. And there are a lot of people complaining that the police are stopping them for, like, no fucking reason and Like, if this were to happen in the United States, I can guarantee you there'd be a lot of Fourth Amendment violations. Salvadoran authorities have systemically committed grave human rights violations since the state of the emergency, and numerous legislative amendments were approved in March 2022, supposedly to tackle gangs, said Amnesty International. Policy has resulted in more than 66,000 detentions, most of them arbitrary, ill treatment and torture, flagrant violations of due process, enforced disappearances, and the deaths in state custody of at least 132 people who at the time of their deaths had not been found guilty of any crime. Key to the commission of these human rights violations has been the coordinated and collusion of three branches of government, the putting in place of a legal framework contrary to international human rights standards, specifically with regard to criminal proceedings, and the failure to adopt measures to prevent systemic human rights violations under state of emergency. The international community is alert to the grave human rights consequences of the state of emergency in El Salvador. The compliance of the institutions responsible for ensuring and administering justice in the country has led to the criminal justice system being weaponized to punish people, the majority of whom are from historically marginalized areas, when there is no evidence that they have committed a crime. This happened in the United States during the 1990s. The 90s crime bill caused... Can't even remember the figure. They literally only targeted black people. There wasn't an increase in arrests among white people, but there was a massive increase in arrests of black people. And it was later found out that a lot of these imprisonments were... A lot of people were just falsely imprisoned. So this has happened in the U.S. before. The deaths of 132 people in custody, mass criminal prosecutions, and the indiscriminate imprisonment of tens of thousands of people are incompatible with an effective, fair, and lasting public security strategy. Systemic violation of human rights and dismantling of the rule of law are not the answer to the problem facing the country. On the contrary, they set very dangerous precedent. Criminal prosecution and indiscriminate imprisonment. For more than a year, procedural safeguards such as the presumption of innocence and the right to a defense have been suspended, which has allowed the arbitrary detention and imprisonment of more than 66,000 people in record time. Yeah, like they're imprisoning people literally just for having certain tattoos. Amnesty International has documented around 50 cases in which it has been able to identify a pattern of large-scale arbitrary detention and imprisonment. Patterns identified include detention based on alleged anonymous accusations or having tattoos or a previous criminal record of any kind. The organization has also documented the holding of expedited hearings, mostly virtual, where a judge whose identity is withheld can simultaneously try up to 500 people with virtually no evidence implicating them in the commission of an offense. In addition, people lack an effective defense and are barely aware of the prosecution's charges. Torture and arbitrary deaths. Like, this already happens in the American justice system. I can only imagine it would be far worse here. Cruel and inhuman treatment, prison overcrowding, yep. This could, like, if Trump were to enact a policy like this, he could easily just imprison political dissidents. Yep. I haven't seen any hard figures on the amount of people who have been falsely imprisoned. I think it would be very difficult to actually, you know, get those sorts of numbers, but we know for sure these people aren't having fair, proper hearings. So for a guy who's enacted these sorts of policies saying fight for your rights when he's literally taken away the right to, you know, an expedient fair trial, it's kind of retarded. Dodo $8. You didn't finish watching TYT interview with Rudy Giuliani the other day, but Rudy was starting to say basically it's a great asset to have a president who is perceived as unstable and a bit of a lunatic in geopolitics, like with dealing with North Korea, China, Russia. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna bother finishing that one. It's
I bought my
Eric
dream bucket
Bugenhagen
seats
is a
for the MX-5. Even though the exterior now looks great, these old ripped seats are ruining it. And after trying to get my hands on these seats, I have finally got the NRG Prisma Ultra Bucket seats. However, the excitement of these seats made me forget about some really important things. Problem number one, the seat rails from the old seats don't fit my new ones. So I have to buy the NRG ones, which cost £300. After 3 weeks, they have finally arrived, and even though they do fit perfectly, they have now made another clear problem: height. That is a problem because, as you can see, my head is touching the roof, but I can still lower the seat a little bit. The NRG seats come with brackets that mount to the side of them, and the brackets have 3 different height settings. So I'm lowering it to the middle to see if it makes any difference. No, my head is still touching the roof, so the lowest setting is my last hope. And after getting the seat back in, my head doesn't touch the roof anymore. But when I put a helmet on, yeah, this.
Welcome back to.
Where did I have that video? Oh, there we go. Maybe we'll watch more of it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Finished watching that Trump clip and someone try to tell me how Biden is in more mental decline than Trump. Yeah, I mean...
The wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States.
Why is this guy advocating for Trump when Trump is claiming he's not imprisoning these people and then sending them to the U.S.? This is so retarded.
And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them.
Wait, what did he say here?
In that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
None of that made any fucking sense. Yeah, people who vote Trump are literally fucking brain dead. What you say about Brian Johnson's short with his daily diet, is it really the best? I mean,
This one is...
There's no one best diet. I don't know what short you're talking about. He has a lot of shorts, but like he eats so little calories. He's on testosterone replacement, you know, right now. So I don't know if eating a low-calorie diet like that and being so lean is going to be overall beneficial if you have to be on TRT.
I used them to gather information there on the theory that they claimed to be very big Trump supporters. One was and one wasn't. And one of them then said we were partners. Well, there's no proof that we were, and the other one contradicted. We were never partners. I would never have done business in Ukraine when I was investigating for President Trump, and there's never been any evidence of that. But they have convinced people of that. They also tried to convince people, and for 16 months it was just written all the time that I was a Russian agent with the hard drive.
They did get convicted.
I'm suing. They got convicted of making illegal campaign contributions to Pete Sessions. Had nothing to do with me.
But that leads to you know.
I got to tell you, this is very hard to believe. I don't commit crimes. I've been a U.S. attorney for too damn long. I'm too honest. I don't commit crimes. I'm not stupid.
So, but we do have Donald Trump hiring Paul Manafort, who you said earlier, big problem, right? Connected to the Ukrainian-Russian oligarchs. You got the folks that you work with convicted. Now you got Steve Bannon, who ran the fake wall. Fake wall scheme. His partners go to jail. He's still facing charges in New York. Donald Trump has fired almost everyone that's worked for him in the previous administration. This starts to pile up. where people think, wait, is Donald Trump have any competence at all? You see what I'm saying? As you see all these people going to jail, and you say they should. You say Manafort is wrong. You say your former partners were rightfully convicted. So at least on those three for sure. Let alone all the people he fired, and he's saying it's terrible. Isn't he a terrible manager? Then?
No, he's a terrific manager. Look at the results that he got. I mean, first let me answer each one of those. Okay. My two former partners, one of my former partners, they just helped me, and they are different. One of them was a lot more dishonest than the other, and it was all personal dishonesty, having nothing to do with Trump, nothing to do with me, having to do with campaign contributions to two campaigns that happened before I met them and before they met Trump. The situation with Steve, the one for which he's convicted, is an assertion of executive privilege for which nobody goes to jail except Steve Bannon.
But it's absurd. He didn't have executive privilege. I mean, he doesn't. Rudy, you're a lawyer. You were a really good lawyer earlier in your career. He doesn't have executive privilege.
No, I don't.
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office. He hadn't worked for the White House in 3 years. How is that executive privilege?
It's not a strong case of executive privilege, but a president can bring an advisor in, and by sharing information with them, make them effectively someone who's a quasi-government official. And that's at least an argument that's got to get resolved by a higher court, which it wasn't. And okay, even assuming that, isn't Garland holding back the Her video considerably more serious than that? When right now we're all debating, is Biden wacko? Why are the American people deprived of 6 hours of him being questioned by a professional prosecutor who came to a kind of a generous conclusion that he's a nice old man who's lost his memory? I happen to think he acted like someone that would convince the American people, even more than the debate did, that he is suffering from a serious case of dementia and shouldn't be within 10,000 miles of the White House.
Look, I know that
and Garland is illegally, contemptuously withholding it to cover it up. That is more serious to me, because that man shouldn't have his finger near the button for one more day, except for the fact that Garland is covering it up.
So, Rudy, look, I feel like I love that you just admitted something. You don't realize you admitted something, but releasing her Biden testimony, obviously Republicans wanted to use it for campaigning purposes. If Her says that, leave him alone, he's old.
Live storytellers, remember how Trump humiliated this ISIS sex slave survivor?
Donald Trump just had a meeting with a group of some truly incredible people who have dealt with some horrific situations in a number of different parts of the world, and his interactions with them are a disgrace to him as an individual, to the office of the presidency, to all of us, because he represents us. He was meeting with nearly 24 foreigners who, like Nadia Murad, who's an Iraqi who was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking out against her torture and rape while in ISIS captivity. They had suffered religious persecution in their home countries from a variety of different places across the world. Now, he's gonna talk with Murad, and listen to what he says. Also, look at his face as she is describing unimaginable suffering that she has experienced.
When ISIS attacked us, no one protected us. After 2003, we started to disappear from our area, from our homeland. When ISIS attacked us in 2014, they killed 6 of my brothers. They killed my mom. They took me to captivity with my 11 sister-in-law, with all my sister and my nieces. Our home is destroyed. We come to here, we go to Europe, we go to Arab country that ISIS did this. Everyone saw that. If we cannot protect our dignity, our family, all this happened to me. They killed my mom, my 6 brothers. They left behind them.
Where are they now?
They killed them.
Unbelievable. Okay.
She literally just explained that. Like, this guy can't follow what somebody's saying, and then Biden's the one with mental health issues.
When she won a Nobel Peace Prize, and all these people, you got a Holocaust survivor, you got someone who survived.
Ben Boyd only tells you should debate destiny on college versus trades. He thinks that the only way to be successful is college, and the trades are terrible for some reason. Trade jobs are pretty much a guarantee, whereas AI is going to take over so much of employment that a lot of college level jobs are kind of iffy at the moment. Like, I don't know if they're going to be around in the next 20 years. Whereas trades, like, anything that's manual physical labor is pretty much a guarantee, and there's going to be a lot of manual physical labor. We're going to build more houses, more electrical infrastructure, more chips. you know, more facilities to actually generate power. You need like actual manual labor for a lot of this stuff, and trade jobs are pretty much a guarantee to actually get consistent, well-paying work. Like, unless we make, you know, humanoid robots that are very proficient, that can, you know, think, that can do like very fine motor skills and all that, trade jobs are pretty much an absolute guarantee to always being able to get work. Whereas with some of these college level jobs where it's pretty much like number crunching, some executive, like having some executive function and shit, a lot of this is going to kind of go away. Like, a lot of coders are talking about how AI is going to be used for a lot of coding. And like, people were making the meme, learn how to code. AI is very likely going to take away a lot of these jobs that just require, you know, that just require like knowledge, some critical thinking, and, you know, executive function. Whereas AI isn't going to be able to do that kind of manual labor where you're laying pipes, laying brick, making electrical systems. Yeah, nursing as well. Nursing's a good one. Like, any job where you have to just physically do things, AI is not going to be able to do until we have like robots. And even then, there's like some jobs like nursing where you're probably not going to want to have robots in a lot of circumstances, because there's like a human element to some of these jobs where you have to be able to comfort people, make them feel better, stuff like that. Like, I'm sure there will be a future where we have like very lifelike androids and crap that will be able to fill these roles eventually. But I mean, for the foreseeable future, that's not going to happen in the next 20, 30 years. Whereas, like, even some of these jobs, like being a lawyer, that could very well be largely replaced with AI. So, trade, like, you shouldn't downplay trade jobs. And again, a lot of people either don't have the intelligence or the money, or like even necessarily the interest to get a college degree. So, trade jobs are an easy way if you're not the smartest person and you don't have a lot of like capital or can take the financial risk of, you know, paying for college, where you can get a good paying job that doesn't require a lot of smarts, but, you know, pretty much anybody can pick up a wrench, you know?
The massacres of the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, etc. Turn around and face them. Like, don't dismissively like turn your head a little bit and obviously not pay attention. I watched the whole interaction. It's just stunning how it was so obvious how little he cared. He's like, yeah. He's like, when is this gonna be over? This isn't about me at all. Asinine things.
It's about the whole.
He said other asinine things.
It's about the whole community.
We're gonna look into it very
Thank you so
strongly.
much.
Thank you.
Mr.
And
President.
you had the Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
But
They gave it to you for what reason? Maybe you can explain.
for what reason? For that, after all this happened to me, I didn't give up.
Oh, really? Is that right?
It's
That's the
first time, and it's.
So you escaped?
I escaped, but I don't have my freedom yet.
Yeah, she escaped. She's in the Oval Office.
She's standing right there. Not a hologram, guy.
Trump is like actually fucking retarded. Why? Like this just really confuses me, because the Young Turks, this has to be over the Genocide Joe bullshit, because like the Young Turks have been pointing out that Trump is literally like a fucking brain dead retard who can't follow a simple conversation. He's like a 3-year-old. They made this video 5 years ago pointing out how insane, deranged, stupid, delusional he is. But now they're making video after video after video about how Biden is unfit for presidency when they know how fucking retarded and deranged Trump is. This has to be over their dislike of Joe Biden supporting Israel. Like, it has to be.
To talk to me, and you were describing the worst thing that had ever happened to you. I don't know. You dialed up like a number and they asked if you wanted to speak English, and I turned away from you. Can you imagine how?
Yeah.
You know, people, all of that. That gave you guys a clue that this is going to be damning video that you guys could use to campaign against it. What I'm trying to say is take the win. Take the win. Like Biden's losing.
I don't think you're going to believe this when I tell you this. I don't look at everything for campaign purposes. I would, no, you see the face? You see the face?
Rudy.
I actually worry about my country.
I worry about my country too.
And I really have the fact that Garland's covering it up.
So Rudy, look, I feel like, I love that you just admitted something. You don't realize you admitted something.
Why the fuck did it?
Like Biden's losing.
I don't think you're going to believe this when I tell you this. I don't look at everything for campaign purposes. I would, no, you see the face? You see the face?
Rudy.
I actually worry about my country.
I worry about my country too.
And I really have
but I don't think Republicans wanted to release.
I think Republicans, I had this conversation, I think Republicans want Biden to be on the ticket.
Of course they do, yes. But they wanted to use the testimony for their campaigning against Biden because of the fact that
her testimony.
My main reason, yeah, I would like to use the both. I'd like to use it, number one, to get him out of the presidency. And then if we can't get him out of the presidency, to defeat him. But the man, I mean, we're getting toward the end now, but the man shouldn't be president. He does damage. A person with that disease, which is an extraordinarily serious disease.
Which disease?
Dementia. I mean, I have no doubt he has dementia. I did a podcast 4 years ago with two doctors who looked at 10 years of his videos. One of them said he had one came to a more serious conclusion than the other. And they pointed out things that then you could see. For example, they would say he has a condition that indicates very serious dementia. He lost a short-term memory, but not everybody has immediate short-term memory loss. He forgets what he's saying in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah. So look, we don't need to 10x. We all agree.
We all agree. Yeah.
You shouldn't be president if you forget what you're saying in the middle of a sentence.
Right. I also think you shouldn't be president if you're crazy, and I think Donald Trump's a little bit crazy. And then you're saying, well, he's crazy, but we're using it for strategy to threaten other countries and stuff. But I'm a little unnerved that he actually is crazy.
He was crazy also. But the idea that you convince your adversary that you're very tough and maybe unpredictable is a very, very valuable thing to protect your country.
Unless you're actually crazy. That's the problem.
I know him for, 35 to 40 years. He is not actually crazy. He's actually a very nice man. I mean,
well, he's nice to you. He's nice to people he likes. He's not so nice to people he's calling criminals and rapists and on and on and on, right? And people from other races and genders, et cetera.
Let's talk about Trump's niceness real quick, because, those surrounding Trump have faced legal issues. It's funny because he's the luckiest man on the planet because he somehow miraculously skirts any responsibility for the same cases and the same issues that those surrounding him have literally served time in prison for. You yourself have been found guilty of defamation.
Not prison, though, that guy.
Not prison.
They want to put me in jail for the rest of my life.
Well, I mean, look, you now have this legal obligation to pay the 2 election workers out of Georgia that you were found.
It's determined on appeal.
So you are going to appeal it. Is that why you came out of bankruptcy?
The bankruptcy court wouldn't let me appeal it until I did things that they wanted me to do. And I said, you don't have a right to prevent my appeal. I believe, I can't talk about it very much, but I believe that was probably one of the most unjust proceedings in a court that ever existed. It would have made the case that Mershon conducted for Trump look fair. I wasn't allowed, I wouldn't even go through it. So I wasn't allowed to testify. I wasn't allowed to give a defense. I was never
That's a lie.
actually given a trial. The judge found me liable because of my tardiness in discovery, and she decided I was covering up things.
It was
Yeah, right. So that's a lie. So he wouldn't disclose information during discovery. And if you don't disclose information during discovery, you can't use it during trial. He's a lawyer. He should fucking know this. You can't just hide information from the other side. In this case, like the prosecution, it technically wouldn't be the prosecution because it's civil, but you can't hide information during discovery from the plaintiff and then just show this evidence in court. Like, he's a lawyer. He should know this.
Summary judgment, finding you guilty of defamation.
Not summary judgment based on anything I did. Summary judgment based on discovery, on my misconduct in discovery. Not that there was evidence that what I said was not true. I was not.
Why were you cooperating in discovery, though?
I was cooperating. I was dealing with thousands and thousands of requests. Those ladies are represented by a Wall Street law firm. The Wall Street law firm has been paid $4 or $5 million. The chief lawyer is a former law partner of Hunter Biden. It's a completely.
But Rudy, so you said you were going to testify and you didn't. So why didn't you testify?
Oh, because she told me if I told the same story that I've been telling, she'd hold me in contempt. And she has put more J6 people in jail for more time than anyone else. She's the chief judge who called in the judges of the district when they were originally doing the J6.
Yeah, so she was gonna hold him in contempt of court for things he lied about.
It's facts and figures like these about getting myself into the field of nursing more. In the US, there's a projected shortage by 2030 of nurses.
I think there's already a nursing shortage in Canada. There's a projected shortage of 78,610 full-time equivalent FTE RNs, registered nurses in 2025, and a shortage of 63,720 in 2030. Yep. Yeah, nursing is definitely a good field to go into. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Cases and said the sentences aren't high enough. She's bloodthirsty.
All right, so Mayor, it does get to the ultimate issue.
It's ridiculous to have a jury trial in the District of Columbia. 100 J6 people have had jury trials. Not a single person has been acquitted. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's the jurisdiction. You know, that's the jurisdiction that the crime happened. I mean, where do you want them to hold it? In Alabama?
Jury, they really are not juries of your peers. They're juries who have made up their minds before they walk into the court.
Okay,
they hear J6, they hear Giuliani say $145 million. These women shouldn't get $145 million. That's ridiculous.
So, Rudy, that gets
the tape that I would use to defend myself has been doctored. 3 hours have been taken out of a 12-hour tape of the most relevant parts of it.
So that's your claim. But
I know it's my claim.
Yeah,
Good claims.
Okay, Mayor Giuliani.
I'm not going to give those up.
Last thing it connects all.
The case should be reversed.
So you say that case was wrong, that judge was wrong, that jury was wrong, all the J6, the judge is wrong, the jury's wrong. 61 times you guys.
Like, it's so retarded. He's literally admitting that he fucked up his own case by not providing evidence during discovery. And then he's like, oh, well, why couldn't I show the evidence? Well, because you didn't show it during discovery, you fucking idiot. Like, this guy's a lawyer. He's just making himself look stupid.
Guys went to court. Trump, no, not you. Trump and Trump allies went to court 61 times after the election to prove fraud. You guys said it would be easy to prove. You had all the evidence. But in all those cases, there was no evidence presented. So isn't that a massive problem when you say, and I mean, it's a big charge, a giant charge that an American election has been stolen, and then you don't present any evidence. And that includes Trump-appointed judges, some of the most conservative judges in the country, and they all said you didn't present any evidence.
I stopped presenting evidence after the first case because I didn't trust the courts.
Come on. Doesn't that seem, to the average person, doesn't that seem?
Okay, that is a ridiculous lie. Oh, I stopped providing evidence because I didn't trust them, and then he complains about not being able to provide evidence in court. So you're saying you're deliberately withholding evidence that could assist in your case. Like, it just makes no sense.
No.
A little unbelievable?
No, not if you live in New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta. You think you got an honest court system in New York and Philadelphia? You really do?
But why would you then? Why are you? Why are they?
Our judicial system should not be trusted.
I didn't say the whole judicial system. The Democrats were very.
Just whenever you guys go through.
No, they did something very smart. They cheated in corrupt Democrat jurisdictions. They didn't cheat in a neutral place. They cheated in Philadelphia, one of the most corrupt Democratic cities in the country. They cheated in Atlanta, which is probably one of the most corrupt cities ever. Every other mayor.
But Mayor, it's run by Republicans. Georgia, Ratzenberger. You've got the Republican governor.
Republican, and Ratzenberger has an awful lot of problems of his own, including doctoring my tape, including having gotten 4 days after the election a report telling him about the serious problems in the election, which he concealed until it was discovered on an FOIA request 2.5 years later. He now has 375,000 paper ballots missing. And finally, his pal, the governor, has removed him from the election commission. And
but Rudy, do you see that now?
The lieutenant governor has said 3 years too late. Ratzenberger has never conducted a good election for us.
But do you see now, all the Republican politicians in Arizona, in Wisconsin legislature, in Georgia, all the Republican judges appointed by Trump, appointed by Reagan, Bush, etc., all of them rule against you guys. No. All of them say that you don't have the evidence. So, and you're saying they're all biased. Why would they all be biased against you?
The Wisconsin court ruled 3-4. Against us. 3 of them thought we had a valid case that Trump had won Wisconsin. They were the 3 Republicans. 4 Democrats voted against us. The Pennsylvania court, everyone voted against us with the Democrats. And do you know the principle they used to vote against us? So we had 700,000 to 800,000 examples of times that ballots were counted without a Republican being allowed to be present. The court said that because they were in the room, even though they could be 100 or 200 yards away, they were present. That's an absurd, intellectually dishonest decision.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Only given by corrupt Democratic judges.
Let me ask you a question.
No, Trump-appointed judges all ruled against you.
That was a case in the state court, and they were all Democrats, appointed by Democrats.
Okay,
there are
not one case.
There are Trump. That's the biggest case. We were winning by 800,000 votes when they stopped. How about this,
Rudy?
On election night, we were winning in every state that we eventually lost, all 5.
You know the votes come in later, Rudy. You know that.
All 5 times?
Yeah, because the vote by mail, because you guys chose not to do vote by mail, which was a terrible idea.
You make up 800,000 votes?
Yeah, vote by mail across 330 million people.
I had witnesses, mathematicians willing to testify.
Why didn't you have them testify?
Okay, I have another question.
Don't you know what the decision was in Philadelphia? I wasn't allowed to have a hearing. I wasn't allowed to present a witness. I'm going to tell you why. because the courts didn't want to get involved. They didn't want to get involved in this dirty.
No, but in that case that you were in, the judge asked you, do you have any evidence? And you said no.
I didn't say that. I didn't say no.
You did.
No. This is the press.
We have a direct quote.
No, you don't understand what happened. I had to argue a complaint that I was trying to substitute our complaint for that alleged fraud that didn't allege fraud.
Congrats on the 410 bench. Well, thanks, JB. Appreciate it.
And he asked me in the complaint that was before him, was there an allegation of fraud? I said no. Now, if you go on, you will hear me say, but we want to substitute a complaint that we've now had time to prepare because our lawyer in that case had to leave because he was threatened with being fired by his law firm, and the judge refused to substitute us. It's just like what they did to me on January 6th. On January 6th, I said we should have trial by combat. Oh, terrible, right? Now, if you look at my quote, I said I would love to have our people and their people have a trial by combat over which machine works, and if their machine actually can't be penetrated by the internet and you can't change the vote, then I'll apologize. And if we can show that their machine does, then they're going to have to go to jail.
Let me just start by saying, hold on.
This is really important because CNN still continues to do this. So Thompson and the J6 committee sued me, Trump Jr. separately. And the judge, who was an Obama appointee in the District of Columbia, wrote an opinion saying that had been horribly taken out of context, that there's nothing that I said that would provoke violence. In fact, the rest of my speech was about legal matters and being peaceful, and that it was not a plausible charge, and dismiss the case. Nobody reports that. The case against me for having anything to do with January 6th, which I had nothing to do with, I didn't even know it happened until after it happened, was thrown out unceremoniously by an Obama judge. Thank God we found one.
Question for you. Two questions. Let me ask them both, and then you can answer them both.
Sure. And then we'll wrap up.
Yeah. Number one, why did Kenneth Chesebro refer to the fake electors as fake electors in communications about the fake electors?
Because he's stupid.
Okay.
I mean, the fact is they weren't fake electors. From my point of view, they were alternate electors. I always saw them, and they were always presented to me as if the state legislature decides in December that the vote should be changed from Biden to Trump, then we have electors that can be substituted for them. If you didn't have electors, you had named electors by the 14th of December or whatever it was, then Biden would have been deprived of those votes, and we wouldn't have gotten them. And this was based on legal research that was done in 1960 when Nixon and Kennedy disputed Hawaii. And Hawaii wasn't decided until December 30th, because Hawaii was decided on December 30th.
Dodo Donate Tellers, Rudy sounds like Frank Tufano, in fact, would make a good Republican politician, and there's a non-zero chance he'd win. No, nobody likes Frank. I don't see him becoming an effective politician. By the way, why does the defense have to share evidence with prosecution or plaintiff in a case? It's so that they can make arguments in court. If they don't share evidence and you just show it in court, then they have no preparation to make an argument against it or provide counter evidence. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And they substituted Kennedy's alternate electors for Nixon's.
Okay.
Had Kennedy not had those electors, that would have been a no vote. And just to get a little more complicated, the majority is based on how many votes. So you would lose a little in terms of mathematics if you didn't have electors ready. That's the reason we did it.
Fine.
Honestly, we're not crooks. I got to tell you that.
Then why did you have fake electors in New Mexico where you guys had no pending litigation arguing that there was election fraud in that state?
I don't know why we did in New Mexico. I never thought we had a chance in New Mexico. So I don't know. I can't tell you why.
You guys didn't go to court about that state.
I don't know why we did electors in New Mexico.
Okay, last point of clarification on this.
It doesn't make sense that we did that.
But Rudy, you say that people think it does make sense if you're trying to steal an election. And so that's why, look, when you say that there's alternate electors, but Trump had a slate of electors. So you could use your slate of electors if you actually won the election. Why did you guys go to not your slate of electors, but to fake or what you would call alternate?
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But this seems kind of pointless. Like really? On a Smith machine?
Yeah, that just seems like trolling. Is this guy for real? He's doing this shit on a... Yeah, the fuck? I want to see like an actual lift this guy does. Why does he use lifting straps on the fucking bench? The fuck? He's actually fairly strong. So why the fuck is he doing that? That's really, really weird. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Dodo Donatillers, do you think the new Life is Strange game will feature a lot of Lore and Chloe from the past game? It would be nice if they did. I mean, probably. It looks that way. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Destiny is the only person on the left who has the balls to just say what we're all thinking. If liberals weren't so soft and let them get away with their rhetoric for so long, we wouldn't be in this mess. We let them take control of narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think playing the stupid game where, Republicans can make jokes about their political rivals getting assassinated and promoting violence, but then when it happens to them, they try to, demand you give them sympathy. It's just fucking stupid. So yeah, I think it's a good idea that Destiny's just saying, fuck you, that guy deserved it. If they do that to us, we should do that to them, and they should get a taste of their own medicine. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Dodo Donatillers, what's your new goal in fitness or weight training now? I'm going to focus on building up my quads. I'm going to do a long hypertrophy phase, and I'm also going to go on a diet. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because some of them were the same, some were different, because they were gone. They had to re-sign up.
But a lot of them wouldn't sign up because they said this is cheating and stealing the election.
I didn't do the signing up, so I can't. Don't hold me to this. But I think it was about half and half. I think.
So half of your own Trump electors say, this is cheating. We're not going to do this.
But it wasn't cheating. They only would have been electors if they had been selected by the court or by the legislature, which was the more likely possibility.
They were fake electors. That's a lie.
The Constitution of the United States, Section 2, Article 2, Section 2.
Yeah, this is just gaslighting. They're fake electors.
Who says the state legislature is in charge of presidential elections. The Supreme Court has said they have plenary power. Even if they delegate their power to the Secretary of State, they can take it back anytime they want, particularly if there's a problem.
I know, but that's the problem. That's what you guys were going to use to steal the election when you didn't actually win. You didn't win the votes. So you're saying, hey, we couldn't even use our own electors because half of them wouldn't go for the scam. So then we went, but we could have gone to the states, and even though we didn't have the votes, so we could have just used our plenary power. That's exactly the problem.
Who testified for me in Detroit, an Indian woman who broke down crying, who said she was trained by the Democratic Party to take phony ballots and attach.
Have you played Elden Ring? And if so, have you tried the DLC? I played Elden Ring. I didn't like it. It was basically Dark Souls 3, but open world. It was just, I don't really like Dark Souls combat. It's very defensively focused, very slow, tactical. I much prefer games like Sekiro, where it's much more aggressive. There's a reliance on the parry system, and I didn't play the DLC because I just didn't like the base game.
Registrations to it of people that were dead, of people that had moved out.
Did you guys have her testify? And some of
she testified before the legislature of Michigan. It's on record.
How about in the 61 cases you guys lost?
Hear the testimony. The judge dismissed it before we could have a preliminary hearing. And I have to tell you, I practiced law for about 50 years. Never had a judge turn down witnesses.
Dodo Donatillers, if we do what the right does, then we will just be as bad as them. We have to be better than that. What they go low, we go high. No. Like what do we get out of that exactly? All we're doing is playing their game, appeasing the baby, and making it seem as though they're the ones that are morally righteous and everything. Again, they're the ones that started this game, and if they're the ones that started this game, they better play it, and if they're not willing to play it, then they can, shut up and stop promoting violence, laughing at, like Nancy Pelosi's husband almost getting murdered by a hammer, if they don't like it when it happens to them, then they're going to have to deal with those consequences. We shouldn't just be, like, pandering to them fucking constantly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Is hypertrophy phase the same as bulking, just eating a lot and doing a lot of working out, or what? No, it just means that you're focusing on hypertrophy-type training. So, higher reps, trying to increase the set count as much as you can, selecting exercises that have a higher stimulus to fatigue ratio, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Skip to the section titled Legal Tangle. This law professor argues that if Biden steps down, the election results could be contested and SCOTUS intervene.
Let's see. Yeah, that could be a problem, especially with a conservative Supreme Court. Kind of know how that would play out. Thanks for the donation. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
They didn't want to hear the witnesses because the minute those
Why would Trump appointed judges?
Yeah, even Trump-appointed judges didn't want to see the evidence.
The real reason, Rudy, is because they're like, you one person is not wide-scale fraud that you guys claim affected 5 different states, and just putting up a rando who says, "Well, I didn't have a good experience." That's not real evidence. That's
Rudy, what a legacy, Rudy. Like, you cleaned up New York, Rudy.
And I fought the good fight in an election that was completely dishonest. It was a completely dishonest election carried out by a party that specializes in election fraud in New York, in Philadelphia, in Chicago.
You got elected mayor in New York.
And I had, first time I got elected, I was faced with 50,000 fraudulent votes. Second time, 20,000. I was able to overcome 20,000. I spent $1 million on voter integrity when I ran for mayor. The only reason I didn't go to court is because you can't win in New York in front of a Democratic judge. Do you understand that the judges in New York are vassals of the Democratic leader? They're not elected. Judge Enger, he's been elected 3 times. Never had an opponent. Where does that happen?
That happens all over the country.
Yeah, it happens in red states all the time.
It happens when a party has complete control.
Like in red states and in blue states, yeah.
Well, then I'll go fix the red states. I put about an equal number of Republicans in jail as Democrats. But you're not going to tell me our court system in New York at the state Supreme Court level is honest in political cases. I was taught in law school. You can't contest a political case in a New York City court, because one thing they have to promise to the district leader who appoints them is party case, they go for the party. Now, some of them promise a lot more than that, and I put some of them in jail. I mean, I put most of Koch's administration in jail. Taking money for judgeships was a big part of that. The court system in New York is corrupt as hell, and it's run by the 5 district leaders. The guy running that case is a district leader. They used to be, and you guys would be part of it. They used to be a Reform Democratic movement in New York.
Yeah, that's right.
Ed Koch is part of the Reform Democratic.
Yeah.
The Liberal Party and the Reform Democratic movement were created to fix the corruption in the court system and in the political system in New York 70 years ago.
Rack to Godus video on Thoughty 2.
Right, but New York's not a swing state. So
valuable thing to.
Oh, you mean Sverige made a video on Thoughty 2?
Hi guys, as requested, I'm going humans or whatever you want to call them.
And fibrous root vegetables are now on the menu more often, as were tough and chewy lean meats such as game.
Where's the proof for any of this? Why would humans eat fibrous vegetables?
You can track amylase copy gene mutations. We were clearly eating more and more starchy vegetables because of amylase copy mutations.
Completely religious, zero proof. Religious belief, which nutrients technically
and nutritional needs.
saturated. 90% of them are synthetic. Cows, chocolate.
Yeah, it's same shit we've all heard before.
It started out great.
Dodo $22, what are examples of high stimulus to fatigue ratio, and does hypertrophy just mean growing muscle? You can get hypertrophy in any type of tissue, but yeah, the idea is to grow muscle. So an example of an exercise having a high stimulus to fatigue ratio would be something like a hack squat. You have less axial loading, but you have a high degree of loading over the target muscle, which is the quad. Whereas a free weight barbell squat, it has a very high raw stimulus magnitude, but it has a higher fatigue cost due to axial loading. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But then he went into mistruths and grievances and attacks, and it just totally contradicted itself in terms of what he wanted to achieve with unity.
His rhetoric hasn't changed about the election 20.
Fun of him?
The absurd is born of the encounter between two opposed concepts. The human...
The most dangerous idea in history, nihilism, right? Because Muslims who are strapping bombs to themselves and killing innocent people, that's not a dangerous idea. But nihilism, yeah, that's dangerous.
A need for...
Jalen $22, wheat waffles, face rates Gotus.
Hello and welcome. This is part 2 of my face rating series. So we'll start off with this guy. Now, this guy doesn't really have any attractive features, so we're just going to jump straight in with the negatives. Well, for me, there are 2 facial flaws that jump right out. The first of which is the size of his forehead, which quite evidently is on the bigger size. It can also give the appearance of having a receding hairline. In 6 of his 10 most recent videos, he's worn either a hat like this or a bandana like this one. So I think it is quite evident that he's doing this to cover his forehead. And when I first saw his face, the first thing that really stood out for me was that he has quite a long face. His mid-face isn't very compact, which is going to appear long and almost a bit horse-faced when we compare to the ideal of 1:1. Next, his face also has a significant amount of asymmetry, and this is particularly noticeable around the nose and his eye area. So ideally, the eyes should be in line with each other. Meanwhile, his droop downwards, which gives a tired, droopy, saggy appearance. From a attractiveness and masculinity perspective, these eyes aren't very seductive at all. And I don't even need to describe why these eyes are unattractive.
His teeth are absolutely fucked. He doesn't brush.
I mean, it's staring right in front of you. There are so many problems here. It's going to give a preyish appearance. It's going to make him look constantly worried, tired, scared, frightened. There's so many negative emotions before him. He tries to squint max to get... Next up is that he has a lot of folds and wrinkles on his face. This is particularly noticeable around his mouth area. He has permanent nasolabial folds. His neck is quite thin. It isn't thick enough for his head, which is going to make him appear weak and fragile. He would be more attractive if he had a thicker neck. So after all of these flaws added up, I am giving him a final rating of 3 out of 10. Now I do want to make myself clear on one thing. A lot of these things have been primarily caused by the aging process alone. Like, I found a picture of when he was younger. However, now that he is much older, and he has lost a lot of his youthful, attractive features.
It's funny, he used to have a gay emo haircut.
Then I have no choice but to give him a 3 out of 10.
Well, Sfarage is ugly. Thanks for the donation, Jalen. Benboy donated $2. Let me see.
Okay, we have a serious issue. Whoever keeps ordering pizza deliveries from Domino's needs to stop it!
Okay.
Full fucking emergency. Stop the pizza deliveries. We've literally had over 100 pizza deliveries in over 3 days. Stop.
Is this the day?
what Bob is doing to me. My feet, because of my trench foot issue, I'm now being told will never heal. My nails are rotten. Everything is rotten. So, I now need financial compensation. I've had it with Bob.
All right, well, that's Daniel Larson. What do you take nihilism to be? No objective meaning, or that in conjunction with no objective truth as well? If you believe in no objective truth, that means you're a anti-realist. I'm not an anti-realist. So it just means no objective meaning.
For meaning and the apparent meaninglessness of the universe. This quote sums up what many people take to be one of the key questions.
You know, that's it's so weird. Like, when people criticize nihilism, make an argument against it. Like, nihilism isn't even necessarily a philosophy or an idea. It's just an objective truth. It's that there is no objective meaning to anything. So if you deny that and you're a moral realist, then make an argument for it. They can't.
Questions in philosophy. What is the meaning of life? And if there's no meaning, how do we cope with it? Anecdotally, it seems like an increasing number of people are giving.
Why do you have to cope with the idea that there's no objective meaning? What's the problem with that exactly?
Giving up on this search entirely. It is a common refrain to hear people say that nothing really matters, and to proudly declare that they are nihilists. This word, nihilism, it sets philosophers' teeth on edge. It is often thought to herald the end of civilizations, the decline of mankind into hopelessness and despair, and to drive ordinary people to take their own lives. But for all of these predictions of doom and gloom, I very rarely see people analyze what nihilism means, or give a theory of what it constitutes, because doing so is far from easy. And as we will see, it is a complex and multi-dimensional beast wrapped in deceptively simple clothing. But delving a little deeper can reveal greater insights into existential philosophy and the issue of meaning itself. Get ready to learn why there are no total nihilists, how we might need a touch of nihilism for a happy life, and so much more. Before we get started, I want to emphasize that this is just a sketch of a system that I hope that others can build upon and develop. I'm not claiming that this is a comprehensive analysis of nihilism, but rather a practical way of looking at the philosophy that I find generally helpful. I'm going to begin by examining a few different figures we normally associate with the term nihilism, before looking at their shared properties to see if we can extract a helpful practical definition to use in our discussions. But with that out of the way, let's get stuck in. 1. The total nihilist. Let's start by examining what I take to be the most extreme form of nihilism conceivable. The belief that nothing, yes, nothing, actually matters. That is, that every situation is equivalent to any other. If tomorrow the Earth exploded, or world peace was established, or your whole family vanished in a puff of smoke, the total nihilist says that these all have equivalent value.
Oh my god, dude. There's no such thing as total nihilism, there's just nihilism. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Here, there would be no reason to do one thing over another, or prefer one thing or another. Having your leg chopped off would be just as good as life-saving surgery. Put simply, the total nihilist believes that all value statements are false, and thus that everything that exists has exactly the same value, namely, none. This is skepticism about value itself. Of course, value is also a notoriously difficult term to pin down, but for the purposes of this discussion, I will define it as an ultimate reason for action or preference. So, for a utilitarian, happiness is valuable, and for most Christians, serving God is valuable. Now, I want to draw the distinction here between disbelief in objective value and disbelief in value full stop. Someone like Jean-Paul
This is already retarded. So, you're not gonna find anybody who has no personal values because, like, people are going to eat, okay? Like the fact that you go out of your way to make a sandwich, that shows that you value something like, I don't know, your hunger or your appetite or taste preference or living longer. I don't know what he's like really trying to say with this. So nihilism is just it's just the truth that there is no objective value. It doesn't mean you're not going to have any personal values.
Sartre or Nietzsche held that if you examine the world for value facts, you simply wouldn't find any. But they would both hate to be described as nihilists. They said we could provide life or the world with value ourselves. In Sartre's case, this could be done through a combination of living freely, ethically, and authentically. And for Nietzsche, it was achieved through the philosophically creative act of envisioning new values. But as I see it, the most extreme form of nihilism would reject even this. I also want to touch upon a distinction here that will become very important later. There are key differences between what I would call a theoretical total nihilist and a practical total nihilist. The theoretical total nihilist is someone who would affirm the proposition that no value statements, even subjective value statements, are true. But nonetheless, this is not manifest.
He's conflating terms here. He's saying, subjective value statements. Yeah, so he's saying, let me play that back again.
A theoretical total nihilist and a practical total nihilist. The theoretical total nihilist is someone who would affirm the proposition that no value statements, even subjective value statements, are true.
So, what does it mean for something to be true? He's not really defining that, because we could say that it is true that a mind has its own values, or we could say that in order for a value to be true, it has to be objective. So, like, what does he mean by true? I don't... He's not explaining things well. Dodo, donate $2. First few seconds are gold.
Do you think it's okay to have a president, though, where there's this open question about whether or not he's in cognitive decline?
Do you think it was okay to have President Trump in cognitive decline for his entire 4 years?
I think you should take a cognitive test like I did. I took a cognitive test and I aced it. Dr. Ronnie Johnson. Does everyone know Ronnie Johnson, congressman from Texas?
He couldn't even remember his doctor's name, even though he has worked with him for like a decade or something.
He was the White House doctor. How good did Elise Stepanek do? You know, we've endorsed Dr. Oz. We've endorsed JP, right? JD Mandel, and he's doing great.
Representative J. Paul.
It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But nonetheless...
Elias donated $2. I'm all for Biden, but this is still funny as hell. Oh yeah, he likes to smell little girls.
Stand right next to me. There you go. And then we're gonna have.
There you go.
Got it. Okay.
And the people in the back, you just spread out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden doing this shit is creepy as fuck and inappropriate. But I mean, is this worse than Trump saying he wants to have sex with his own daughter? So, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Yes, this is not manifested in their actions. They live, breathe, eat, and act just like the rest of us. To that extent, their belief in total nihilism would be mostly idle. They may.
There is no such thing as total nihilism. Like, this is just so oxymoronic, because if you were to live a life where you literally hold no value, even like subjectively, so you don't value your own comfort, you don't value your own life. So if you just walk straight off a bridge, you wouldn't eat, you wouldn't drink, all this crap. You could say that in and of itself is a value. To not hold your own, like even value your own life. But again, he's not being clear with any of the terms he's using. Like, what does it mean to say there's no truth in subjective values? Are you saying you can't are you saying truth has to be objective, therefore values have no truth to them? Or are you saying that it is not the case that a mind can have values? Because those are two very different statements.
May internally believe that there are no ultimate reasons for acting, but they do in fact act. On some accounts of belief, this means that they don't really believe in total nihilism at all, but are essentially pretending or deceiving themselves. In much the same way,
there is no such thing as total nihilism. That's just a term that he made up. Ben Boyd donated $2. Let me see.
I'm voting for Trump in 2024 because I think it's unfair that they take him off the ballot. And for that reason, I might just leave the state of Colorado and violate probation so I can vote for.
Well, we all know how that worked out.
The doctor told me to stay completely off my foot. So, like, wheelchair bound, pretty much, for the next 2 months. But there's no way that I can do that in my current situation. So I'm just going to have to deal with it. And if I get my leg cut off eventually, I guess it will happen. But yeah, limping like this every couple days is not fun at all. Holy hell.
So what is it for you if you go by your subjective values anyway? I don't know how to answer that question. It's not clear. What is objective? Objective means it exists without the presence of a mind. Opinion of the universe. How in the fuck could I possibly answer a stupid-ass question like that? There is no such thing. It's just weed word. It's useless. Okay, that was very stupid. Thank you for sharing.
So the doctor said that at the emergency room that if I've been having trench foot on and off for the past 3 years. That is way too long. And I'm starting to, like, basically after they looked at my foot, they said that if I don't get off of it in the next couple hours, then I'm likely to pop, or I guess something on my foot, blisters or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck it is. But I would basically bleed, like my foot would just bleed. And they're saying if it gets to that, then that is at risk of an infection. So that's what the issue with my trench foot and what the doctors said it would end up being. So they want me off of my foot and pretty much wheelchair bound or sitting down for not walking on it for at least 2 months straight. But like I said, there's no way that I can even do that in my current situation, especially since I have to walk everywhere. So
Okay, well, that's Daniel Larson. Dodo Donate Tellers, do you think Biden is going to be even better in his second term if he wins? Probably. I think he would be more effective in second term because he won't waste time with fake Democrats and appeasing donors. Also, let me see.
In 2017, you interviewed me right after that. When President Trump announced his Afghanistan and South Asia strategy, President announced that it would be a condition-based agreement. They are never going to repeat the mistakes of a time-bound. Yet in 2019, Secretary Pompeo was seeking a time-bound agreement and then signed on February, had signed, in his presence it was signed, a time-bound agreement. This agreement was supposed to be conditional, but none of the core conditions was not only observed. The government, our partner, the government of the United States, became the enforcer of the Taliban agreement on us, threatening us with cutoff of aid, with every conceivable form of pressure to release 5,000 of the most hardened criminals, etc.
Yeah, that's Trump foreign policy for you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Way that if I repeatedly told you that my camera was broken and yet continued to record videos, you would suspect that I did not actually believe that my camera was broken, but was pretending for some reason, or was mistaken about the contents of my belief. On the other hand, the practical total nihilist would be someone who just does not act in any conscious fashion. They would...
There is no such thing as total nihilist. Again, this is a term that he made up.
Rot away, unable to bring themselves to do anything at all. They would not wash because they wouldn't value the state of being clean, even subjectively. They would not eat because they would not see the value in being satiated. They would still have unconscious reflexes. If you chuck something at their face, I'm sure that they would move out of the way before it hit them. But anything that involved conscious decision-making would be totally inert. The closest thing I can think of to this state would be someone with true...
Send that to Destiny. Good point. Is he still streaming? Let me see. No. Dodo Donate Tellers, do you think Biden is going to be... Oh, wait, never mind. Daniel Larson Funky Feet donated $2. Let me see.
There's my trench foot on my right foot. See the odd coloring. Let me see if I can. Well, that's a cut there. That's a pretty big cut. So, yeah. Just a touch just like that is enough to hurt. I don't even have to press. So that is what my foot now looks like. Those are plantar warts. And there's my foot. Kind of see just how bad my trench foot is. The trench foot part is right in there. It's very tender. You can see the coloring difference.
Okay, well that's good. Thanks for the donation, Daniel Larson, Funky Feet. Dodo Donatillers, I find it ironic that now some of Biden's biggest defenders in Congress are the progressives like AOC and Bernie. Meanwhile, Schumer and Pelosi, even Obama, are trying to persuade him to drop out. Hey, everybody! It wouldn't surprise me if this is over his tax policies. I know Obama has a lot of like huge corporate donors. So that might be the main reason. A lot of these big corporate donors might be pressuring some of these Democrats to get him out of office so that he doesn't impose these tax hikes on the richest people.
Back here with Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator, you wrote a New York Times op-ed defending Biden's candidacy this past Saturday, and you told Democrats to, quote, stop the bickering. Yep. Since then, Representatives Schiff, Pelosi, Jeffries, and Senator Schumer have questioned his ability to win, some to his face. And 65% of Democrats have agreed in recent polls. What happens now?
Well, the ultimate decision will be with the president. There is enormous pressure on him. And let me be very clear as to why I support the president. Because I think of all of the candidates out there, I am more than aware of the disastrous debate that he had and the problems that he has. But I am also aware that he has been the strongest, most progressive president in my lifetime. All right? He is the first president in American history to stand with workers on a picket line. He has taken on farm and lowered the cost of prescription drugs. We are now rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. We put more money into climate change than any time in the history of this country. 5 million Americans have gotten student debt relief, and that's for a start. So he has a record to run on. But equally important, Stephen, he has recently, as you may know, come out with what he calls a 100-day agenda. If reelected, what he will do with the Democratic House and Senate in the first 100 days. And the ideas that he is talking about, I think, will resonate with the middle class and working class of this country. You got half of the elderly people in America trying to make it on $30,000 a year or less. And you got Republicans who want to cut Social Security. And you know what Biden is saying? We're not going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security benefits by taxing the wealthy.
Well, let's talk about some of the other things. Some of the other things, as you said, he's put out what he would do for a second term, capping rent hikes.
Enormously important. In New York City, in Burlington, Vermont, all over this country, people cannot afford the outrageous rents that landlords are charging.
And banks are buying up single-family homes.
You got it. Absolutely they are. In Las Vegas, it is unbelievable. These big Wall Street firms buying up housing all over the place. So building millions of units of affordable housing, putting a cap to the degree that we can in Washington on rents is an enormous step forward for working families in this country.
What do you think of Biden's Supreme Court reform?
From what I understand about it, I think it's an important step forward. They don't have the kind of code of ethics that members of Congress have.
So there'd be a binding code of ethics.
There would be a binding code of ethics, and I think it may well be time for term limits for the members of the Supreme Court. The Constitution provides lifetime tenure, but not necessarily on the Supreme Court. There are other federal courts as well. But the other things that Biden is talking about, you know, if you're an elderly person today, you know, I deal with this. I'm chairman of the committee. Elderly people can't afford dental care. They can't afford hearing aids. They can't afford eyeglasses. And he is talking about expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. He's talking about forgiving.
Hell yeah.
You want to hear one of the craziest things? Look, I think most of us agree that our healthcare system is broken. Is it not? All right. So we're the only major country not to guarantee healthcare to all. And one of the insane, cruel aspects of that, somebody gets cancer. They got to worry about getting well. A quarter of the people who get cancer end up going bankrupt or losing their homes because of the enormous expense they undertake. Can you imagine dealing with cancer or some other serious illness and then worry about the financial burden on your family? That is disgraceful. Biden is in favor of eliminating all medical debt. That's the right thing to do.
Hell yeah, dude. Bro, the United States would be a much better fucking country if they had socialized healthcare. It's just insane how it's still to this day not socialized. Dodo donate dollars. I also find it ironic that TYT and Jenks say Democrats like AOC are spineless for not trying to push Biden out. Meanwhile, others are saying those trying to push him out are the spineless ones. Yeah, well, they are.
Mr. President, sir. How are you? Mr. President, how are you, sir? Mr. President, sir, how are you?
Calling me sir. That shows respect. Sir, you're on the cover of Time magazine again.
Congratulations, sir. Mr. President, sir, I think you're doing very well.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Sir, I don't know. What would you like to know, sir?
Sir, what's happened with the Michigan tonight?
Sir, do you mind canceling Kansas? Sir, you're speaking in Iowa, but we'll have...
Trump's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Daniel Larson, Funky Feet, donated $2. Let me see.
Toenail falls off, I'm going to be suing DDRC. Because they should be doing stuff with that, rather than just letting it die. Bitch.
I had a toenail fall off once. I smashed a dumbbell on my big toe, and it fell off later. It's not that bad. Not safe for work content. Well, it's just his foot. Those look like some of the nastiest hobo feet I've ever fucking seen. Jesus. My foot after a year of homeless on the street of Denver, Colorado. Yeah, well, that'll do it.
Bob just fucking ran. Bob just ran me over with his fucking car. Bob just fucking ran me over with his fucking car.
Thank you, Daniel Larson, Funky Feet. Appreciate it. Dodo donate $2. Bernie's a very well-spoken surrogate for Biden. He should be out there more on cable news speaking about his agenda for a second term and his accomplishments. Yep. Yeah, he should. If Bernie had ran in 2016, he would have been
Probably has its neatest summation in the words of Charles Peirce. Every natural or inbred belief manifests itself in natural or inbred ways of acting, which, in fact, constitute it as a belief habit. That is, for Peirce, a belief is a disposition for action. For the pragmatists, this made a lot of sense from a linguistic perspective. What would be the point of having a word that referred to something essentially private, unverifiable, and inactive? So for the pragmatist, if you're not a practical total nihilist, then you're not a total nihilist at all. It's worth noting there are numerous objections to this as a full account of belief, but I want to adopt it here as at least referring to a specific subtypes of belief, which I will refer to as practical beliefs. And I think that on a practical level, most people have something that compels them to act in some way, even if they're not conscious of exactly what that is or how to articulate it. Otherwise, we would just be reduced to reflexes. Even if we get up and eat, that would manifest a practical belief in the value of not being hungry. I'm not suggesting that in eating we would be covertly asserting value in some objective sense, just that our belief habits would not be that of the practical total nihilist. We may still be theoretical total nihilists, but I think the distinction is really important. For instance, I could imagine someone suffering from a neurological injury which prevented them from being motivated by anything, without altering their theoretical belief in the inherent value of human life. In that case,
moral nihilist, conventional nihilist.
2. The Moral Nihilist. In one of his lesser-known works, The Philosophy of the Boudoir, the Marquis de Sade inserts a mock political pamphlet that called for the principles of the French Revolution to be extended to morality itself. He praised the French revolutionaries for having seen through the meaninglessness of the monarchy and the church, but he urged them to go one step further and become moral nihilists as well. And we get a good picture of what de Sade thought this entailed. In his other novels, he portrays people who refuse to bow down to the idea of virtue, pursuing their own pleasure, no matter who they hurt. This is the second figure many people associate with the term nihilist, someone that rejects any ethical meaning and instead pursues their own ends. However, this is a very different sort of nihilism from the type we looked at in the last section. Whereas before we looked at those who rejected the value of anything, that is, held that there were no facts about value. Here we see people simply reject values in the moral domain, that is, there are no valuable moral facts. Once more, I think looking at the theoretical and practical dimensions of this position will be very helpful. A theoretical moral nihilist might be someone like J.L. Mackie, who argued that any moral statement is false. He said that when I say murder is wrong, I'm ascribing a property of wrongness to a certain act, murder. But then, how would I verify this? If I tagged along with the police to investigate the scene of a murder, where would I find the wrongness in it? Mackie says there's basically no evidence that moral properties exist in any factual sense, so he holds all moral ascriptions as simply not true. So the statement murder is wrong is strictly false, meaning most people would not consider it a reason for action or preference. Having said that, there is no evidence that Mackie actually lived like this. For all intents and purposes, he behaved like any other 20th century Oxford academic.
Yeah, this video is just stupid.
2020 election, and I'm really concerned that we're going to have another issue depending on who wins. So, I'm just really praying that if Trump wins, the guardrails of democracy will hold.
That was a CNN panel of undecided voters reacting to the hot mess that was Donald Trump's Republican convention speech, a speech that we were all told would reflect his new tone and message of unity and his serene nature, and how this time is totally, definitely, absolutely going to be different. And, well, what we got was this.
The Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole...
Could you address the things I have asked about, please? What things were they?
Whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. The whole world was at peace, and now the world is blowing up around us. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And by the way, Wisconsin, I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. We will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much.
Because nothing says new tone quite like railing against crazy Nancy Pelosi and rambling on for over 90 minutes, a quarter of which was basking in the glory of nearly being assassinated. It really is no wonder he didn't seem all that bothered by Melania avoiding kissing him when she came up on stage, considering the guy already fillets himself more than any other human being could possibly do anyway. Americans are right now remembering that despite the media spin, despite the claims that he's running a disciplined campaign, despite his promises that his serves their financial interests. So when you see headlines like this one from Axios, getting shot in the face changes a man.
I already answered your stupid question, dude.
Do you think Axios believes it? Do you think they really believe that? Or do you think they benefit financially from saying it? When the Washington Examiner's headline reads, "Trump and some allies aim to shift tone with message of unity," do you think they really believe that? Or do you think they're just acting as propagandists for the political party that they support? Trump and Republicans' messaging strategy relies almost exclusively on two things. One, a right-wing media machine that will advocate for Trump no matter what he does, so that what happened to Richard Nixon in 1974 never happens again to somebody in the Republican Party. And two, a mainstream media that will allow itself to be gamed by the right. The media in this country is so afraid of being labeled liberal that it bends over backwards to prove that it's not liberal by allowing the right to act as its assignment editors. They figure if we can just write enough stories about Hillary's emails and Biden's age and Obama's tan suit and on, then we'll finally steer clear of charges of bias from the right. And of course, the ultimate irony of all of this is that the right will always attack the media regardless. All of that goodwill, and what does it get them from Republicans? Absolutely nothing. And yet, does the media ever change its ways knowing how the right operates? Not at all. The fact is that Trump largely benefited from being out of the public spotlight. He benefited from the fact that people forgot the lunacy and chaos that consumed this country back when he was in office. And yet here, when Trump had the opportunity to reach the entire country.
Oh, God.
I think we consumed like 30,000 calories over the weekend.
Cook, Kirk! I don't give a cook 30,000 calories. Kirk, right? Builder! Obviously, it's fun to do at the time. It feels good. But so is going on a bender. Hey, I followed my diet for 4 days, then I went to Las Vegas, sniffed creatine, and partied for 3 days straight. Yeah, it's fun at the time, but eventually you're gonna regret it. Coach Greg and the Tren twins, they've gone on a binge. Since the show, they've eaten 30,000 calories and gained 15 pounds. And remember, I always warn people about the dangers of rebounding after a show and...
I think he's just a little confused. He meant, can you believe in an objective morality and also be an atheist? If so, how?
Yes, and by being stupid. Anybody can believe in any stupid thing they want. You can have beliefs that are completely contradictory to one another, that make no sense, that are not backed by any kind of facts or reasoning or logic. So yes, you can be an atheist and believe in objective moral value. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
So clearly, this is what happened. In the video, I'm going to go over, finally, we have both Mike and Chris's footage. I'm going to give you the detailed account of how they looked, as well as what are they in fact eating now.
Chris, it's time to shave my ass for the show.
And so after shaving more hair than last time, they're now getting their tans on and get ready to get up on stage. And so hopefully Coach Kyle doesn't call me a certain name for talking about the Tren twins shaving and getting a tan.
I didn't realize it's just all cock out in there. I don't want to put my shirt on now. I gained 10 pounds of lean mass with that shit.
And so first up, we have Chris, who's competing in classic physique. I think that is an excellent choice. You don't need as much size as in the open categories, and so it is in fact a lot healthier. Now, for a first-time competitor, he looks amazing. He managed to get second place, and to me, that is awesome. Now, in my previous video, I went very hard on the Tren twins. I said in comparison to trying to get a pro card, they are far off. They are not nearly lean enough. That is still true. But remember, I based this on the fact that a year ago, they had stated in a video going for IFBB pro cards. And remember, when I coached them,
I remember when I did my first, it was my second bodybuilding show. I hired some girl to give me a spray tan, and I put a sock over my penis, and I had to move my big dick and balls out of the way for her to spray in between my legs, and she giggled. Kind of turned me on.
this was in fact the goal.
So I've decided to blast hella gear and get literally huge and go for that IFBB.
Hell yeah, bro.
Now, I do believe that
Riley, the Logical Vegan, donated $2. What do you say to a pro-Palestinian who says that 40,000 civilians have died, and did you also support the bombing of Japan as well? They also tried to say the IDF is no better than Nazis. They're getting that figure from...
You bench only 410 when you weigh 270 pounds? That's only 1.5 your body weight. Weak AF. You enter a powerlifting competition and you're the weakest soy boy in your weight class. And you're black, so you have genetic advantage. Still softer than soft tofu.
Yeah, so how much do you bench, dude? Thanks for the donation, dumbass. So there's a bunch of NGOs, including the Palestinian Health Authority, that have estimated somewhere around 35,000 to 40,000 total deaths. None of them distinguish between civilian and militant casualties. So there is no source on the planet that is suggesting 40,000 civilians have died. That's just the total death count. Yes, I also support the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I like to explain why that's going to take like 30 fucking minutes, but more Japanese died using conventional explosives than from the nuclear bombings. The Japanese population was also warned ahead of time, I think about a week before the bombings, to evacuate. So thanks for the donation, Riley.
Chris is not in search of a pro card as hard as Mike is, but for all intents and purposes, he did amazing. He proved me wrong. I said they wouldn't make it to the stage. Not only did they make it to the stage, they won the novice class, and Chris got second in the open category against all of the classic physique guys, and so he did amazing. And so he, in fact, proved me wrong. They both proved me wrong. I'm the first to admit that I said they wouldn't get to the stage, and yet they did. And so I am wrong. They win. They were right. And so in looking at him in the novice class, it's a dominating victory. He clearly outclassed these guys, both in shape, size, conditioning. Everything was deserving of first place. Now, up in the open category, this is where the conditioning plays in. Overall, I prefer Chris's shape. I like the way his muscles look, but he's simply not lean enough. If he were a little bit leaner, he definitely would have gotten the first place vote. Also, notice the obliques, the muscles to the side. Over on the side, you can see just how lean he is. When you have crispy looking oblique muscles, in addition to the abdominals, it gives the waist an amazing look. The more conditioned you are, especially in abdominals, the better your physique is going to look. And in classic physique, it's all about the tiny waist, the sharp abdominals, and so that is why Chris did not win. And from the front, look at this guy to the right. Look at the detail of the quads, the cross striations. The guy is peeled. And so from the rear, you can see, look at the guy's hamstrings to the right. That is amazing detail.
There's like no difference in their conditioning. Yeah, there's literally no difference in their conditioning.
Chris does, however, to me, appear to have a better back. Now, Chris could hold his biceps up a little bit higher, get the peak above the size of the delt, and would give him more of that X frame. Could give him better V than last time. But if you look at Chris versus the man to his right, you can clearly see the guy to his right has much better quads. They're both bigger, leaner, and so that is perhaps why he was edged out in victory.
You know, I won some participation trophies. I mean, the novice class, come on. And now I gotta wait for Mikey to finish his shit so we can cook.
And so what I immediately noticed is the size of the quads, the hamstrings. Very, very impressive. Thick-looking arms, however, he's lacking the detail, the crispness, the conditioning in the abdominals. That pose to the side, you should see all of the details in the abs. I'm telling you, when you stand on stage and you are tight in the midsection, it makes the rest of your physique look that much better. And so Mike clearly has the size, 186 pounds. He stands 5'6". That is a very muscular man, especially for his first competition. You can see the size of the legs, the quads, the hamstrings, the biceps, and so on, but he's lacking detail in the abdominals. And so on that side tricep pose, if you can really nail it and show the obliques, you are going to stand out.
Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
I'm going to now ask my care provider if I could get macaroni and cheese, if that's all we fucking have in this house. This tastes like cow piss. Literal fucking cow piss. I want to know who the fuck put jalapenos in this. Holy fuck, my mouth is on fire. Holy fuck. I know why this tastes different. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is. I've never seen that. Well, that makes a lot of sense. We don't have the fucking milk. So the asshole care provider didn't do the fucking milk. The only thing they could have done was water, but that's not the taste, but whatever. Like, I'm going to be straight up serious. Why does the mac and cheese taste a lot like ranch, but with like a tangy taste? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like honey mustard. The mac and cheese tastes more of like honey mustard, which is really weird. And if you look, bingo. It's got this. I want to see how much honey mustard they actually used. Most of it. You could see actually a little bit of a line how much has actually been used. And you can't hear anything when you shake it.
Well, that's unfortunate. Thanks for the donation,
On
Ben
July
Boy.
6th, 2023, the Oswego County Sheriff's Office received several.
I also need to send you a link so you can submit that in your house.
I don't have to. This is my yard.
You don't want to touch
so
me.
I'll walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
Come on, pal. Walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
All right. Well, don't come back. Because if you
can't
do,
tell me what to do.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
It's my house, and I can kick you off any time I want unless you have a
No,
warrant.
pursuant to my job, I'm allowed to be on your property.
No, you can't.
Get the I'm on the property.
Excuse me?
Get the
Are you watching Draft Science? It's Amendum's channel where he challenges physics. I've seen it before, and it's fucking retarded.
for me.
Excuse
I'm
me?
on the road.
I don't give a.
Do you need to be
It's
arrested?
free land. I can walk wherever I want, just like you can, right? Am I right or am I wrong? You get the away from my house.
I'm not on your property.
It's still my house. You're still right here. And goodbye.
You're something else.
Yeah,
know
you
that?
are.
Listen, if you go back over there...
I ain't over there.
From me. Get away right now.
You ain't gonna shove me.
Get
Take it
away.
off.
No
Take it
way.
off.
Get away.
No, you ain't gonna shove me like that.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
who
am.
the you think you are.
You're getting in
Just
my
because you
face.
got this. Get the away from me.
You're under arrest, okay?
I am.
Yeah, you are.
Clear this on my end. Have
You're arrest. Put your hands behind your back.
Get up off me.
Why is he having so much trouble arresting this fat, out-of-shape retard?
Should be 93.
You're under arrest, okay?
For a phone trailer, please.
Get.
You're under arrest. 5075 control. I got a combatant subject. You're under arrest.
5075, your last. You got a combatant subject, 410.
You're under arrest. Get on your stomach.
Copy.
Get on your stomach now.
Copy. Clear the air, clear. So all county EMT units clear the air.
No,
I don't give a fuck.
He probably didn't get his din-din, so he was kind of cranky.
Amongst everyone. And as he's doing the most muscular pose, you can see he does have detail in the quads. I see separation, but I don't see the cross striations. Now remember, for a first-time competitor, this is amazing. There's no reason to have to be leaner than this. But for a man looking for an IFBB Pro card, of course, he's going to have to dial it in just a little bit more. And I notice as he performs the thigh and abdominal, I can see the obliques on the side. So perhaps he has the conditioning, perhaps it's there, but perhaps he's just not posing properly. The first time you compete, it's very difficult to pose properly. I remember it took me perhaps 2 years before I could properly hit my poses. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to flex.
Awkward.
And so this is going to come with practice. But if you were to diet for the next show, perhaps 1% leaner, come in and flex the abs harder than last time, it would immediately improve his poses. And from the back, I can see he has very thick hamstrings. Perhaps not as detailed as it could be, but they have a lot of size. And so that is an excellent base of which to work from. If you look at the lower part of the back, the lower lats area, you can see there is some skin folds at this area. This is indicative of the fact he could be a bit leaner, but remember, it's his first competition. And so within his category, you can see he's clearly the victor. And so he wins novice and open A, but up next comes the biggest challenge of all, the overall, the highlight of the competition. He makes it to the overall, but will he in fact come out on top? And so up next, the pose down, the most exciting part. I remember going for overall pose downs was the highlight of the competition. Could not wait. And check out the man to his right with the glasses. We got Grandpa. He appears to be 70 years old. He's shredded. And to the far left, another man with glasses. I've never in my life seen two men with glasses on stage at the same time. Perhaps they have to contact Mebstagram for laser eye surgery. In general, it's not recommended to have glasses on stage. I know it's important to see, but it is in fact distracting. I'm saying this as a judge. I was instructed when I used to compete never to wear your glasses. And so for the overall, it's very clear. It's between Mike, who wins the light heavyweight class, and the man in blue, 83, the heavyweight winner. And so what immediately draws my eyes to both of these men is the size and details of 83's quads. It is tremendous. The quads, superb. And so with the first pose, the thigh and abdominal, look at the zipper of the quads. Looks like a zipper. When people had legs lean enough, they would go like this, as in
That old 70-year-old guy is pretty dope.
check out the zipper. They'd shake the quads out and zipper it up. Shake the quads, zipper. Now remember, I'm Coach Greg in my studio. I'm not in contest shape. And so I don't have the quads of an IFBB Pro right now. And so number 83 has
Yeah, that dude is in pretty good shape for an old man.
amazing quads. Mike also has great quads, but not to the level of the heavyweight winner. Also, heavyweight champion with the chest. Oh my goodness. You see the size of this guy's pecs? Unbelievable. With the vascularity rolling up the biceps. This man is shredded. Look at this guy. If you look at the most muscular, the detail and the size of the heavyweight winner in comparison to Mike, you can clearly see the heavyweight winner's got it. It is not even close. I would be surprised if he did not get all 5 first place victories. Now, Mike is saying he thought he should have won it. Now, oftentimes when you're competing, you're obviously biased towards liking your own physique. That is perfectly normal. Of course you're rooting for yourself to win. And all your friends and family, they're going to watch the show and think, hey, you got...
The last show I did, I think I got fucking screwed over because the guy who beat me, he was more muscular, but he had no condition. Like, you literally couldn't see his abs. He had no abs. But he placed higher than me. It was fucking stupid.
Got it. They see your most impressive poses. And I do believe that Mike had better abs than the heavyweight winner, but overall, a big, tall guy is going to beat a big, short guy every single time. In particular, if that bigger, taller guy has more definition. And so I think the difference here overall was the conditioning. If Mike were truly peeled, perhaps 5% body fat, I think he would have won first place. The side chest pose, Mike has much bigger quads and hamstrings. Clearly edges him out in size, but it comes down to the detail. If you have all the size in the world, but you don't have the detail, you're not going to win. This happened to HDLT athlete Eric Janicki. And I know people are going to be mad. Oh, why are you talking about Eric Janicki? Well, the reason is because Eric Janicki was in fact huge, 254 pounds. And he desperately wanted his pro card. Of course he did. He trained so hard for it. But he was edged out to a smaller man because of the conditioning. But guess what he's doing? He's not letting him get that down. He literally posted some update photos to me, and I was like, oh my goodness, you already look so much better. And so when he competes for his pro card in another week, he's going to be mind-blown shredded. None of this showing up close to perfect. He's going to be more perfect than last time. And so if Mike had a show in, for example, 2 weeks from now and continued to diet harder than ever before, for example, Eric Janicki said he's going to eat 1,800 calories. A guy is 6 foot tall, over 250 pounds, 1,800 calories a day. Imagine the conditioning he's going to get. And so bodybuilding, it comes down to the conditioning. Now, if you're at the amateur level for a first-time show, clearly this is amazing. Imagine winning the overall in your very first competition. That is a very daunting task. But if you're trying to get your IFBB Pro card, this is the kind of detail that you need in order to get that card. And so again, on that side pose, if Mike had those abs, if Mike had the obliques doing that side tricep pose, even my obliques, he doesn't have to be crazy peeled, 5% body fat. But if he had the obliques of Coach Greg and hit that pose, I do believe he's winning the overall. But because the obliques are a little bit softer, perhaps he's not twisting hard enough, perhaps he's not blowing out quite all of his air, it's just not enough to edge out the bigger, more shredded opponent. And so you can see in this pose, the taller athlete, he does in fact have some obliques. But of course he does. Who has quads like that? Who has chest that lean without having the obliques?
You got him! You got him! You got it!
And so I'm hearing in the background the crowd saying, you got him. But in reality, I'm looking at the quads and the detail and the size, and I simply can't give it to the light heavyweight competitor. Remember, I had flashbacks to being beaten by Antoine Vaillant at the 2012 overalls. I had won the light heavyweight class, and I was going for the overall against Al Dura, a future Olympian, as well as Zane Watson, also an Olympian, and Antoine Vaillant, also future Olympians. And on my mind, I'm thinking, I got it. I'm the leanest, I have the best shape, but yet in the overall, they gave it to Antoine Vaillant. And why? he had so much freaking muscle. 250 pounds of muscle, 6 feet tall against Coach Greg, 193. And so although I edged him out perhaps by a little bit in detail, the guy had so much more muscle, so much bigger quads that he was...
Like, by the way, that doesn't even really make any sense. If you're in a lighter weight category, no shit, you're gonna have less muscle. Like, just being shorter, it makes you have less muscle. If you're taller, you're just going to have more muscle. So I don't like that with judging, where if a guy's just bigger but he's not in shape, he wins. Like, that's the harder thing to fucking do, is to get leaner. So if you ask me, Greg should have fucking won that show. Like, he was in way better fucking shape than Antoine.
150 pounds of muscle, 6 feet tall against Coach Greg, 193. And so although I edged him out perhaps by a little bit in detail, the guy had so much more muscle, so much bigger quads that he was undeniable. And so if Mike continues to improve, gets in more shredded with more size, I'm certain eventually he will in fact win the overall. And so the overall winner, despite not having the best tan, he still wins the overall. And so Mike Israetel had said, you know, he lost because of his tan, yet this guy, he won with the worst tan. Now, if you think I'm biased, trust me, if I thought that Mike should have won the overall, I would have said Mike should have won the overall. I've done this plenty of times before. I believe that when I watched Jesse compete and get second, I said, hey, I think he should have got first. I believe the clickbait title was, Jesse didn't deserve this. And by that I meant he didn't deserve second place. He deserved first. We got over 1 million views. Why? Probably because of the title. Who knows? But what I do is I record videos and what I see, and you watch them. If you don't like this video, if you think I'm simply shitting on the Tren twins and I'm saying horrible things about them, then you just didn't watch the video. If you watched this video, you would see I gave an honest assessment of what I saw.
Bro, Mike was looking bubbly as
Kirk!
I've never seen... I thought I had it for sure.
In the moment, you feel like you had it for sure. When you look at the tip, when you watch this video, you'll see, did the guy not edge you out in conditioning? Did he not edge you out in size? And so that is why he won. It takes nothing away from your own physique. This guy was, what, 7 years older, probably been taking performance-enhancing drugs for 10 years. This guy is a monster. He looked incredible. This would be a national-level competitor. This guy could go on to nationals, and although he's not nearly big enough and lean enough to win an IPV Pro card, he's certainly...
Riley, the logical vegan, donated tellers. VG, I just told the person your answer and they called you insane. Meanwhile, not having an argument against your position, lol. Finally blocked them and will never speak to them again. Was that the right thing to do? He also was against bombing Dresden. Well, that person's a fucking retard and they don't know anything about history, so whatever. There's not really any reason to debate pro-Palestinians. They're just wacko idiot ideologues, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Certainly looks very good. And so I'm here with Shira Rubin. She's been a judge for over 20 years, and I'm showing this footage to her for the first time. She's going to watch, we're going to pause, we'll see what does she think.
So right off the bat in the legs, I can see that the guy in the blue's got the striations on his quads. It's hard to see the guy in the red because he's darker. But right off the bat, it's the first thing I noticed.
And so remember what I said earlier? The legs, they popped out. And so unbelievable. The guy in the blue clearly has dominant quads. Yeah. Okay, here's our most muscular.
Yeah, even the upper body, I can tell right off the bat that the guy in the blue is way leaner than the guy in the red. Like right off the bat.
And so I'm hearing way leaner. And so I'm hearing bigger legs, leaner legs, way leaner. What about the size of the two competitors overall?
I mean, his lower body looks bigger than his lower body. But I mean, he overall, the guy in the blue definitely stands out. Like my eyes drawing to him.
And so when you're judging an overall, you're looking at like who overall stands out more. And so based on what you're seeing,
yeah, the guy in the blue, like right off the bat. But now
it's the guy in the blue right off. And so when people are saying it's close, in my opinion, remember, perhaps I'm biased. I don't think I am. To me, the blue won hands down.
Yeah, I can even see from the side profile right off the bat, he's got way more striations right up to his glutes. This guy's smooth.
Ben Boy, donate $2. Let me see.
Can I get a picture? How come?
We have a new trademark.
What's the trademark?
Trademark is all it means is like I don't own my image anymore.
Well, so you can't take a picture?
Yeah, so I can't take, like, I'm not allowed to do pictures because I don't, like I said, I don't own my image.
Who owns it?
I have another company that does now.
Okay, well, enjoy your movie then.
Thank you.
Yep, bye.
Well, that's Daniel. He's very mentally ill. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
In his glutes, the shoulder pops out. He's way smoother. The guy in the red.
And so it's mostly the smoothness. Now, my opinion, I looked at this and I said that Mike, the guy in the red here, had bigger legs and hamstrings, but he didn't have the same cuts.
No, exactly. Right off the bat, the first thing I noticed.
And so do you think that if this guy in the red got leaner, he could perhaps have won?
Yeah.
And so there you have it, guys. I said, I'm giving my unbiased opinion. I have another qualified judge, still judges to this day, been judging for over 20 years. She's saying the same thing as me. And so you say, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. We now have 2 qualified judges saying the exact same thing.
What are we doing? We breaking the fast with this or crumble?
Better than crumble?
And so now begins the 30,000 calorie cheat. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not putting words into their mouth. I'm saying what they said. This is the living nightmare that occurs following a bodybuilding show. After you've been deprived for several weeks, months, or in this case, 20-week diet, I do believe it was, it's hard to put the fork down. It's hard to stop. I'm not saying you shouldn't eat the foods that you want, that you've been craving for all this time, but you have to be very careful. And in my opinion, it's all about moderation. One thing you never want to do, of which they are going to do, is to order all the foods that you've been craving and to have them all in the house. This is a huge mistake. I've been speaking about this for close to 20 years. And why do I say that? Because I've done it. I've lived it. I've made those mistakes.
Bananas and peanut butter.
Oh my god.
No.
Holy shit.
Man, what is this, churro?
It's churro cheesecake.
Churro caramel cheesecake.
And so look Kyle in the background. And remember, they pinned a comment and said, look, he didn't condone this. He didn't want us to eat all this. But what can he do? Perhaps try to slow them down a little bit, but remember, it's on the athlete. Athletes, if you're watching this, competitors, this is probably going to happen to you. After the competition, you're going to be craving so much junk, it's going to be very hard to stop. I've seen so many people develop an ED from dieting for competition, visiting the bathroom to do number 3, oftentimes leading up to the competition, and it's not good. It's very dangerous. It's a slippery slope.
Right in my face.
Why didn't you get 2 boxes?
And so they have 2 boxes of this stuff. I mean, perhaps have 1 each, maybe 2, maybe even 3. But do we need to have 2 boxes?
I can't let it go to waste. That's unreal. I'm gonna throw up, though.
I'm telling you, and I'm not doing this to shit on them. I'm trying to warn you. All of you guys out there who are competitors or ending a diet, if you start eating in a calorie surplus to this extent following a diet, you're going to undo all the work that you put in. It isn't a speed eating competition. His name isn't Matt Stoney.
You didn't have any? That's crazy.
Oh my god. Coconut?
I'm like,
yeah, pina colada.
Now, Coach.
Dude, it's like impossible to not fucking just binge after a competition. I remember after my last show, I gained 20 pounds in one single day. I went from, I think I weighed in at 174 on show day, and I got up to fucking, 194 the next day. I didn't look quite as lean, but my veins were just fucking crazy. I think just the junk food and everything, it like increased my blood pressure and blood volume and shit, but my veins, like just across my chest, all around my legs, it looked fucking sick.
Coach Kyle and his significant other, they're having each perhaps 1, maybe 2. There's nothing wrong with that. That is exhibiting control. It's all about balance.
I probably consumed 6 cookies, 6 donuts, 2 pieces of fudge, 1 muffin.
Each of those things has a ton of calories. These are not low-calorie items. They perhaps average 400, 500, maybe even more calories each. And so based on some
Abel donated $2. After I accepted nihilism, I'm losing interest in hobbies and other aspects of life like friends. Is this a normal thing to experience? No. You can still enjoy your hobbies. You can still enjoy spending time with friends. So, just because nothing matters, it doesn't mean you can't enjoy yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, Abel.
Quick math, or perhaps that's 7,000 calories or more in a matter of minutes. Perhaps giving Matt Stoney a run for his money.
I'm still hungry. I'm about to have about 50 pieces of sushi, a Wagyu steak. Let's see what we got, man.
But yet, they're still hungry. Off to now go eat some sushi and some Wagyu steak.
I'm beyond full. Why am I going in for a bite? I don't know. We're going to pop.
This is gluttonous.
I've often told my clients the real diet starts following the competition, and they're thinking, what do you mean? I mean, once the floodgates open, it's very hard to turn them off. And so if you eat, for example, 5 or 10,000 calories the first night following the competition, and then you get up and you keep eating and you keep eating, it's very difficult to stop. Sooner or later, you're up 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds in a matter of 1 or 2 weeks following the competition. I've seen it. It's horrendous. It's very dangerous. And so please be careful.
I should have just did this 8 weeks out. I would have never cheated again.
Nothing could be further from the truth. If you did this at 8 weeks out, trust me, at 7 weeks or 6 weeks out, you'd have wanted to do the same thing. You can't just have a big cheat and think, yeah, I got it out of my system now. I heard them say this at the start of their diet. They were in their car, they had a box of crumble, and they split a dozen. I believe it was 6 each. I'm going to get it out of my system. It wasn't out of your system. Does this look like it wasn't out of your system? And the camera zooms into Coach Kyle. Clearly, you can't eat this way 8 weeks out. If you eat 10,000 calories in one evening, that's basically 4 days of eating. Can't eat 4 days of food in one day and not expect to gain weight.
So yeah, we're back home. Before we even arrived to our house, we're already up 15 pounds.
What have I been telling you? I've been warning you. People are just like, Coach Greg, you're such a party pooper. You're such a negative Nancy. Yeah, somebody has to say it. Somebody has to warn you of the dangers of competing.
The whole prep, I just ordered a bunch of shit that I was craving. Like protein muffins, hummus fit, pancakes, French toast.
This is one thing you never want to do. You never want to load up on all the junk food that you have been eating. It's now in the house. Every time you walk to the kitchen, it's going to be right there in front of your face. It would be equivalent to being an alcoholic who decided to go dry, and every time they go in the kitchen, they see a shot of whiskey, rum, vodka, and a beer. And you just have to say no. Eventually, your willpower is going to run out. Now, sure, there's alcohol at the bar, at the liquor store, and so on, but you're in your house. It takes work to go get it.
Yeah, I think we consumed like 30,000 calories over the weekend.
Cook, Turk! I don't give a cook 30,000 calories. Turk, right? Builder! Obviously, it's fun to do at the time. It feels good. But so is going on a bender. So is doing what Togi does. Hey, I followed my diet for 4 days, then I went to Las Vegas, sniffed creatine, and partied for 3 days straight. Yeah, it's fun at the time, but eventually you're going to regret it.
This is the process, baby. We got everything lined up. We're starting in bulk, baby.
Started the bulk. They've almost nearly completed it. 15 pounds already? Really?
I've never done a proper bulk. I've learned so much about bodybuilding at this point that I think I can literally put so much muscle on my frame if I do this correctly.
I don't know if they don't understand what a proper bulk is, but a proper bulk isn't eating a bunch of crumble. It's not force feeding calories. It's not eating more calories than last time. It's not getting big and fat. They were properly bulked in the past. Trust me, I coached them. They began their prep at roughly 18 to 20% body fat. That is a bulk. I tell people all the time, if you're a competitive bodybuilder, off season, 12 to 15%. And so if they think they're just going to shove in crumble every single weekend, eat as many calories as possible, eat all the junk food in the world, that is not.
Why do you lie saying you never lost a debate when Svaryu absolutely obliterated you about vitamin A and D and made you look clueless? You also conceded that you lost the debate. Why do you lie?
I did not concede that I lost the debate. I didn't have the information on hand at the time, so I just said that I think you're wrong. I'll research some of this later, and then I made a follow-up video demonstrating that, yeah, he was wrong. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
not a proper bulk.
We got PRs every week, man, and we're gonna have cheat days every week.
I'm not sure if you're just going to be putting clinics that crumble, eating so much cookies, and setting PRs on the bench, because here's the honest truth. You will, in fact, get a lot stronger following a competition. You're gaining more weight, you're going to be a lot bigger. But once the PDs trickle out of your system and you go off of the gear, your lifts are not going to be all that strong. Unless, of course, you're still blasting in the off season, which I don't recommend. But perhaps you're just going to be doing HRT doses. I'm not your coach. I don't know what you're going to be doing. But you can expect to lift world records if you're actually going off cycle.
Weekly cheat days, weekly PRs.
Able donated to others. If you don't mind, can you explain nihilism? I'm trying to understand the logic behind it. Nihilism is the belief that there is no objective meaning, and objective meaning independent of a mind. So, if you're going to claim meaning exists outside of the mind, then you're going to have to demonstrate that. Where does meaning exist? Where does it lie? Can you eat it? Does it blow in your hair like the wind? Can you shit it out? It's just the recognition that there is no objective meaning in the universe. That's all it is. Thanks for the donation, Abel.
We're going for that 600-pound bench. We're living life, dude.
So they're going for a 600-pound bench. They're going for weekly PRs, weekly cheat meals, eating more food than last time. You got to be careful. I would hope they don't go above 15% body fat at the absolute most, but based on what I'm seeing right now, going for a 600-pound bench, I do believe that's going to involve steroids and eating a lot of food and being at an excess body weight. I don't think that the Tren twins are going to be able to bench press 600 pounds at perhaps 220 pounds or lighter. I believe they may in fact overeat calories, they may in fact get their body fats a little bit too high, and it makes it that much harder to diet next year. Now remember, I care about their health. You can believe me, you can not believe me, whatever. I don't want them to do abusive doses of steroids in the off season. I don't want them to bulk harder than last time. I don't think that it's healthy to keep pushing more food. And if you try to gain too much muscle too quick, the physiques, they start to change. The abdominals are going to get bigger. The waistline is going to change. It's not going to be a very good look.
I'm on the edge of diabetes, actually. Yeah, we're going to we kind of went overboard this weekend.
And so that's being realistic. On the edge of diabetes, if you continue to push gear, continue to push food, sugar, crumble, and so on, it's not good.
And
I love you, Kyle, very much.
I hope that every person in their life finds someone that can help them. Like, he literally took us in for like 3 weeks into his home.
And so they literally admitting, look, we don't have the best track record of being the best clients, but Coach Kyle, he brought us into his home for 3 weeks. He told us, stop being fat pieces of shit, stop eating this, stop eating that. And so they made it to the stage, and they say a lot to do with it was, in fact, Coach Kyle. Looking for blood work to stay healthier than last time, or of course, Turk Builder or GO2 Max, especially in the off season. Try to keep as many gains as possible, or if you're 100% natural, take your training to the next level. More energy, better pumps, greater muscle building, and so interest.
Yeah, right. Don't buy Greg's supplements. They're fucking garbage and do nothing. And with that said, I have to turn my fucking screen off when I start fucking BattleNet. Yes, thank you. That's what I figured. So stupid. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to do a little stretch. Just give me a second. Ugh. Ugh.
You did concede to losing the debate. Not only are you a liar, but you have terrible memory. He stated to you directly that you lost the debate and you agreed and replied back saying okay, fair enough. Don't lie to your cult fans. Everyone go rewatch and see.
Ugh. That never happened, but thanks for the donation, X-Dragon Slayer.
Hudson.
We finished analyzing.
The Lubyanka building, KGB headquarters in Moscow. The sleeper agent records are stored in the archives 100 feet below ground in a nuclear defense command bunker.
Your only way in or out is through this high-security elevator.
We'll need proper credentials. That's where our asset Belikov comes into play. Belikov has been our source inside the KGB for nearly a decade. He'll get us in. He came through for us in Yamantau. He'll do it again.
This shit is crazy, even by his standards. You sure he's on board?
An immediate nuclear threat warrants every risk at this point. I'm sure he wouldn't disagree. Sims, get Belikov on the line.
Алло, Беликов на трубке.
Извините, я думал, что это посольство Сингапура.
We're almost to the tunnels. Did you get access to the bunker? There's always a problem. Solve it. We're getting the files in that bunker. Do whatever it takes. We'll meet you at the basement entrance once you have the bunker key.
Comrade Belikov, you've been summoned to the conference room upstairs. Secretary Gorbachev is here from the Central Committee. Did the general come through? This is as far as
Not Adler.
Comrade Belikov, have a seat. General Secretary Brezhnev has taken an interest in the new security development. There's a mole within the KGB. The committee wants someone from the first Chief Directorate to oversee Colonel Kravchenko's investigation. If you've not met him already, this is Imran Zakayev.
Thank you, Secretary Gorbachev. And thank you all for welcoming me with open arms. I can think of no greater tragedy than a home violated from the inside. The trust and love within a family is sacred.
Apparently. Not everyone shares your beautiful sentiments.
Comrade Belikov, as head of security, I understand you've practically exhausted yourself trying to unearth this mole. How has that gone?
I am not a patient man, Belikov, or a compassionate one.
Until the mole is found, I want security increased around the bunkers. Zakayev, do you have any recommendations?
We should restrict bunker access. We also want to cultivate closer relationships with all of you. I want to know your hopes, your fears, your ambitions.
Be thorough, but we don't want any significant disruptions. And you, Belikov? Who do you think should retain bunker access during the investigation?
It pains me to say it, but in a troubled time like this, even generals need restrictions. Secretary Gorbachev, only General Charkov should retain his bunker key for now.
Very well. See to it.
Worry yourself no longer, sir. I've already ordered the bunker keys collected from the men.
Comrade Belikov, we are in grave danger from the capitalists. Our collective, our very way of life is at risk.
The traitor will be caught. And he will pay a high price for his betrayal.
Belikov, you are dismissed.
I'm being watched. I need a bunker key. Now, first, I'll have to kill the cameras.
Sir.
This area is restricted. If I'm spotted
can I help
here,
you,
I
sir?
will blow my cover. Now I need to hide the body. I have to get a bunker key for Adler. He'll need it to access the vault. Unfortunately, Charkov now has the only one.
Belikov, have you dug up my mole yet? No matter. We've discovered additional unauthorized communications. Within hours, we will know the exact computer they came from. Comrade.
I will be exposed soon. In the server room, I could point evidence towards Charkov.
Server room. Where's the fucking server room? Why does it say, like, way up here?
Natalia Petrova, please report to the film archive.
How do I get up to the server room? Oh, here. How do I get up there? Yeah, how would I get up there into the server room? Restricted area. Am I able to just go up anyway? Or wait. Oh. Shit. We'll play horror games soon. Wonder if you can fit 2 people in there. There's another body over there. That's awkward. Okay. This is Black Ops Cold War.
Belikov, have you dug up my mole yet? Cherkov, that's absurd. Where is your evidence? I have no idea how this got past me. Cherkov will be passing through here soon. When he does, we will apprehend him.
Okay.
There is Cherkov.
Yeah. You missed... Richard, I missed you on the Hamzden Arena yesterday. Well, they don't let me on, so...
Just how long have you been spitting on Mother Russia?
Excuse me? Do you know who you're speaking to?
I do now. Your medals will no longer protect you. Please empty your pockets on the counter.
Colonel, have you lost your mind?
Now step over there and lift your arms to the side.
You're serious?
Fucking do it.
Right, yes. Once they apprehend Cherkov, I'll take his
Is this your
body.
way of setting up
Okay.
my fall, Kashenko? I'm looking forward to hearing the response of the Central Committee.
Me too. Now go in that room without saying another fucking word. Anything else you need to tell me, you
Okay,
can do
now
it
I
there.
need to head to the basement and let Adler's team in.
How can I help you, sir?
London.
Adler's team will need uniforms to get past security. Luring 2 soldiers into the tunnel should do the trick.
Belikov here. Send a security detail to meet me in the furnace room. Immediately.
Wasn't sure you'd come through.
I don't have much choice, do I? This keycard gives you elevator access to the bunker.
What about uniforms?
Shh, sounds like they're here now. Okay, I will lead them through and distract them. You two do the rest.
Now, take cover. Keep it clean.
What? I'm sorry?
This
What?
keycard gives you elevator access to the bunker.
What about uniforms?
Shh, sounds like they're here now. Okay, I will lead them through and distract them. You two do the rest.
Now, take cover. Keep it clean. Uniforms are no good to us bloody.
Там, я нашел незапертую дверь. Нету никакого оправдания этой некомпетентности. У нас есть очень строгие протоколы, чтобы это предотвратить.
This keycard gives you elevator access.
What?
What about uniforms?
Shh, sounds like they're here now. Okay, I will lead them through and distract them. You two do the rest.
Now, take cover.
This is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War.
Uniforms are no good to us bloody.
Там, я нашел незапертую дверь. Нету никакого оправдания этой некомпетентности. У нас есть очень строгие протоколы, чтобы это предотвратить. Понятно?
Svaria fits all vegan stereotypes: pale, small, weak, no energy. His personality is his diet. He has the before body from transformation videos. Creep factor on Zucker level. All 2 of his brain cells came up with but more vitamins. Oh, and he craves alls.
Craves alls? The fuck's an alls? Thanks for the donation, though, a milk monster.
Okay, I have to leave, but you should have everything you need. Now, if stopped, you are reporting to Commander Sobel.
Get changed. Here, our weapons and keycard are in the bag. Come on, this way. Once we're in the bunker, we're on our own. Товарищ, можешь отпустить нас?
Ладно.
No metal detectors for us. We're going around.
Я показал вам свои документы. Должен быть на встрече.
Никого не выпускаем.
Куда-то вы направляетесь? Досмотр обязателен для всех, без исключения. Вы должны пройти досмотр. Доставьте вашу сумку сюда для досмотра.
What was your last interaction with Tefano? Can we expect a debate in the future? Maybe we can start a GoFundMe so you can go see his warehouse in person.
The last time I directly interacted with Tefano was probably our last debate. Or no, it was when he was doing that stupid, he was just starting his meat business. And then after I exposed him for being a gay prostitute, he refuses to talk to me or even mention me. So he is never debating me again. If I win the lottery, I'll do some traveling, and I guess I'll harass him at his meat business. Thanks for the donation, G.
Принимайте это близко к сердцу, товарищ. У меня приказ досматривать всех, без исключения.
Товарищ, ты нужен Закаеву. Я разберусь.
Спасибо, товарищ.
После Вичи, Беляков.
По-моему, я здесь, нет?
Пойдем. Take us down.
No, лица. Когда вы прибыли? Ах да, разумеется. То ваш командир. Я не расслышал. Вы что, с дураками не дерзите?
Elevator conversation always gets awkward. Gear up. They won't be happy to see us down here. Wait for my word.
И прежде чем Кравченко успел... Оружие на землю!
Gas canister in the vent. Good. Let's get to the vault. We're almost to the vault. Open the door. I've got your back.
Your character's black? How is a black guy in the fucking, like, Kremlin?
Don't have much time before they get through. There's the list, Bell. Copy it to a disk. Running out of time, Bell. We're cutting through. Almost through the door. Get ready. Here they come. Time for Plan B, Bell. Activate the gas.
Drop your weapons and surrender or he dies.
When we move, get a mask on Belikov. I'll cover you.
What's the situation up top? They are on full alert, locking the building down. We'll have to fight our way out. We're gonna need some heavier gear. I know just the place, my friend. We have heavy weapons by the elevator. We need to arm ourselves before reinforcements arrive. armor, helmets, LMGs, and explosives.
Lazar, meet us in the southwest courtyard in 5 minutes. Belikov is hitching a ride.
Plenty of room in the backseat.
Once we get off the elevator, just keep moving towards the courtyard. Get the charge ready, Bell. Let's go, Bell.
Hell yeah.
Ready to move.
It's about time. Been waiting for your call.
They caused a hell of a mess in Moscow. Was it worth it?
Adler managed to get the list of sleeper agent names, despite himself. He's got balls, I'll give him that.
Bell did well.
Seemingly. But I think that team is getting too comfortable. They're acting like they know who they're dealing with.
Perhaps.
Turns out, one of those sleeper agents is tied to Operation Greenlight. Theodore Hastings. He's a nuclear engineer based out of Salt Lake City.
And you believe Hastings is the one he'll activate?
Exactly. Total surveillance is already underway. It's only a matter of time before he leads us straight to Perseus.
This is it. The recent movements of Theodore Hastings has led us here. Cuba. Right in our backyard.
A vacant government.
Are you trying to build up your overhead press? I'm trying to build up every lift. I'm not gonna make it a big focus. In the short term and the long term, yeah.
Facility in the Cuban countryside has become a hub of activity for Perseus, and the likely location of the stolen nuke.
Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow or later today.
$20 to anyone who can bring him down before me.
Who? Castro or Perseus?
Whoever.
We are not gonna let him move this nuke inside the States. It's time to take down Perseus once and for all.
Team, wrap up any unfinished business. Once we strike, there's no turning back.
Woods, don't get any bright ideas over there.
Yeah, you've got my sure as shit guaranteed.
Okay. Oh, it is late, so I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I have a debate later today on moral realism with some Indian dude called Pro Extinction. at 12. Yeah, so 12 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to have a debate. So I'll see you all in about 6.5 hours for that debate. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all later today. Sweet dreams.